I invite the House to take note that today we are using the wooden mace. Elle rappelle de l'incendie qui a...
This mace is a reminder of the fire that claimed 7 lives and destroyed the original Parliament buildings the night of February 3rd, 1916.
Among the items destroyed in that fire was the old mace. The wooden copy that you see today was subsequently made and used temporarily until the current one was given to us by the United Kingdom in 1917. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Private member.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Voting Age. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honoured to introduce legislation that would extend the right to vote to all Canadians aged 16 and over. I would like to thank the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley for seconding this bill and for his tireless efforts to move this important initiative forward. The history of the franchise in Canada is one of constant expansion. At the time of Confederation, voting was restricted to male British subjects who were at least 21 years of age and owned property. However, as our country progressed over subsequent generations, voting rights were extended to women, Asian Canadians, Indigenous people, those without property, and those under 21 years of age, now 18. I believe it is time to give young people the full rights and responsibilities of citizenship as well. Young Canadians are engaged, well-informed, and passionate advocates for a brighter future for their future. They work and pay taxes, but they have no say in how those tax dollars are spent. This disenfranchisement is unjustified and must change. I call on all parliamentarians to make young people equal participants in our democracy by supporting this vital legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, and the Pensions Benefits Standards Act 1985. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to table this bill.
Elections Act will ensure that people that have worked and paid into their pension funds will actually receive that benefit. We've all heard so often companies going bankrupt, leaving their employees with no pensions or, pennies on the dollar. My bill will address this by requiring a report on the solvency of the funds to be tabled here in Parliament for greater transparency. It will create a mechanism to transfer money into a fund to make it solvent without tax implication, or to get insurance on the insolvent part. And in the case of bankruptcy, it would pay out pensions in priority before big executive salaries and large creditors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Again. Present introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Banning Symbols of Hate. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend we all saw the appalling images of Nazi flags being waved on Parliament Hill just steps away from the sacred Hall of Honour where we commemorate the 45,000 Canadians who gave their lives fighting Nazism. Today, I am tabling an act to amend the Criminal Code banning symbols of hate. Il faut que tous les parlementaires...
All parliamentarians should support this bill so that we can speak with one voice to ensure that the swastika is never legally allowed to be waved outside of our parliamentary precinct.
Racist symbols of hate signify the worst depravity in human history, the Holocaust, millions of victims of the most unspeakable acts of racism and hate. Other countries have banned these symbols to preserve their democracy, Mr. Speaker. It is time for Canada to do the same. I hope that all MPs will come together for speedy passage of this bill so that never again will Nazi flags fly legally on Parliament Hill or anywhere else in Canada.
Monsieur Julien, appuyez pour.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moved that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that Bill S-216, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, use of resources of registered charities, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great privilege today to rise on behalf of S-216. And I'd like to thank Senator Almovar for her terrific work, her tireless advocate on behalf of charitable organizations around the world, and specifically here in Canada. I'd also like to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for seconding this legislation and for her tireless work on behalf of charitable organizations. I am very excited to introduce this legislation, Mr. Speaker, because this will help our charities to do their great work around the world. Currently, our charities are unfortunately encumbered by significant red tape and bureaucracy. This legislation will go from a granular control where charitable organizations in Canada have to okay nearly every decision that the partners that they work with around the world and in Canada, and will go instead to a system of accountability and transparency that will increase accountabilities for charities while giving them the autonomy to do their great work. This is why, quite frankly, I am in this House to do work on behalf of vulnerable people here in Canada and around the world, and so it gives me great honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall this bill be read a second time?
Right now, there's agreement.
The next sitting of the House.
It's going to be a long day.
I can feel that coming, yes. Motions, motion. Questions on the order paper, or sorry, I missed petitions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise today and present a petition which originated in my riding from the town of Dryden that's looking to bring attention to the House the lack of midwifery care and services that are available in the Dryden area and across northwestern Ontario. Petitioners are hoping to see the federal government take a leadership role in providing stronger support for midwifery in the Kenora District and the Rainy River District specifically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I bring forward today a petition that we're concerned about the Liberal Party of Canada has promised in its 2021 platform to deny charitable status to organizations that have convictions about abortion and the Liberal Party views as dishonest. Further, they may jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations which do not agree with the Liberal Party. And I personally spoke to somebody at the Pregnancy Care Centre, her name was Linda, that's very concerned about this very thing actually occurring. Therefore, the undersigned call upon the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another values test, and affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, just given that we're back into session and petitions are starting to resurface once again, I would ask that maybe you just review the previous presentation with the idea that we are supposed to be in sync with the comments, and I did believe that it was somewhat more of a political commentary on the petition than the actual content of the petition itself.
Trying to silence dissenting voices, Kevin.
That is a good point. In the standing orders, it is a concise, basically a very short synopsis of what the petition is about, not commentary or not a long speech on it. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured on behalf of the citizens of Canada to bring forth a petition calling upon the Government of Canada to call out the ongoing genocide of the Uyghur people by the Communist Party of China. So these citizens are calling for Canada not to remain silent in the face of this ongoing atrocity, formally recognize that the Uyghurs have been and are subject to a genocide, and call forth the use of the Magnitsky Act and sanction those responsible for the heinous crimes that are going on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Member. I didn't see her stand up.
Very small.
Maybe it's my eyesight that's going.
Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and present this petition calling on the government to take action on behalf of the Uyghurs that are being subject to arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, forced organ harvesting, and specifically calling on the House of Commons to formally recognize the Uyghurs in China are subject to genocide and to use the Magnitsky Act and sanction those that are responsible for these heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Speaker,
maybe tell Carol.
Canadians need to know what's going on, and we're seeing that Canadians are remaining silent on this. We need to move forward. We need to recognize that separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and even forced organ harvesting, it's not okay. It's estimated that 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities have been detained in what have been described as concentration camps. Canada cannot remain silent. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on this House of Commons to take the following actions to address the situation. Formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide. This is specifically relevant now in the light of we have Olympics coming up in China. They start this week. All the more reason we need to bring this to attention.
She's here after this. Petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan? No, sorry. North Okanagan, Shuswap. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour today to rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians, recognizing that the evidence now makes it clear that the Chinese government treatment of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide as outlined by the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide. And therefore, the undersigned are asking that the House of Commons take the following actions on behalf of the Uyghurs: that they formally recognize the Uyghurs in China have been and are subject to genocide, and use the Justice of Victims and Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes that are committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And like my colleagues with the Beijing Olympics coming up very soon, I am tabling the first three petitions I'll be tabling deal with human rights issues in China. The first is about the recognition of the Uyghur genocide. Petitioners note the various crimes being committed against the Uyghur people, crimes that have been well detailed by my colleagues. They call upon the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to recognize the genocide. The House has recognized it, the government has not. They also are calling for the use of the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those responsible for these heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. The Magnitsky Act was passed in this Parliament. It was a private member's bill put forward by Conservatives. It was passed, but it's been used very little by this government. The second petition deals with the situation specifically in Hong Kong, another human rights issue that falls at the feet of the Chinese Communist Party. It notes various human rights abuses. It calls on the Government of Canada to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong and its impact on the legitimacy and validity of criminal convictions, to affirm its commitment to render all national security law charges and convictions irrelevant and invalid in relation to Section 36(1)(c) of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. It calls on Canada to create a mechanism by which people who have been charged with any politically related charges dealing with the democracy movement in Hong Kong, that would not be an impediment for them being able to come to Canada, and also to work with the UK, the US, France, Australia, New Zealand, other democracies to waive criminal admissibility of Hong Kong people convicted for political purposes who do not otherwise have a criminal record. The third petition is in support of Bill S-223. This is a private member's bill that has already passed the Senate and that I put forward in this House. It's a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent, and this responds to concerns about forced organ harvesting happening for a long time, targeting Falun Gong practitioners. We know now targeting Uyghurs as well, and other communities. Canada needs to do what it can to stop forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and that means passing this legislation to address Canadian potential complicity of Canadians in those horrific actions. Madam Speaker, the fourth petition I'm tabling deals with human rights issues here at home. It responds to a commitment made by the Liberal Party, actually, to impose another values test as tied to charitable status, to say that in order to receive charitable status, you have to agree with certain positions of the government when it comes to the question of abortion. Petitioners believe that charitable status should be provided on a politically neutral basis, without discrimination, on the basis of the views of the organization, and that this values test could negatively impact schools, hospitals, homeless shelters, and other worthy charities who do good work for the public, but who may not agree with the particular political positions of the government. Petitioners call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a political and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another values test, and to affirm the right of all Canadians to freedom of expression. Madam Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling highlights the challenges that have faced small businesses as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and calls on the Government of Canada to adopt the 2017 recommendations of the Alberta Jobs Task Force and create a bipartisan equal membership committee to develop a small business action plan that will take into account the realities of all communities in Canada, not just those that favor a particular election outcome. The next petition I'm tabling was signed by Canadians who were very concerned by the government's decision to move forward with legalization of euthanasia, assisted suicide, effectively suicide facilitation for those struggling with mental health challenges. Petitioners note that the Canadian Mental Health Association says that it does not believe mental illnesses are irremediable. And that noting that suicidality is often a symptom of mental illness, and that suicide is the leading cause of death for Canadians between the ages of 10 and 19, that the government should not be legalizing facilitated suicide in a medical context for those who are struggling with mental health challenges. We should be focusing on support and recovery. Petitioners called on the government to protect Canadians with mental illness by facilitating treatment and recovery and not death. The next petition highlights the situation of the Hazara people in Afghanistan. Petitioners, and I know members of this House, have been following with great concern events in Afghanistan. This petition was actually sent to me. It was signed prior to the Taliban takeover. And even at that point, there were many concerns about the conditions and the treatment of the Hazara people. Petitioners wanted to see the government recognize past genocides against the Hazara people, designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. And obviously, since the Taliban takeover, there continues to be escalating concerns about the treatment of Hazaras and other minorities in Afghanistan that call for a strong response from the Government of Canada, from Parliament, and from other actors. Madam Speaker, the final petition that I'm tabling today highlights human rights concerns about the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are very concerned about the violence that has occurred there and call on the Government of Canada to be more engaged with the situation, working with the Ethiopian as well as the Eritrean governments to push for human rights improvements and to work with international bodies to support credible investigations of reports of war crimes, gross violations of human rights, and for the government in general to just be seized with the situation of human rights in that region of the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 16 minutes left for his speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I note that it was you that was in the chair when I last spoke to this, so I'm sure you're sitting on the edge of your seat waiting to hear the remaining 16 minutes of my speech on this topic. And I appreciate that some of my colleagues from across the way are as well. You know, when I was talking, when we last spoke to this, Madam Speaker, I was referencing the fact that I was concerned about some of the discussion that I was hearing from across the way in terms of the government's motive for this particular piece of legislation. I mentioned last evening the member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon when he claimed that the objective of helping provinces and territories with vaccine proof of vaccinations across the country was somehow just a political tool because provinces and territories were able to handle that on their own. And I guess that's where I left off. And my issue with that was that for some reason there always has to be a hyper-partisan and political reason that's put forward by the other side, as opposed to perhaps just the willingness to want to help Canadians and to move forward with things. So my tone yesterday evening certainly was one of skepticism based on the fact that this narrative continually comes across the way. The member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon specifically said that this was just a tool to help fuel the partisan fire. And as a matter of fact, earlier in those comments, he talked about, and I actually thought it was an interesting discussion, where he talked about the fact that this pandemic was now moving into an endemic stage, and that we have to come to terms with that, and we have to realize that. And he was basically accusing the government of insisting on driving fear by bringing forward motions or bills such as this one in an attempt to somehow distract from the fact that this was moving into another stage of the pandemic. And I agree with him that this pandemic that we have been going through for 2 years is reaching that point of endemic stage where I agree totally with his comments that we will be in this state for quite a while in terms of dealing with COVID-19. There's not going to be that one defining moment when COVID-19 suddenly doesn't exist anymore. We aren't going to wake up one morning, Madam Speaker, and just have no more coronavirus. That's not going to happen. And the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan spoke at length about the evolution of science, and he would know, and yes, congratulations to him on that, he would know that the evolution of science and the scientists out there are pretty much all saying the same thing, that this coronavirus will enter an endemic state, and it will be here with us for some time to come. So that's, when I look through the various different parts of this bill, opposed to what the member from Mission Mascot-Fraser-Ken was saying, that this was somehow trying to fuel this anti-freedom movement that he proclaims the government is hell-bent on. I look at this completely different. And if you look at the actual items that are proposed in this piece of legislation, you can't help but see that this is about preparing the future for the endemic part of coronavirus. We talk about procuring millions of rapid tests to provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities. Millions have already been supplied, but we're talking about ensuring that millions more can get throughout the country so that the capacity is there to be able to continue rapid testing. Because we know that since coronavirus will be with us for quite some time, this is going to be one way that we can try to control it as best we can by finding out who has it and when, and helping to protect and prevent the spread of it. Another item in this is protecting children by making sure that we invest in proper ventilation in high schools, in schools throughout the country. Elementary schools and high schools would primarily be in those categories. And again, back to the science that the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is so willing to tout. We know that the science is saying that this airborne virus is moved very quickly through indoor settings that don't have proper ventilation. So why wouldn't we, as we prepare for this coronavirus to be with us for a while, why wouldn't we start investing in having the proper ventilation systems in schools? Why wouldn't we help provinces with that? I mean, everybody knows we don't have jurisdiction over education, but we certainly can help from a resource perspective in providing the necessary tools to make schools safer. This isn't about fear-mongering. This is about providing resources right now so that for years to come, months to come, however long this takes, schools are put in a better position of being able to fight coronavirus. We talk about support for workers and businesses through changes to CEBA and EI. Again, taking care of people when they have to take time off work. My wife and I have a small business in Kingston. We had an employee that had to take 2 days off as he waited for the results of his COVID-19 test. And because the province of Ontario had put 3 days of sick pay in there, businesses across the province of Ontario can help support those employees that have to do that through the WSIB program. At least in Ontario, that's the case. So this is about continuing to extend supports to businesses and individuals throughout the country as they're faced with dealing with COVID-19 and what is being requested of them. I mean, the truth is there are a lot of employees out there that would probably say, I feel fine. I know I just had a test, but I want to go back to work. I don't want to have the time off. Well, we know that from a societal perspective, it's better if we can just hold them back a couple days till they get that result before reintroducing them into their workplace. So why not, from a societal perspective, should we not be supporting those individuals and the businesses for that matter? There's also a host of tax credits that would benefit Canadians, including the small business through ventilation improvement tax credit, again, about helping the ventilation of stores and businesses. I think of my riding in Kingston, the Islands, our downtown area. One of the first downtown areas in the country is very old. A lot of limestone buildings that are 200-300 years old. They don't have the best ventilation systems in them. These are businesses who have had to close for weeks and months on end at times. And so rather than forcing them to, through some kind of regulation, to increase ventilation, why not provide the supports so that they have a fighting chance at surviving? There's also been talk about teachers and farmers and increasing supports to them. We know that this also, this bill brings in to implement a national tax on value-added, non-residents, non-Canadian owned residential real estate in Canada. And I'd like to talk about this one for a moment because the member from Calgary Centre yesterday, in his comments during his speech, would have led one to believe that this tax was going to be applied to everybody. When I got up and I asked him a question, I said, hold on a second, you know just as good as I do that this is about non-residents, non-Canadians who have vacant land or unused residential buildings. He did agree to that, and he said, he concurred with me that I was right, but then he went on to say, but it's just another added level of taxation. We're now adding another level to the municipal taxes that exist through property tax, as if to conflate the two issues. He was acknowledging that I was right in my claim and that he had not provided all the information, but then he tried to conflate the two issues again in the same answer to that same question. And this is, I guess, one of the things that makes me the most frustrated when I have to debate with conservatives in this place is because time and time again, I find as though as long as we can slightly alter the narrative, even if it doesn't resemble the truth, it's okay as long as it results in political gain. And so I come back to the member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon, when he, in his discourse, was doing exactly what I am now indicating that I'm concerned about. And the problem with this, Madam Speaker, is that rather than the member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon coming here and looking at the elements of the bill and saying, hey, but you know what? You forgot seasonal tourism in this bill, which is one thing that I am concerned about. I have a number of seasonal tourism operators who may have made a lot of money in the summer, but aren't now, and as a result, missing some of the benefits from C2. And I really would like this bill to dig into that in committee. But my point is rather than that member coming forward and trying to highlight some of the challenges in the bill and identify the problems so that we can make them better, which I would add is the role of the opposition, rather than doing that, instead he comes forward and tries to suggest that this is about more anti-freedom, about continuing to take freedoms away from people. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, started his speech yesterday by promising that he was only going to talk about freedoms and the lack thereof for a couple minutes and then get back to the bill, of which he never did. Go back and review Hansard. You were here, Madam Speaker. He spoke the whole 10 minutes on those two issues. I sat here in silence. I thought of getting up on a point of order for relevance at one point, but I know that really never results in anything. And of course, I don't want to take away from the ability for him to run a 10-minute continuous clip on Facebook later maybe, or on his podcast. Oh no, I just said I wouldn't do that to you.
On a un point d'ordre, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Cléra.
Honourable member for Mégantic-Cléra. Madam Speaker, I think we have to underscore the relevancy or lack thereof of my colleague's comments. Thank you very much. The honourable member is not a point of order, has not raised a point of order. It's a point of debate, so I would ask him to wait. We have just a little bit less than 4 minutes left for the member from Kingston. Thank you.
Picking up where the previous speaker had left off as it relates to relevancy. But in any event, Madam Speaker, I guess at the core of this, it comes back to what a lot of my debates in this House are about. I actually can say that I really appreciated, although not in the right content or not in the right under the right heading, I actually appreciated what the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan debated last night. And I think that the member from Stanhope Island said the same thing. I don't think that this is the debate. This is the topic to be having that debate with him, and I disagree with him fundamentally on some of the ways in which he's trying to make linkages, but nonetheless, I appreciated the discourse, because at least it came from a place of trying to challenge ideas and the way that we move forward. And I see that as being, despite the fact that I disagree with it, I see it as being more productive than just coming in here and saying the government has failed here, 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 and they're trying to continue to lock down your lives and your freedoms and so on and so forth, and therefore this bill sucks. And that's really what I hear a lot of the time, and I've heard for 6 years, quite frankly. So, I would implore my colleagues across the way to genuinely look at examples where we can fix this bill. And I'll be the first to lend my voice to that. I mentioned a few minutes ago about seasonal tourism. And one of the unfortunate consequences of some of the supports that came along previously was that there are businesses out there that plan an entire year for 3 or 4 months of business. A lot of tourism businesses, a lot of seasonal tourism businesses in particular. I have a number in my riding. And the problem is sometimes with the way that we calculate things, we base it on the last 90 days, the last 120 days, whatever it might be. And if in the middle of September, we tell people that they have to qualify based on the last 120 days, but yet they had to employ people for an entire year only to not have their revenue significantly lost during that short time, but over the whole year, they've seen 60 or 70% revenue decrease. If we're not somehow capturing them, then I would suggest that we have work to do in terms of correcting and making sure that the supports are getting to the businesses that they need to get to. And therefore, as it relates to this bill, I hope that when this comes to committee, when it gets to that point, that is one of the issues that can be looked at under the part of CEBA, under the part of CEBA, and under the part of CEBA, and helping to some of those businesses, particularly in the hardest hit sectors. So I recognize that my time is coming to a close, Madam Speaker. I know the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is very disappointed by that, but we perhaps can pick this up on his podcast later on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to thank the member for Kingston of the Islands for referencing my podcast, Resuming Debate, which people can download on all available podcast platforms. And he might be so lucky as to be a guest one of these days. I do enjoy exchanges with him on Twitter, especially the last one we had, which I think I won't identify the ratios involved because I don't want to cause too much pain across the way, Madam Speaker. I did want to talk about the issue of rapid tests, because Conservatives have been raising the importance of rapid tests. Of course, rapid tests were a tool that were available to us long before vaccinations were available. And today, recognizing that vaccination is an important tool, but people still can get COVID-19 if they're vaccinated, and we have some examples of colleagues in that situation, we recognize the importance of rapid tests. The government was very, very late to be talking about or recognizing the value of rapid tests. Now there's been a shift just in the last few weeks even in the way they talk about that. And I would say that that's a welcome shift. We welcome the government eventually coming to recognize some of the things that we've been saying in the official opposition for a long time. But in my province, in Alberta, we do have an opportunity for people who are not vaccinated to still be able to access restaurants if they've had a rapid test. Does the member think that's a reasonable alternative for people in the context of the cross-border mandate and other issues if someone has a rapid test that shows they're COVID negative? Thanks.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Madam Speaker, first of all, I would encourage the member to recognize that it's not the size of your Twitter likes that matters. It's perhaps more the content in which is put out there. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, to his question specifically about rapid tests, this government delivered, I know I can speak at least in Ontario, the province that I'm from, this government delivered millions of rapid tests to the provinces. Now, how the provinces choose to use those, when they choose to deploy them, where they choose to store them, How they choose to distribute them is completely up to them. In terms of his question about another alternative in restaurants in his home province of Alberta, well, I would suggest that he talk to Premier Kenney about that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In a crisis situation, there are many things that can divide us, but there is one thing that we should all be unanimous about, which in fact is not in this bill. That is that all premiers, all Canadian premiers, including the Quebec Premier, request an increase in health transfers. My colleagues spoke about this bill and how it prepares Canada for the future. However, the federal government does not want to increase federal health transfers in the next 5 years. I'm trying to understand this, Madam Speaker. We're in a crisis situation, a pandemic crisis, but health is a priority, so how can the federal government just decide to ignore this unanimous desire for an increase in federal health transfers? The Parliamentary Secretary?
Answer period without a question about health transfers coming from the bloc, so I can appreciate that. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, this government has provided more. This government has provided 8 out of every $10 as it relates to COVID supports. We have worked with provinces and delivered money and resources to provinces when the provinces have asked. I am unaware of a time that a province has asked for a significant support related to dealing with COVID-19 that the federal government has not been there to support them. I know that the Bloc Québécois has particular issue with health transfers by and large at the highest level and as that one annual turnover of a payment, but to suggest that because we're in a pandemic right now and the federal government has not increased health supports means that the federal government is not interested in helping provinces is absolutely incorrect.
And comments, Honourable Member for Skeena-Balk Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary. I listened to his remarks on this bill, and I didn't hear him mention anything about the changes to the Northern Residence Deduction, something that affects a lot of residents in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, beautiful part of northwest British Columbia. Now, C8, the bill before us, changes the travel portion of the Northern Residence Deduction, but it does nothing to change the basic residency deduction, which is deeply flawed based on an arbitrary line on the map. And I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary would support looking at the way that the residency deduction is calculated and helping people in places like Haida Gwaii and the village of Grand Isle and so many other northern and remote communities across Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for bringing that up, Madam Speaker. To be completely honest, this is an issue that I'm not very much aware of. So I appreciate him bringing that here. I hope that he or his colleagues have the opportunity to bring it up at committee when this bill goes to committee, and I look forward to learning more about it when it comes back. But I do thank him for providing a relevant concern to this bill and looking forward to advancing some kind of change with respect to it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands for his speech. One of the elements of this bill includes about $100 million commitment in budget 2021 to provide transfers back to farmers in backstop provinces, including his own here in Ontario, particularly those farmers that are not able to move outside with the different technologies. I know that the member resides in an urban area, but he would have rural areas and the agriculture heartland around him in southeastern Ontario. Can the member opposite just talk about how important that is to make sure that those farmers have that benefit coming back, and of course also incentivizing them to adopt new technologies to reduce emissions on farm, which is going to help our long-term competitiveness? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from King Hants for that question. And yes, it's absolutely critical that we provide the supports and resources to farmers who, although I might be from an urban riding, certainly depend on rural Canada to help feed myself and my family and my friends and neighbors. And it's important that we have the necessary tools in place. It's important that we help farmers prepare for the future and new technologies that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This government has been very clear since day one as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions. We are not going to put the burden squarely on one person or another. We want to attack this from a holistic societal perspective when it comes to dealing with our greenhouse gas emissions. So will we be there for farmers in this regard? Yes, just like we will be there for small businesses in urban settings and larger businesses as they look to make this transition.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Longueuil. A question? Okay. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the contribution from the member from Kingston and the Islands. He did mention in his speech that he's willing and open to potential solutions or ideas to improve this bill. One I would throw to this the member opposite is regarding travel and tourism. Would that member support relaxing some of the travel regulations that are in place that would allow international visitors into this country, that would stimulate economies like his and mine in my area that do have a significant reliance on international visitors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there's nothing that I want more than for all travel restrictions to be gone throughout the entire world. My riding depends on tourism and visitors, but I think it would be extremely problematic for me as a non-expert in this field, in the field of pandemics and medicine generally speaking, to comment or to suggest that that is what we need to do right now. We rely on the experts to advise us at various different times what is the best course of action. If we have a problem with the information that we're getting from the experts because we don't believe them, well then maybe that's a different discussion to be had. But in the meantime, we have people that we trust and that we depend on to provide us with information so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of Canadians. And if those include travel restrictions, then I will support those recommendations.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak about Bill C-8, a piece of legislation that will add an additional approximate $70 billion of new spending to this federal budget. And before I really get into the meat of what I want to say, I would like to let you know that I'm sharing my time with the honourable member from Kenora, who's just right beside me and anxious to get going. So, Speaker, let's talk about the national debt before we really get into it. Right now, it's hitting a jaw-dropping $1.2 trillion. And at the start of the pandemic, the government brought in $176 million in new spending unrelated to COVID. And we have said this many times in the House, I know I have. There is a significant chunk, a third of this new spending, that was couched in the language of COVID, but yet had absolutely nothing to do with COVID, and we saw what happened. The government used this as an opportunity to reward its friends and punish its enemies. Did you do that? I did do that. Thank you, member. Let's look at housing, Speaker. I think this is most important because I think everyone is actually looking at this with a very serious lens, especially those on the lower side of the income level. Last year, home inflation hit 25%. The Real Estate Association chief economist called it the biggest gain of all time. So what happened? $400 billion of new money was put into the atmosphere, into the financial markets, and much of it was lent out, and it caused a massive bubble. So when the Prime Minister took power, the average home was $435,000. Now it's $810,000. I'm going to give a couple of examples from my hometown. So in the town of Lindsay, actually this is from Bobcaygeon, I'll do that first. In the village of Bobcaygeon in 2014, this house was listed for $465,900. It sold for $455,000, so below asking in 2014. Now, just last month, it sold for $1.9 million. It was actually listed for $1.8 million. This house in Lindsay, new build, is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2018, $390,000. In 2018, $319,000. Sold last month, January 19th, for $1.1 million. It was actually listed, Speaker, for $886,000. Now, the village in which this is in, the town, I should say, is Lindsay, so it's about 20,000 people. $1.1 million. And the government continues to turn a blind eye to this. What's their answer to this, Speaker? It's more new spending. Well, let's have another government program. That will inevitably fail, and they'll come up with another government program to fix the problem they created in the first place. What we need to transition to is more of an economy that talks about building things, getting our economy back on track, opening up where possible. And the government failed on that as well. We had a situation at the beginning of the pandemic where vaccines were coming online. And what did the government do? It put all its eggs into the CanSino basket. And of course, we all know how that failed. Then the government had to get in line behind a whole slew of other countries trying to get vaccines into this country. But even before that, Speaker, we here on the opposition benches were talking about different pieces to the puzzle that can aid in this fight, one of which was rapid tests. And I remember right at the beginning when we were saying, as the opposition, look, government, we should be looking at this as a viable piece of the puzzle until we can figure out the next steps. And the Liberals basically turned their eye to us. They didn't want to have this conversation. Those are two main areas where they failed. And now, because they refuse to listen to anyone that might have another solution to their vision, they shun them. There are people all across this country who are frustrated, who are angry. I think we all are. I think we're all done with this pandemic. We should be talking about how we move to the next stage. But the Prime Minister refuses to say so. And in my question just a moment ago, Speaker, I asked the member from Kingston about relaxing some of these travel restrictions. Restrictions that many in the industry, including the experts that member mentioned, are calling for some of these regulations to be relaxed, including those that specifically focus on vaccinated individuals. And the travel and tourism industry have been the industries that have been most hurt by this because the government refuses to actually move on these files. We heard in question period yesterday the Prime Minister saying that he is not going to budge on this issue. But yet countries around the world are starting to relax some of their restrictions, realizing that we need to learn to live with this virus as best we can, as safely and as responsibly as we can. But we continue to be one of the most locked down countries. There are ways through this, Speaker. There are ways around this that we can start opening up and living again, seeing our families again, not having to watch a loved one die through an iPad. There are solutions. The government just needs to accept some of them and listen to the experts that are saying, yes, there are ways forward. The Liberals also talk a lot about Main Street. They always talk about Main Street, which is important. And we, as the Conservatives, had a very robust plan in our election platform to get people off their computers and back onto our main streets. But the only thing that is going well is Bay Street, because of those failures that I mentioned just a few moments ago. So who are the Liberals really in it for? I don't think it's the person living in that small town of Lindsay that now has to pay $1.1 million for a house just 4 years ago that was $390,000. Let's get our economy back on track, Speaker. Let's start to reopen and have a serious conversation about reopening and getting things. And yes, most of it's in provincial jurisdiction. We now see the province of Saskatchewan moving towards that, and others will follow. But this federal government also has to play a meaningful role in that conversation, which it seems to be absent about, especially around international borders. Let's get the travel and tourism industry back on track. We can do that safely. We know that. Other countries have done it. But there just doesn't seem to be any movement, and that is sad. So if you really want to help the disenfranchised in our community, economic activity is where we need to go. And we've seen here in Ontario, manufacturing leave at an alarming pace. And that happened during the 15 years of rule in Ontario in which the Liberal Party was in power. They made electricity prices some of the highest in North America. And who relies on electricity the most? Manufacturing. And we pushed all of that out. And when the pandemic hit, what did we realize we needed most? Manufacturing. So we put ourselves at a disadvantage. Even our energy industry. We have watched over the last 6 years this Liberal government put in regulation, red tape, policy that shut down our energy industry, while at the same time promoting bad actors around the world. One example that the government didn't even fight on was the cancellation of Keystone XL. That was one thing President Biden did when he got into office first. The second one was to release the sanctions on the completion of Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which allowed Russia to provide energy to Germany, one of the biggest economic powers in Europe. And now we have an incursion paid for in large part by this newfound wealth the Russian superpower now has because it's now powering Germany. Why couldn't we fill that gap with Canadian energy? Because we can't seem to get anything built in this country. So let's start focusing on what we need to do. Strengthening our economy, creating jobs, opportunity, wealth, attracting the brains here, allowing them to innovate, create new things, including green technology. But we can't do that when nobody has the ability to get off their feet. And that is the result of the government continuing to put their boot on the neck of the economy. So I thank you, Speaker, and I always say, remember, low taxes, less government, more freedom.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Queen's Privy Council and for Emergency Preparedness, to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I stand again with a very heavy heart as I did a few days ago, speaking on behalf of my constituents who are going through just an incredibly terrible time right now because of these unpeaceful protests that are taking place in the residential streets of downtown Ottawa. And Speaker, I have to say I was so disappointed to see the members of the official party, the Conservative members, standing outside, cheering these protesters who are taking the peace away from people who live in this community. Speaker, I'm going to very quickly read an email that I received from one of my constituents, and she wrote that I'm again horrified seeing our holy Jewish Star of David sported on jackets desecrated by anti-vaxxers, which along with the swastikas on flags is terrifying for me and unspeakable for anyone who cares. Speaker, let's give them back peace and end this protest. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've said many times there were the acts, some of which the member just outlined there, that have to be dealt with, and those individuals have to be held responsible for those actions. And if criminal charges are necessary, they should be charged criminally, and the law should be enforced, and we support that. But the member opposite also completely ignores how we actually got to this point. There are people who are taking time and money out of their own lives to travel across the country in some cases, just to try to get the government to listen to them. And these are people all walks of life, of all backgrounds, that just feel this government has left them behind, that has no care in the world for them. And that's unfortunate, because they have a valid argument. And yes, there are people that need to be called out for their wrong actions, but to ignore the message that's being sent, I think, is actually a failure on the government's part.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. He started off today talking about how much these steps that the government has taken to help Canadians has cost. And I agree with him. What I disagree with him on is the fact that, you know, New Democrats will always say that we should be supporting Canadians to get through this pandemic. We should continue to support Canadians as this pandemic continues to carry on. One of the things that I do struggle with, though, is that he voted against, his party voted with the government, with the Liberals, against a wealth tax. So to make revenue, to have that be more balanced, why did he vote with the Liberals? Why did the Conservatives stand with the Liberals again against a wealth tax?
Yeah. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member opposite. I do appreciate work on committees that we have had on before, and the contribution that member makes is greatly appreciated, and I have learned a lot from her. I would say this, government doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem, Speaker. I would say the government is spending more than it ever has. But what is actually going right at this exact moment? There's a massive housing bubble. Inflation is at a 20-plus year high. Veterans are still waiting in line for their services. Indigenous communities are still waiting for their clean water. We need to see results from this government. Increased spending is not a badge of honor if you don't get the results that follow.
Brief question. The honourable member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I might go a little bit off subject here because there's something that's been concerning me since this morning. My colleague undoubtedly knows that there's a big problem with the French language in Quebec and its survival. They voted for a block motion last year or a few months ago stating that Quebec is a French-speaking nation. But when it comes to symbols, I think that's important. And the government is sending a lot of bad messages. You know, they appointed a unilingual Anglophone Governor General. And there was a press conference on immigration this week that was done completely in English. And now we have a leader of the Conservative Party that doesn't speak French. Don't you think that sends a bad message that the new leader of the official opposition of Canada can't understand a quarter of the population? The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that member. I think the member is doing her best to learn Canada's other official language, and I encourage her to continue to do that. Let's talk about the economy, because that's exactly what we're talking about in Bill C-8 and how we're actually going to fix some of these problems. I'll be really quick. Let's start encouraging people back to work as safely and responsibly as possible. Let's use all of the tools in our toolbox at our disposal that we can use to get back to work and get back to normal. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know there's a general attitude around relevance, but we did see in questions to my friend basically a number of different members making SO31s instead of asking questions that were in any way germane to the debate. I wonder if you could maybe share a ruling or come back to the House just advising us about the appropriate parameters, because it seems to me that talking about someone's facility in a language, these things are just totally unrelated to the topic of debate.
The honourable member, I will certainly take it into consideration. However, the honourable member is well aware that there is a margin of flexibility for individuals to be able to make their comments. That doesn't have to be necessarily a question. They can make a comment if they wish, and therefore, you know, it's all part of the debate. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise today in the chamber. Hear, hear. Thank you to my colleagues for the warm welcome. And I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock, for being so generous as to share his time with me today and to be able to give me the opportunity to share some of the concerns I have, some of the economic concerns that we're seeing in the Kenora riding and across northwestern Ontario, and how I believe Bill C-8 does not adequately address some of those concerns, Madam Speaker, and I'm looking forward to providing some thoughts and some suggestions to the government members on ways that we can move forward. Obviously, Madam Speaker, there's no question that across the country we're facing a number of serious economic concerns, and not the least of which is the cost of living right now, with inflation rising at record rates. Something that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed is a result of government spending, is driven by government spending. It's something that we're quite concerned about on this side of the aisle. That's why our party has continually been pushing for and proposing that the government looks to cut back on its spending, that it phases out stimulus programs as things reopen, as we push for our economy to reopen sooner, and especially because, as I mentioned as well, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has stated that the rationale for this stimulus spending no longer exists. So it's high time that we get things back on track, and we're looking for some leadership from the government to do just that. Because when you look at just everyday items, essential items, Madam Speaker, like pork, like beef, which is increasing at 12%, natural gas, which I believe is around 20%. Everyday essentials are getting more and more expensive. Now, these are things that were already more expensive for many in northwestern Ontario, many in my riding, and of course these added costs just make it that much more difficult. And the government policies around vaccine mandates, specifically the vaccine mandate put in place for transport truck drivers, is something that's going to have negative impacts on supply chains and only make this issue much worse for a number of items. I was talking recently, Madam Speaker, with Nevin Nelson from Nelson Granite, just outside Vermilion Bay, in my riding. This was one of his primary concerns. Not only concerned about the ability for Canadians to export goods into the country, but for him and his business being able to send his goods to the United States. He was very clear to me that this vaccine mandate put in place specifically for transport truck drivers is going to have a detrimental impact to his businesses and many others across northwestern Ontario. So, Madam Speaker, we've been very clear on this side of the House. We're continuing to push back against this policy. We're looking to find some reasonable solutions and middle ground so that we can ensure everyone is respected, we're keeping everyone safe, and we're putting COVID behind us once and for all. I've also had a number of conversations with folks from other regions of my riding. I saw some photos this week on social media from people at the Safeway in Kenora, where many shelves are empty when those are going grocery shopping and they're not able to get their essentials. I've had a constituent from Sioux Lookout, Knowles, share his heating bill with me, Madam Speaker. And Knowles is currently paying $70 a week in carbon tax alone, with an addition of about $100 HST on top of that. So you're looking at $170 a week just for his heating. And Madam Speaker, I don't know if you've spent much time in Sioux Lookout in the winter, but I know you are from Northern Ontario, so you understand full well that heating is definitely not a luxury. It is a necessity. In fact, in many parts of my riding last night, the wind chill dipped around -50. And this is quite evident that heating is necessary, and these added costs are just making things so much more difficult for people to get by. But it's not just home heating. Gasoline in cars as well is going up. It's making it more difficult for people to get to the hospital, for example. Many people in my riding have to drive a couple hours or more in order to access medical service, and having these added costs for gasoline, again, is just making it more and more difficult. And that's why, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about inflation, our party has been clear that it is time to phase out stimulus programs and it is time to rein in government spending. But the government has been taking this position and sort of politicizing this position, saying that the Conservatives want to cut everything, that we don't want the government to spend anything. Well, of course, that's not the case. The government has to keep programs going, has to keep services going. What we're saying is the government needs to phase out the unnecessary stimulus programs and get things back on track and open up our economy. And Madam Speaker, I share a concern that was raised by my colleague from the NDP from Northern BC about the Northern Residence Deduction. So this government has brought forward a plan in C8 to address the Northern Residence Deduction by expanding the travel portion, but they've done nothing to address the base portion of that. Now, Madam Speaker, we ran in the last election on a plan to increase the Northern Residence Deduction, and that to me is an example of good spending, of efficient spending, of making sure that we're supporting those in the North, and it's something that I think my colleagues in the NDP would agree with. And that's something I hope the government will take into account by some of the comments earlier that I heard in response to that question. The government could potentially be considering that. And Madam Speaker, another big issue, of course, is housing. Something that's not included in the CPI index, but the prices that we've seen have been increasing quite dramatically as well. And this is something that seems to be impacting everyone from all walks of life, from all income levels. In the Kenora riding, we're looking for more affordable housing. We're looking for housing for young people and people that are coming out of school, entering the workforce, and looking to stay in the community. A lot of people that are my age, frankly, Madam Speaker, that can't find a place to live. But it's also working families. It's seniors. It's impacting everyone right across the district. And one of the biggest issues we see is that this government hasn't been providing incentives for people to develop. There are lots of pieces of land available in my riding, from Sioux Lookout to Ear Falls and everywhere in between. But some of the solutions that we've seen from the government and from some of the other parties in this House have only been focused on subsidizing demand and actually further driving a wedge into this issue and making it much worse, instead of focusing on the supply and increasing the housing stock. And on the same note, housing in First Nations specifically is something that we need to see addressed, whether it's the underfunding that we've seen from the government that's leading to overcrowding and mold and a number of issues. It's having a detrimental impact on many people in my riding, in the remote northern parts of my riding, Madam Speaker. In fact, a recent report, as I mentioned earlier this week in the House, a recent report that's been brought forward by the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Medical Association Journal rather, has shown that the issues in housing have actually led to worsened health outcomes in Indigenous children, Madam Speaker. So that's something that we've been hearing from chiefs for a number of years. We've been hearing from community residents in my riding, but yet the government has been slow to act. And the time is now for the government to act on that and ensure that we have stronger housing, we have better housing and better opportunities for the First Nations across the Kenora riding, Madam Speaker. Now, with my limited time, I'd just like to say briefly as well that the labor shortage is something that's obviously impacting many people across the Kenora riding. I looked at the job board in Dryden recently, and there's over 100 positions that are available, from minimum wage to well-paying jobs that require a lot of experience. And this is a small community, of course, with a number of vacancies, and many businesses haven't been able to hire, and haven't been able to find people to hire, and we really haven't seen a plan from the government on how to address that. So those are three big issues that I feel haven't been adequately addressed, and I hope in questions and comments I'll be able to share further some of the solutions and some of the suggestions that we can see going forward to ensure that Northwestern Ontario can thrive economically, and that we can chart a new path forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Quivy Queen's Council and to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the member opposite talking about some of the concerns of his constituents, and I want to take this opportunity to talk about some of the concerns of my constituents that are facing right now on a daily basis because of this unpeaceful and unlawful protest that is taking place. For example, Speaker, I just received an email from a gentleman who wrote that my wife and I live about 10 blocks west of Parliament Hill. And while not in the thick of it, we are close enough to be continually impacted by the protesters' activities. Besides the continuous blaring of horns, we are completely disgusted by the actions of these protesters. They are rude, aggressive, and intimidating in the local stores and indoor spaces. One of the nearby parking lots seems to be used as a massive urinal. Insults and firecrackers have been hurled at people wearing masks who are simply passing by. I'm sure that you all have heard these stories and more on the news. Speaker, that's the impact on my community. This protest needs to end now. Thank you.
I do want to remind the honourable member, just like we do for those who are delivering speeches in this House, is that the questions and the debate and the speeches should be related to the actual debate that is before the House. And so I just want to remind the honourable member to ensure that his questions are relevant to the discussion that's before the House. The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for those comments. I don't really believe there was a question there necessarily, but obviously everyone in this chamber supports the right to peaceful protests in Canada, and to the extent that a protest moves beyond that, obviously again we'd all support the proper measures being taken. I don't live in the member's riding, of course, so I can't comment on the specifics of what's been seen, but I think all of us in this House are on the same page in that respect. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. From Drummond, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate the member for Kenora on his speech. He speaks slowly, but he speaks well, and I think he does a good job representing his constituents. Now, in his speech, I heard some of the same concerns that I've heard from companies and citizens in my riding, notably when it comes to the measures to help business owners get through this crisis. In this bill today, it seems to me that there's an omission. We want to encourage business owners, we want to restore trust and give them help. And yet, business owners who started their operations before the start of the pandemic are excluded from many of these measures. That's a problem. It's a problem in terms of restoring trust. People who want to start a new business may hesitate to do so now, and I think it also slows down the economic recovery. What does my colleague think? The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for the question. And to his point, I do think it sounds like we've likely heard many similar things in our own ridings. Obviously, throughout the course of the pandemic, I heard from many business owners in my riding that the programs that were brought forward had rigid criteria. Many were falling through the cracks and weren't able to access some of the support services, specifically those tourist camps and seasonal businesses had a lot of difficulty, and as the member mentioned, a lot of new businesses as well who were just having trouble getting off the ground. So I would agree wholeheartedly with his characterization there. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
To the member from Northern Ontario. I'm glad to say that I'm from more northern territory, and that the information that he shared is drastically worse in the north. According to a 2017 statistic, 76% of Inuit over the age of 15 from all of the north suffered from food insecurity. And having said that, many of the other statistics show that there's already a lot of food insecurity across Canada, and these people need help, not more cuts. To the working people who are losing their income and paying more for their bills, what do you want to make their lives even harder?
So the honourable member needs to address it through the speaker and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Kenora, a brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity. I believe it's the first opportunity I've had to engage with the member from Nunavut in this chamber, so I'd like to congratulate her on her election and welcome her to this place. She made a very important point, Madam Speaker, and I think it goes to the issue of not even spending more or less, but spending more efficiently and spending smarter. Over the past few years, we've seen each year that the government has increased funding for Nutrition North, which is, of course, their flagship program to deal with food insecurity in the North. Yet each year, as the member noted, food insecurity is getting worse and worse. So this government is spending more and getting worse results. It's certainly time for a change. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise today and speak to yet another positive piece of legislation in which I would encourage all members of the House to get behind and support. Madam Speaker, it's going to be very much interesting. I'm expecting that members from the New Democrats and the Bloc and our Green Party members will support this particular piece of legislation. At least I hope. I'm not being too presumptuous, but in hopes that we will get that support. The real interesting dynamic at play here is going to be how will the Conservative Party vote on this legislation. One member says against. And that is my fear, Madam Speaker, because if they were wanting to listen to what their constituents have to say, I believe that they would be supportive of this legislation. I will not be surprised if they vote against it. After all, you recall the very first piece of legislation that we introduced after the election was Bill C-2, which ensured that we continued the ongoing supports for Canadians from every region of our country. Think of those small businesses and the lockdowns and the financial support that the Government of Canada continued to provide in order so that we would be in a better position to be able to get out of the COVID-19 pandemic. I was surprised that the Conservative Party of Canada, I don't understand it, they voted against that legislation. On the one hand, they talk about the importance of small businesses, but when it came down to supporting small businesses, they actually voted against Bill C-2. Well, Madam Speaker, here's a bill in which they can redeem themselves, at least in part, by getting behind this legislation and supporting it. I listened even to the couple of speeches earlier this morning, and, you know, they highlight some issues.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt, but there is a lot of feedback coming from the other side of the House, and so I would ask members if they have thoughts about questions or comments, I would ask them that they jot them down so that they don't forget them, and they'll have an opportunity to ask not 5 minutes worth of questions, but 10 minutes worth of questions after the honourable member finishes his speech. So resuming debate, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and if the opposition would like, I would even give leave so it could be unlimited questions and answers if they like, as opposed to 10 minutes. The point is, this legislation that the House has before it today is solid, good legislation that should be supported by all members of this House. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Cabinet and the government members in particular have fed into this legislation some initiatives that each and every one of us should be supporting. I'd like to highlight a few of those things. We often hear about taxation. There's even an incorporation of some taxation policy within this legislation. It talks, for example, about ventilation expenses. So those that would qualify under a tax credit to improve the quality of air that we're breathing in different situations. You know, there's a real good piece of a clause in here that ensures that we deal with the housing. We had a member previously this morning talking about the cost of housing, and he was using examples. In this legislation, we are putting into place a tax, a 1% tax, an annual tax for those individuals that are buying up units, condos and apartments and houses with no intentions on living in those residences, no intentions on renting them out. It's people that are non-resident, non-Canadians, that are now going to have to pay a 1% annual tax. So when the Conservatives talk about doing something on housing, well, this is doing something on the housing issue. Well, millions of taxes, significant, I would suggest to you. But will they oppose that? Remember, this is the Conservative Party that opposed the 1% tax that we put in on Canada's wealthiest a few years back. What will they do on this tax? Madam Speaker, we have support for our schools where they want to improve their ventilation systems. In other words, better quality of air for our school children in the different regions of our country. We have support for our provinces and territories in regards to proof of vaccinations that are being brought forward inside this legislation. We have support for rapid testing. Canadians are very much interested in receiving rapid testing. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting. You got to be careful what you heckle, because you could be embarrassed by some of the things that you heckle across the way. You know, I remember Conservatives at one point jumping from their seats, hollering from the skies, saying, "We want rapid tests." 2 years ago, as one member points out, Madam Speaker. You know, the federal government acquired well over 100 million tests. And you know something, Madam Speaker? As of December of 2021, most of those tests were not being used, that we had actually purchased long ago. And then when we had the variant of the Corona-19 and the demand started to pick up, we as a government purchased over an additional 100 million.
Point of order, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members in this House, many of us might have questions and comments for the honourable member. Many of us are waiting until the question and answer period for that. I'd ask you to consider the importance of ensuring that those that are speaking have a chance to do so. Those who ask questions have a chance to do so after the speech is done. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate the honourable member, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, is that I would also ask, again from the official opposition side to please hold on to their thoughts and questions and comments and not think out loud, because it is interrupting the debate here in the House, and therefore, again, I would hope that they will ensure that they adhere to that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 13 and a half minutes to continue.
How quickly time flies, Madam Speaker. You know, I can understand why the Conservative opposition is really concerned about this legislation, because they have this this predetermined positioning that says if the Liberals introduce legislation, you have to vote against it. And they're fairly good at filibustering and voting against government legislation. The problem is that this legislation is direct support for coronavirus and battling the coronavirus. Canadians need this type of legislation just like they needed Bill C-2. And so there is this sense that they should be voting for the legislation. So they're having a tough time on it, Madam Speaker. Getting back to the legislation itself, it provides $1.7 billion with respect to testing, rapid testings, Madam Speaker, for example. That was enough money to provide for the demand for the testing in workplaces and other places for the last months of December going into January and possibly even somewhat in February.
We have more legislation that's coming up. Members can get a little bit of an advance on it in C10, where there's an additional $2 billion that is being invested so that the federal government continues to support provinces and territories, indigenous communities, in making sure that they have things such as rapid testing. And as much as the Conservatives like to criticize the government, they will find that when it comes to the issue of rapid testing, it really is no issue for the federal government when it comes to criticism. Because we circulated all the rapid testing well in advance, and vast majority of the provinces had only used a small percentage of it before it became a much larger issue. And when it became a much more larger issue, whether it was our minister responsible for procurement or our Minister of Health, supported by whether it's the Deputy Prime Minister as the Minister of Finance and, in fact, the Liberal caucus, we ensured that the monies and resources would be there to support these ministers in acquiring the tests that were necessary. And that's what C8 does. It is there to support initiatives that are really making a difference, Madam Speaker. You know, yesterday we heard a great deal about seniors. And in particular, I was listening to the member from Elmwood, Transcona. As the NDP have this focus of trying to give a false impression about seniors in this government's approach to seniors. So I thought that I would make it very clear in terms of just what it is and how it is this government has been supporting seniors, Madam Speaker. Not only during the pandemic, but pre-pandemic. When I think of the seniors and the 6-7 years in which we have now been in government, one of the very first initiatives we did is we rolled back the age for collecting OAS from the former Prime Minister, who set it at 67, we rolled it back to 65. That was one of the first initiatives that we did. Another initiative that we did is that we increased the guaranteed annual supplement. That really had a positive impact, Madam Speaker. Not only in Winnipeg North, where hundreds of seniors were lifted out of poverty by that one particular initiative, but thousands of seniors were lifted out of poverty because of a tangible increase back in the first couple of years of being in government through the Guaranteed Income Supplement program. In the 2019 campaign, we talked about giving seniors 75 and over a 10% increase in the OAS. Madam Speaker, even though some inside this chamber criticized us in giving that increase, I rooted it back into the fact that we made a campaign promise. It was a part of our platform in the 2019 election. And we began the process of putting into place before the last election actually had taken place just a number of months ago. We are a government that is materialized on that substantial increase supporting seniors collecting OAS at 75 and over. We provided one-time payments to support our seniors during the pandemic, whether they were collecting OAS or GIS or both, Madam Speaker. We supported many organizations in our communities that had focused attention on providing support services for our seniors. Examples of that would be the New Horizons program. Members can canvass their own constituencies and they'll find that there was enhancements of services being provided through the nonprofit organizations for our seniors in particular, Madam Speaker. I remember the United Way in Winnipeg and some work that, or a phone call in particular that I had with United Way a while back. And they were talking about the importance of the 211 line, the importance that that could play for our seniors. Through a federal grant, and the support of United Way and their incredible organizing and organization, we actually now have what many other jurisdictions have, an active 211 phone number. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you can call 211 and you'll have access to a person that can assist you in a whole myriad of government resources and programs that are there, not only from the national level, but from other levels, whether they're provincial, municipal, nonprofits. This is a support program that will especially help our seniors, Madam Speaker. So when I talk about the types of actions that the government has taken during the pandemic, it's an excellent example when we hear of nonprofit organizations, because we often hear about the direct payments, whether it's to seniors, people with disabilities, through the CERB program, or workers, employers. We often hear about that. But there are many other ways that we indirectly supported seniors. And whether it's that New Horizons program, whether it's supporting organizations like United Way in Winnipeg, seniors were better served. It doesn't mean that we can't do better. Within our caucus, we continue to advocate for our seniors every day. We even have and I hope I can say this, we even have a strong, active seniors caucus that's there to ensure that the interests of seniors are constantly being looked at, Madam Speaker. When the member from Elmwood Transcona, for example, made reference to the fact that we're not there for long-term care and other issues such as I just finished highlighting, I suggest to the member that he only take a look in terms of the province of Manitoba. And I would compare our record at the national level with the many years I was in opposition in the Manitoba legislature, where I saw the provincial NDP government reduce corporate income tax and do nothing or very little to support long-term care. And, Madam Speaker, today we have a very progressive and aggressive agenda at being there for a very real and tangible way for our seniors. And that's why you get members of the Liberal caucus advocating continuously for long-term care facilities and how it is that we can look at some sort of a standardization of care. What are those expectations and what kind of role the federal government can play? We see many, including myself, continue to advocate for provinces and territories to take advantage of a federal government that has a very strong interest in a national pharmacare program. 18 months ago or close to 2 years ago, where it was incorporated into a throne speech looking for provinces or territories that would be interested. Madam Speaker, the point is is that as a government, we are very much interested and want to be there for our seniors. You say I only have a couple minutes to go, Madam Speaker. You know, I think in terms of other initiatives that we've been able to accomplish since the last election, some of the things that maybe didn't get the type of attention that I think I'd like to draw a little bit of attention to, because indirectly it's tied to this legislation. Things like the $15 minimum wage for federally regulated occupations, Madam Speaker. Hopefully provinces will see the leadership that we're providing on that. It would be nice to see provincial jurisdictions take up that particular initiatives. The child care initiative shows just to the degree, much like the pandemic, to the degree in which parliamentarians of federal and provincial nature working together can produce results, tangible results. The pandemic demonstrated that, and so has the child care, Madam Speaker. We are a government that has brought through a national child care program, albeit one province still needs to sign on. These are the types of issues that we've been able to deal with during a pandemic, supporting Canadians in every region of the country, working with Canadians in different levels of government, dealing with issues of reconciliation, our environment, housing, the important issues that are there every day for our constituents. And as I've said in the past, will say into the future, my first priority is the constituents of Winnipeg North. And rest assured that the issues that they raise in Winnipeg North are the issues I will be bringing to the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my colleague on his maiden speech. I hope we have a lot of opportunity in the future to perhaps hear him speak again and not be muzzled like the rest of his colleagues. Anyways, I want to thank him for his comments. A lot of the back and forth with my honourable colleague is good-natured, despite his rather dysfunctional relationship with the truth. Now, I do have a serious, and this is a serious nonpartisan question for my colleague. There's new spending in this bill. New spending is required to go through Treasury Board processes. Now, the departmental results that came out yesterday shows that 1 out of every 4 programs put forward by this government has not gone through the required Treasury Board processes. Would you identify which in this bill of the 25% has not gone through the required legitimate Treasury Board processes?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think that what we have to do, and I appreciate, my colleague, he has been consistent, and I too hope to be able to speak a little bit more in the coming days and weeks and months ahead. When I think of the amounts of money that the government has had to spend over the last year and a half as a direct result of the coronavirus and the pandemic, I like to think that the people of Canada would appreciate and understand that often we get legislation that is coming through, such as C8, which is committing $1.7 billion towards things such as rapid testing, so that we can get the those testing widgets to our provinces and territories in order to meet the demand. The actual details of the process of the Treasury Board, I'll leave that for the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Thérèse.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech. I heard him yesterday, or was it before yesterday, when he spoke. It's really shocking for me to hear from the member how well everything is going. Everything's well and dandy. The government's programs are excellent, not leaving anyone behind. Basically wondering what we're complaining about. yesterday. The member talked about bacon. But how can we really believe that this is progressive, socially progressive, when the old age security program for those over 65, what's being done for that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess if the member wanted to, there are some members, in particular in the opposition benches, that would portray that the sky is falling, that it's nothing but doom and gloom, and there is a bias to make everything look terrible. And I guess from my point of view, I see the glass is half full. I see the things that this government has achieved. Being a parliamentarian for over 30 years, I have an appreciation and I value the amount that we have been able to accomplish in a relatively short time span, especially if you factor in a pandemic. And anyone that wants to debate the issue of seniors, given the background work that we've done on the seniors and we continue to today, I would welcome opportunities to be able to, wherever possible, on that particular issue, Madam Speaker, because I'm that confident in terms of just the things that we've been able to accomplish in a relatively short period of time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
How completely out of touch does the honourable member have to be to practically dislocate his shoulder, patting himself and the Liberal Party on the back for leaving out hundreds of thousands of vulnerable seniors for a decade until they qualify for Liberal old age supports? They continue to move the goalposts on our most vulnerable people, including my seniors here in Hamilton Centre. What are they going to do for those 75 years? Don't even get me started, Madam Speaker, on the GIS clawbacks. Seniors have to wait until May to receive the compensation promised to them following the GIS clawback. In the meantime, many of them are being evicted from their homes in the middle of winter. This bill doesn't provide any support for that. Madam Speaker, why do the Liberals think it's acceptable for seniors to be evicted from their homes and have to use our food banks?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, the NDP have two approaches when it comes to seniors. And I was sitting inside the Manitoba legislature for many years, and when the NDP were in government. And that was a different approach. And that's why I say I'll compare our approach in dealing with seniors any day to the NDP approach for a decade plus in the province of Manitoba. We have accomplished a great deal. Doesn't mean that we can't do more. We will continue to strive to do more, Madam Speaker. The 10% for those 75 and over, that was an election platform commitment. It was a promise. Is the NDP saying that we should not fulfill our promise? Is the NDP going to roll back? Is that what they're suggesting for those that are 75 and over? Shame on them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
That was a pretty... Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for his comments. I appreciated his comments with respect to housing in particular. I know he has a shared interest in addressing the cost of housing. As he knows, in Kitchener Centre, the cost of housing has gone up 35% in the last year alone. And so he spoke about the underused housing tax that's in this bill. My question is with respect to the number of exemptions to the applicability of that tax. Specifically, you know, non-resident, non-Canadian, the list kind of goes on and on. I'm wondering if you could share more about the reasons for which the work is being done to introduce this tax, but then the list of exemptions is as long as it is.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, my basic understanding of it is that individuals that are non-resident or non-Canadians that are buying up condos and houses in Canada are in part of the problem in terms of driving up costs. So those individuals would have to pay a 1% annual tax. I see that as a positive contribution to, at least in part, part, deal with a very serious issue that Canadians have. I acknowledge the member and I have had discussions before on housing, and where him and I are really in sync is in areas in particular such as housing co-ops, alternative types of housing. I'm a big fan of housing co-ops. I'd like to see more done on housing co-ops. I think there's more that we can do in terms of working with other organizations that deliver houses, such as Habitat. Habitat for Housing in Winnipeg's North End has built more new houses in infill environments than any government has, whether it's provincial or federal or even municipal. They're outstanding organizations. Let's get behind some of those type of initiatives that I know my colleague and friend also supports.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council and to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And again, I thank the member for speaking on Bill C-8, which deals with so many of the pandemic issues. And he was just talking about housing. And I want to, on the record, Speaker, talk about a statement that was just issued by Cornerstone Housing for Women, which is located in my riding of Ottawa Centre, where they say that these last 6 days have been extremely stressful for people experiencing homelessness and frontline staff working to support them in their downtown. Cornerstone's emergency shelter just returned to its downtown location a few weeks ago and is still getting situated, and now we're having to manage through this protest that is creating more barriers and re-traumatizing women in the city. Women and staff are scared to go outside of the shelter, especially women of color. Being able to go outside is the only reprieve many women experiencing homelessness have, and they cannot even do that. Speaker, this protest, this unlawful protest has to end so that the members of community and women who need shelter can continue with their lives. I'm sure member...
To allow the Honourable Member to respond, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know as a local member of Parliament from Ottawa, the member has done exceptionally well in conveying a powerful message in terms of its time for the protesters to, in essence, to take the semis and the other things that they've brought to Ottawa and to leave. Ottawa needs to get back to a more normal situation. Whether it's the government House Leader who's talked about that or the member that just has spoken, their protests have been heard, and it's time to allow things to get back to normal here in Ottawa.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Madame la Présidente, en tout respect pour...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, with all due respect to the comments of my colleague from Ottawa Centre, well, it's been a few times now that the colleague has risen to speak about what's going on in downtown Ottawa, and we're all well aware of the situation, but here we are debating, and so we would like comments to be germane to the bill and to the topic of debate. Once again, in fact, I was just about to remind members of this. Comments and questions should be related to the bill. The member started in the right direction, but then changed course, changed topic midway.
Flexibility, but then I just want to remind the member that all the questions and comments and debate should be surrounding the actual bill. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, and I have enormous respect for your work, but the right of a parliamentarian to discuss issues in this House is sacrosanct. The fact that we're talking about a bill that has to do with the pandemic ties directly to the issue of people, and particularly the women and Metcalfe and Gloucester being harassed and threatened. That is his right. The Bloc might not like it, but that is his right to ask these questions in the House.
And again, I just want to remind members, and as I have, is that there is a bit of flexibility in the discussion. However, it has to be related to the bill, and I appreciate the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay speaking. Another point of order? On this point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for supporting me. I will not be silenced to amplify the voices of my community in this House. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lakes. Grand Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want you to know that today I'll be splitting my time with my great colleague, the member from Kelowna Lake Country. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-8 today, and I'm very proud to speak on it on behalf of my constituents in Miramichi-Grand Lake. But yet again, it's another bill that enacts tax and spending by the Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, unlike some of the members opposite, I understand that if the Speaker has a ruling as an honourable member in this House, I'm going to be respectful to the Speaker of the House. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important today to realize that I'm going to tell a little story about what happened just before Christmas before I speak directly to the bill. But this goes to the spirit of the bill. The last bill I spoke on was called Bill C-2. And on that bill, after about 25 or 30 hours in the Finance Committee, the Minister of Finance for our country said that it was $7.4 billion in spending. So what happened, Madam Speaker, is the House adjourned, committee adjourned, that minister then visited the Senate committee, and myself, other members of the committee, and the members of the House ascertained at that moment that it wasn't $7.4 billion, it was $11.9 billion. So the members on this team and the other members from the Bloc and the NDP who sat on that committee for probably somewhere close to 30 hours discussing a $7.4 billion bill, the Christmas present left by the Liberal government to the consumers and the taxpayers of our country was that it wasn't $7.4 billion that Canadians were going to have to put the bill up for. It was $11.9 billion. And in that, Madam Speaker, we learned a valuable lesson, not only about committee, but we learned a valuable lesson about what happens when meetings actually adjourn, when the sitting government then changes the numbers and then reminds us and the rest of the country that, oh, oops, little typo, it's actually over $4 billion more that Canadians are going to pay for. So I wanted to make that point today, and I think it's valid in this argument. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it's very important to me to be able to rise in these hallowed halls and bring a truly Canadian perspective, a rural perspective, a Miramichi-Grand Lake perspective. The current state of affairs in complete disarray, I'm here to talk about more proposed spending of public funds. That's your traditional tax and spend Liberal government wailing away with the public's money, spending it like there's no tomorrow. The money that Canadians have no choice but to hand over, the money they trust us with, Madam Speaker. Elected officials are trusted to be the voice and to be good stewards of the public trust and of public spending. But with the government members on the other side of the floor, Madam Speaker, we've seen money being spent and the bill is going down the road. I have 4 children. I can't imagine they're going to still be paying for the sins of today, and none of them are over the age of 15 right now, Madam Speaker. So when I read Bill C-8, I saw fuel prices rising to almost $2 a litre in Miramichi-Grand Lake, bacon more than 20%, beef rising more than 20%, year over year in Alberta. Bread in Quebec is up 10%. Natural gas bills are up 30% in Ontario alone. We can't keep printing money and expecting different results, Madam Speaker, because that's inflation. In this House, it's become known as just inflation, but it's all inflation. And do you know who pays for it? The taxpayers of this country. Do you know, Madam Speaker, I'm going to bring you to the attention of something that I find most interesting, and I hope people in Miramichi-Grand Lake and around the country are listening to this because I think it's worth listening to. We have one of the 3rd largest oil reserves in the country, Madam Speaker. It's in Alberta. And the government is fixated on what they used to call ozone layer problems. Then they called it global warming. Then they called it climate change. Now they call it climate crisis because, you know, if there's a crisis, we got to act now. So what they're doing, they're destroying the very foundation of the Canadian economy, and I'm going to tell you what it's doing for the taxpayers of this country. We are buying oil that has higher pollution, emits higher carbons. There's 300% increases on the sea to ship goods. So we're bringing oil from the Middle East, from warlord nations, and the Canadian people are paying 3 times as much for that oil, even though we have oil in our own country, which people would have a cheaper bill if this government had the common sense to see the error of their ways. There's nothing wrong with having environmental standards. We have the best standards in the world in our energy sector. We are the gold standard of the energy sector. But their climate crisis agenda is costing people too much money. And Madam Speaker, we're here every day. We talk about affordability, cost of living, inflation, the housing balloon. We talk about this every day, Madam Speaker. But it's not getting better for Canadians because they continue to pay for the sins of this current government. So when you think about that, we're bringing oil from halfway across the world that emits more carbon than our own, then we put it on a ship, and there's 300% increases to ship it that way because of the state of the world right now, and we're still doing that in this country when we have our own oil. And I think it's shameful. It's shameful that the Prime Minister would do that and try to continue with this agenda, this global elitist agenda that doesn't completely apply to the Canadian people. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous, Madam Speaker. Does this make us independent? Does it help create jobs? Do we get any additional revenue? The answer is no to every one of those questions. And do you know what we get, Madam Speaker? You guessed it. We get a bill, a more expensive bill, a more unaffordable bill, a bill that the Canadian people and the people in my constituency of Miramichi-Grand Lake are having a hard time paying for. Madam Speaker, I'm going to let this House on a little secret that Miramichi-Grand Lake is well aware of. Canadians are sick and tired of picking up the tab for this government. On one side of the government's mouth, they say we are at a pre-pandemic level when it comes to jobs and the economy. But on the other side of that same mouth, they're adding $70 billion of new inflationary spending. Madam Speaker, I don't have to tell you what that's going to do to the pockets of Canadians, to young families who are priced out of the housing market. They can't get a home, Madam Speaker. I'm 43 years old. People that are 10 and 12 years younger than me that are trying desperately to get a home in this country are having a really hard time getting into new houses because the cost is up so high, it's not affordable. But since the start of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, the government Canadians have been misled on where the money is coming from and where the money is going. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, during my time on the Standing Committee for Finance, I had the opportunity to ask key questions. Canadians wanted to know from their parliamentary budget officer, while this government spent over $500 billion in brand new spending, have they misled the rest of us? That was the question. Roughly 1/3 of this new spending had nothing to do with COVID. That it's $178 billion of new printed money for non-COVID related expenditures. Right. Conservatives are opposed to Bill C-8. The economic and fiscal update adds an additional $70 billion of new inflationary fuel right to the fire, Madam Speaker. How much time, Madam Speaker? 1 minute, thank you. The delay in the government's release of its audited financial statements has undermined parliamentarians' ability to meaningfully scrutinize proposed government spending. The Parliamentary Budget Officer report shows that since the start of the pandemic, the government has spent or planned to spend $541.9 billion in new measures. That's almost 1/3 of which is not COVID related. And so, Madam Speaker, we are not in support of Bill C-8 because it's another classic tax and spend Liberal measure that will only cripple Canadians with more debt, more inflation. The Canadian public is worth more than that, and that's why the Conservative Party of Canada is going to protect their interests with the public money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I indicated in my comments, Bill C-8 has a lot of things within it that Canadians really and truly want to see. And I'm expecting and I'm hoping that we'll see members from all sides of the House support Bill C-8. My question to the member is, does he plan on voting in favor of having Bill C-8 go to committee? And if he has any sense in terms of how quickly he would like to see the bill itself come to a vote?
Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the member opposite, what I would like to see is this bill debated. I would like to see honourable members from every party of this House stand in this House and speak directly to Canadians about the new expenditures, about the fact that economic stimulus by economists all over are saying right now that we could bounce back, that COVID will be over and we can bounce back. And what are they doing? They're finding an excuse to cripple Canadians with more debt and more inflation. And in my riding, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, they can't afford to pay anymore. They can't do it.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate the member on his speech. I understand that his party has criticisms of C-8. I also understand that his party and he believe that business owners need help to recover. But other than these programs, what solutions would he propose, and how does he think that measures should be implemented in order to be able to rebuild? Of course, we're not just talking about economic recovery anymore. We're talking about really rebuilding some sectors. So what would he propose as a countermeasure? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable member down the aisle from me. I think what the Conservative Party of Canada is saying right now, Madam Speaker, is if economists are telling the government not to spend any more money, if economists around the world are telling the government not to spend any more money, continue the housing balloon, and cripple Canadians with mounting debt, then the Conservative Party of Canada has a responsibility to protect Canadians by trying to hold this government to account to not spend $541 billion extra, some of it with no measure. So, Madam Speaker, what I would like to see is lower taxes, incentives for companies, but not massive and monstrous public spending by the Liberal government.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his intervention. I do have a question. He's raised affordability up in his deliberations, which is important. And one other aspect of it, other than just tax and spending a government does, is regulation. And I wanted to ask, especially he's a rural community, how he feels about the current pricing for wireless broadband for rural Canadians right now. And does he agree with the Roger Shaw's takeover? And then lastly, isn't it time to bring in some type of price control, given the fact that we have some of the highest costs? Consumers cannot pay this. It's important for our accessibility for school, for business and education. And lastly, we have a regulated industry. Thank you.
Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. I was hoping I would get this question. You see, Conservatives believe in a free market and free market enterprise. And no matter how much money the Liberal government continues to spend, rural internet in my constituency does not improve. The reason? Private companies own the infrastructure, federal government regulates it, and the lines and cables in my riding are attached to public telephone poles. The public own the pole, the companies own the fiber cable, regulation is from the federal government, and the equipment is owned by private companies. It creates monopolies. And what that does is it puts government in a bad position to force them to spend their own money, and then the people do not get a better source of internet. So what I want is the top-of-the-line internet for everyone in my constituency, and if they're going to spend $540 billion every day I come in here, we should have it by now.
Short question from the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. We're in the fifth wave of COVID, and I don't know how many waves of government spending we've seen in response to that. Well, could my honourable colleague comment if that spending would have been far more targeted? We finally see measures to address more rapid tests. We have 1/3 of the capacity of our neighbour to the south with critical care capacity in this country. Each Each wave has put a few people into the hospital in critical care. If we would have had more capacity there, would we have needed all of these waves?
A very short answer from the honourable member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. What I can tell you is COVID-19 measures, the government's continue to lock down, but with testing, with vaccinations, the rollout of vaccinations, PCR tests, there were a lot of things that were late, a lot of things in short supply. There were those the N95 masks that were supposed to be the best masks. They were in short supply. So yes, I think the government could have managed COVID a lot better in terms of our healthcare system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A Canadian waking up in December 1991 would not have a lot in common with many things you'd see and hear today. Kellogg's Cinnamon Mini Buns was the #1 cereal. Bryan Adams and Paula Abdul were topping the charts, and you'd make most phone calls from a phone plugged into the wall. However, one thing that would be the same is the 4.8% inflation rate. And the country was facing back then at a time when inflation rates were high, and we're seeing it now again. The government's insistence on throwing our fiscal policy in this time machine fails to address families facing a high cost of living crisis. The measures outlined in this fiscally irresponsible piece of legislation will do nothing to help Canadians looking for a return to stock shelves and whole paychecks. This legislation would cost taxpayers over $70 billion, and at a time when our national debt has risen to $1.2 trillion. My colleagues and I on this side of the House have repeatedly called on the government to break free of their continued insistence and ever-increasing spending regardless of economic conditions. We recognize that in times of emergency, some spending is required, just like a house from 100 years ago in the dead of winter needed logs in a fire. Carefully keeping the fireplace lit, placing one log at a time, will keep that house warm. But stuffing all the logs in at once won't accomplish anything except burning it down. The worst days of the pandemic are thankfully, hopefully now behind us, and we should thank the efforts of our fellow Canadians doing their part, and for our healthcare workers, the true heroes. Everyone's looking for a return to normal, to live with COVID-19, and the government should do the same and put the brakes on their inflationary spending. Yet legislation...
Can I interrupt the honourable member for a second, please? Do you have something that is making a noise right near the microphone? Yeah, because there's a feedback that I'm getting. No? I think your cell phone, maybe? Thank you, honourable member. Sorry.
The worst days of the pandemic are thankfully, hopefully now behind us, and we should thank the efforts of our fellow Canadians doing their part, and for the healthcare workers, the true heroes. Everyone's looking for a return to normal, to live with COVID-19, and the government should do the same and put the brakes on the inflationary spending. Yet legislation like what we see here today shows that isn't happening. It's not just Conservatives who are confused by the government's inability to see the flashing red lights advising them to turn back. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has been left confused by the government's proposal for $100 billion over the next 3 years. This government, Prime Minister and Finance Minister, committed in December of 2020 to have guardrails on our economic recovery spending. They said that the faster Canadians would be able to return to their jobs would decrease the stimulus spending that needed to be spent. A surprisingly economically sound idea from a government that proposes so few. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer tells us that those guardrails have been met, yet the government looks to continue spending regardless, deep into this current decade. The Budget Officer stated, quote, "It appears to me that the rationale for the additional spending initially set aside as stimulus no longer exists." Yet the government continues to insist that we can spend ourselves out of this hole regardless for the consequences of these higher potential taxes, sluggish supply chains, and rising inflation. This complete lack of concern for the condition of Canada's finances is alarming, especially when families are increasingly feeling the pinch. The Canadian dollar is a plaything for this government. At the Finance Committee, when asked if government deficits can contribute to inflation, the Parliamentary Budget Officer gave a clear and to-the-point response, quote, "Yes, they can." Any Canadian pushing a shopping cart can tell you the grocery stores increasingly are frequently low on most basic groceries. Often some shelves can go on stock for days, and the products there are increasingly unaffordable for many. No wonder we saw such an increase in food bank usage last year. The average family will spend at least $1,000 more on groceries in 2022. My colleague, the member for Louis St. Laurent, recently told the House of his constituent, Madame Tremblay in Quebec, paying 8% more on average for her groceries. The finance minister responded that she too does grocery shopping every week for her family. Well, I don't doubt she does, but it's much easier to afford groceries when you earn $269,800 a year, paid for, of course, by Canadians, including Madame Tremblay. How completely out of touch with the average family was that comment? But that's the Liberal way. Natural gas is also up 19%, and I've had many people copy their home gas bill and email it to me, stating that they're mortified at the cost and finding it harder to pay their bills. Here's a quote from an email I received from a Kelowna Lake Country constituent just a week ago. Quote, "This is a copy of the highest gas bill we have ever received," unquote. And they go on to say, quote, "Seniors are losing at every turn these days," unquote. There is nothing in this legislation to address rising inflation or rising debt. The cost of housing remains another pressing concern in Kelowna Lake Country. The value of the average family home in Kelowna has now surpassed $1 million. New parents are increasingly being priced out of one of the best communities in the country to raise a family. I've recently sent a housing survey to constituents to get their feedback on how best to move forward on this issue. One thing I'm not expecting to hear in the feedback is to call for higher costs. We now have the second most inflated housing bubble, despite being the second largest nation on earth. And the government has put forth no concrete policies to address this, including in this legislation. As the Shadow Minister for Small Business Recovery and Growth, I've spoken to many small businesses, both in my riding and across the country, on issues they continue to face. Well, some have different points of view on how best to move forward. None of them chose to endorse a higher tax on payroll. But the Associate Finance Minister told me in this House that they, quote, "can afford this," unquote, and went ahead and increased CPP premiums anyways. This is another example of the Liberals being completely out of touch. Small businesses can afford this? They're struggling and dealing with perpetual lockdowns due to mismanaged federal policies, not using all the tools available to deal with COVID-19. Working people are also paying for this tax on their paychecks. So it's not only inflation at record high 30-year levels, Canadians' take-home paychecks are cut short with a higher tax. It's hitting them from both sides. If the government is content to ignore not just Conservatives and the Parliamentary Budget Officer, small businesses and millions of Canadian families, perhaps they'll listen to one of their own. Robert Asselin, a former advisor to both the current Prime Minister and Finance Minister, who now serves as the Senior VP of Policy at the Business Council of Canada, said, quote, "Given inflation is looking more and more persistent and is higher than expected, and the fact that we know much more spending is coming following the commitments made by the government in the last federal election, I think there are warning signs on pursuing aggressive government spending in the short term," unquote. Madam Speaker, legislation like Bill C-8 does nothing to keep the country's books in order, instead leaving them overflowing in red ink. The bill for this kind of reckless spending will eventually come due for governments, but unfortunately, they will come due for struggling families first. Here's another email I received last week from a constituent in Kelowna Lake Country. Quote, "We are taxed to poverty, with EI and CPP premiums all increasing, carbon tax increases, along with inflation running rampant. Our paychecks keep getting smaller. Canadians are going to be in the poorhouse," unquote. The Association of Interior Realtors recently reported the benchmark selling price of a single-family home has now risen to $1 million. Housing prices in Lake Country rose similarly, with new figures from BC Assessment showing a one-year increase of 32%. The escalation in home values jeopardize the ability of seniors on fixed incomes to maintain their homes, prevents first-time home buyers from ever being able to buy a home, forces families to live in homes that no longer suit their family size, and forces people to spend far more than 30% of their pre-tax income on rent. During the last quarter, I surveyed my riding of Kelowna Lake Country with a mail-out that went to every household to get feedback on tackling inflation and also what other issues they thought were a priority. And I had a huge response. And more than 80% of Kelowna Lake Country constituents who responded said tackling rising inflation should be a priority for me and my fellow MPs. And that's not just Conservatives in my riding who want Parliament to tackle this, it's across all party lines. This legislation does nothing to address the top issue my constituents are raising and adds $70 billion more in deficits with no plan on getting our fiscal house in order. It's really difficult to vote for this legislation based on all of the comments that I've made here today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm somewhat disappointed. I'm hearing from Conservative members that they seem to not want to support C8. And my question to the member is that there are many benefits within the legislation. And one that I would like to highlight is something that's in high demand today. The federal government has been there in a very real way for rapid testing. We have been able to meet the demands all the way up to the end of December, where most of the rapid tests weren't even being utilized, and then when they became in high demand, we were able to acquire another 140 million rapid tests. Legislation like this is supporting giving the financial means to get those rapid tests. Does the member not at least support that initiative?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm really glad that the member opposite brought up that question because, in fact, the Liberal government has completely failed in rapid testing. We have been calling for rapid testing since back in 2020. There are other countries across the world that had rapid testing widely available to families for almost a year now. We have completely failed in rapid testing, and it's one of the major reasons why we have had to have these perpetual lockdowns. It is one of the biggest failures of this government over the last 2 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. Then we'll member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have trouble following my Conservative friends. They seem to be obsessed with the deficit, and yes, the deficit is going up, but this crisis is real, so how do we solve this? The Parliamentary Budget Officer says that the number of Canadian households who need affordable housing is going to reach $1.8 million in 5 years, and that's really unacceptable. And so the Liberal government is creating programs, but housing remains unaffordable. So clearly, the government is going to have to get involved in this major housing crisis. So what is the Conservative solution to solve this housing crisis?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. This was definitely a big topic of conversation during the past election, and we have given many recommendations over the last year to the government, many of which haven't taken place. And you know, we have to remember that this is a government now that's been in power for more than 6 years. And all of their policies have failed because we have, in the last year alone, we've had a 30% increase in housing. So their policies are failing. They double down on a lot of their existing policies, and they're absolutely not working.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kelowna Lake Country for her speech. I didn't hear very much from the member on the specific contents of the bill, and while I share her concern about this government's overall response to the pandemic, I wanted to ask a question about specific parts of this legislation before us. There's a tax credit in here for small businesses to improve indoor air quality and ventilation in response to the pandemic, and $100 million to improve ventilation in schools. Now, this is a big issue. Ventilation in buildings is one of the most important ways that we can prevent the spread of COVID-19. So if not this approach that the government has presented, what is the member's idea for improving ventilation in buildings across our country?
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his question. In this piece of legislation, that is one of my favorite parts of this legislation, actually, is that piece right there. But once you add up all of the parts together, you get to this incredible amount of spending. So even though there might be parts of there that sound good and that make sense, once you add it all up, you get to this point where, you know, you're over $70 billion. So, you know, there are parts that I can definitely support that are good, but once you add it all up, it just gets to a point that when you look at the whole package, it makes it really hard to move forward with this legislation.
Resuming debate, apologies, the honourable member for, and I'm sorry, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Good morning to my honourable colleagues and Madame la Présidente. I'd just like to say I am going to be splitting my time with my friend and colleague, the member from Windsor-Tecumseh. I think I pronounced that riding's name correctly. And it's great to be here this morning, Madame Speaker. I'm pleased to lend my voice in support of Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures. This bill is the latest important step in our government's relentless efforts to protect Canadians, to support them through the ongoing challenges, and to bridge them through to the post-pandemic recovery, which is occurring. Among other things, it will do so by implementing measures from the Economic and Fiscal Update 2021 and from Budget 2021 that will support Canadian businesses so we can again hire, which we are doing, and it's great to see. And it will do so while helping make life more affordable for all Canadians and ensuring that our economic recovery is inclusive, green, sustainable, and robust. Madam Speaker, to date, our plan to fight COVID-19 and its impact on the economy is working. And as I stated earlier this week, and as reported by Stats Canada, our economy is recovering, and in fact, we have surpassed pre-pandemic levels on employment levels, jobs, and output, gross domestic product. Canadians are resilient, and because of them, our economy is resilient. Canadians expect leadership from their parliamentarians, and our government and we are demonstrating that leadership. Our economy has rebounded faster than experts predicted, and that is because our government, since day one, Madam Speaker, was singularly focused on having the backs of Canadian workers, businesses, and families. That has been our relentless focus, and going forward will remain steadfast with our agenda to create prosperity for all Canadians through inclusive economic growth. I know the entrepreneurial spirit in my riding is alive and well in Vaughan Woodbridge, and that optimism I see from businesses that continue to invest in their operations and create good middle-class jobs for Canadians. Madam Speaker, as we stated in the Fall Economic Update, Bill C-8 begins to implement a fair tax system that helps on the front of housing affordability, something that I know is of high importance for the residents of York Region and within that the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, we know that strong and resilient cities, towns, and communities are the backbone of a strong economy and, yes, a growing middle class. But cities and towns and communities have been hard hit by COVID-19. High infection rates have put many under public health restrictions for over a year. As Canadians begin the work of building back better together, our government has a plan to develop a more prosperous, inclusive, healthy, and vibrant communities across Canada that we call home. We know, for example, that high housing costs, especially in urban centres, continue to place middle-class and low-income Canadians under huge financial pressure. Constraints on housing inventory, which have been made worse by COVID-19, as well as the low interest rate environment, have contributed to a recent surge in housing prices in a number of communities across this country. As a result, across the country, young Canadians who are starting to build their future are running up against sky-high housing prices. That's why, in the 2021 Fall Economic Statement, the government announced that it would take steps to implement a national tax-based measure targeting the unproductive use of domestic housing that is owned by non-resident non-Canadians. This would help to ensure that foreign non-resident owners who simply use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth in housing pay their fair share. And Bill C-8 would be the first step in making this a reality. Part 2 of Bill C-8 would implement the Underused Housing Tax Act, which would impose a national annual 1% tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate in Canada that is considered to be vacant or underused beginning in the 2022 calendar. Under this new measure, all owners of Canadian residential property other than Canadian citizens and permanent residents of Canada will be required to file an annual return as the current use of each Canadian residential property they own, with significant penalties for failure to file. It is estimated that this measure will increase federal revenues by $700 million over 4 years, starting in 2022-23. And these revenues will help to support the government's significant investments to make housing more affordable for all Canadians, something that we know is important to all Canadians and our residents. We are doing this because homes are for people to live in, and Bill C-8 is a necessary first step towards making this reality. But this measure would just be one tool among several to ensure that Canada's housing market is a place to grow for Canadians starting their families and building their future. Madame la Présidente, la stratégie nationale.
Madam Speaker, the National Housing Strategy is an ambitious 10-year plan. It provides for investments of over $72 billion in order to offer the largest number of Canadians possible their own homes. Launched in 2017, this strategy will create up to 160,000 new housing units to meet the housing needs of 530,000 families and to renovate and upgrade over 300,000 housing units. As part of the Rapid Housing Initiative, over 10,000 new housing units will be created across the country, which goes beyond the initial goal of 7,500 new housing units. Most of this housing will be built in the 12 to 18 months following the signing of an agreement with those receiving the funding. Among these units, 33% will support women or women with children, and 41% will support First Nations people. Human rights are at the very heart of this housing approach that is used in the Rapid Housing Initiative. It will help people who are homeless or who may become homeless, as well as other vulnerable people under the National Housing Strategy. For example, women and children who are fleeing a situation of domestic violence. For example, seniors, young people, people who are disabled, people suffering from mental health or drug addiction issues, veterans, LGBTQ2 community members, racialized Canadians, as well as refugees and new immigrants. In closing, Madam Speaker, the introduction of Bill C-8 provides a tax on underused housing, and that will go very well with the other measures that are part of this bill to support Canadian families and businesses throughout the pandemic. We have heard the appeal from Canadians, and we have done the right thing. We also know that this is an investment in Canada's economy that will benefit everyone in the medium and long term. We know that many challenges remain and that the future is uncertain, but we will continue to support Canadians as we have done since the beginning of the pandemic. Bill C-8 is clear. It will help to build our future and our communities so that they are stronger and more resilient. I urge all my colleagues in the opposition parties to take advantage of this opportunity to support this bill, to give Canadians the essential support that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's great to be here this morning, and good morning to everyone. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to see my friend here. It's been a while in the context of the pandemic since we've been able to see each other. And I wanted to ask him about the rapid test issue, which is an important issue that's raised in the bill. And from my perspective, the government's had kind of a very late-stage conversion on the issue of rapid tests. Conservatives have been talking about the importance of investing in rapid tests, their value, and we were saying that, frankly, before vaccines were even available. When vaccines weren't available as a tool, it was clear that rapid tests were really the only way of, certainly the most effective way of managing this. And with the fact that there are breakthrough infections we know about for those who are vaccinated, rapid tests continue to be critically important. So I recognize this discovery of the value of rapid tests in the last few weeks from the government. Does the member have any thoughts on why really the government was so slow to recognize that effective systems of testing and tracing that could have been in place right from the beginning could have prevented lockdowns, could have kept many of our businesses open?
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
There's a lot in that question, Madam Speaker. I will say this. I wish to applaud the Member of Parliament and the Minister responsible for this file, Member of Parliament for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, for procuring 140 million rapid tests that are arriving here in Canada in the month of January and February that will be distributed to the provinces. Rapid tests are one tool in the fight against COVID, but let's be straight on this file. Let's make sure we understand the facts. The first line of defense for getting through this pandemic is getting Canadians vaccinated, and I wish to thank the over 90% of Canadians and 90% of the residents of York Region that have received their second dose, and that number is even getting high. That number is becoming more and more important on the booster shot, which people are taking up, and that's the way we get through this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was happy to hear from the member his comments today, and I thank him for those comments. And I was also delighted to see within this bill section, the section 4 that is to get ventilation into schools. I think that's very, very important. I have a constituent that reached out to me just today asking me to make sure that this was raised and was prioritized. And I have to say, you'll recall last August 2020, I guess, when I brought forward a unanimous consent motion asking for $2 billion to make schools safer for teachers and students to go back to. And I'm just wondering, we are now 2 years into a pandemic. We know there is no downside to improving ventilation in schools for making schools safer for teachers and students. Why has it taken this government 2 years to finally decide that this was something they could do? And following on that, will this government also be working with manufacturers to develop the rapid tests that can be more effective for detecting Omicron, the Omicron variant? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to the member of Parliament from Edmonton Strathcona for that question. I know that our government has been there working with the provinces from day one and provided them the resources they need so schools could remain open. I know for a fact that I announced an allotment of $33 million just to my riding, to the schools that exist in my riding, to improve systems for HVAC, to make sure our schools are safe for my children who go to school, and they're in elementary school today, so I'm really happy to report that. But we have been there since day one, working with the provinces, delivering them the resources they need so they can implement that and do the right thing for their schools so they can stay open and make sure the kids are getting a great education from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear my colleague who just spoke now of the unanimous question about health transfers on the part of the National Assembly of Quebec. You know, these are taxes that are paid, and between the different provinces, there should be a debate on how this is used. But Ottawa's duty is to send those health transfer checks instead of meddling in provincial jurisdiction. So why don't we see this in this economic update? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
What I will say is our government has been there since day one of the pandemic, working with the provinces. Much like the Canadian Armed Forces were sent to my riding to help in the long-term care facilities, I know that the same thing was done in the province of Quebec when they asked for assistance. So whether it's on healthcare transfers, whether it's working with the provinces, whether it's getting the Canadian Armed Forces to assist when it's necessary during the pandemic, we have been there with all the provinces working together. We'll continue to be there with them, and we'll continue to have the backs of the provinces and all Canadians as we get through this pandemic. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for his excellent remarks and his excellent interventions. It is an honour to rise in the House of Commons for my maiden speech of the 44th Parliament. And I would like to thank the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh for placing their trust in me to serve as their Member of Parliament and their voice in Ottawa. I am grateful for this honour and privilege, and I pledge to continue to work hard and work together with all members of the House of Commons each and every day to improve the lives of our community. Thank you to my wife, Shauna, my parents, and the incredible volunteers who helped make this journey possible. Thank you as well to my tremendous constituency office team. Thank you, Svetlana and Alexandra. Thank you to Yazdan, David, Noah. Thank you to Tiana Tartil, and thank you to Sammy and Manveer. Your hard work and passion for our community inspire me each and every day. Back in March 2020, few people would have predicted how long COVID-19 would be with us. However, one thing is certain. When the chips are down, our government will be there to step up and support Canadians. And as we battle yet another wave, we have stepped up again, delivering millions of boosters and over 140 million rapid tests, while at the same time creating supports for workers and the hardest hit businesses. In January, as temperatures dropped, my team in Windsor-Tecumseh put up a large tent and hosted an outdoor pop-up vaccine clinic at our constituency office. It brought out moms and dads with brave little ones rolling up their sleeves, folks who drove in from the county, residents who couldn't make previous appointments because of transportation challenges, and a few first-timers getting vaccinated despite their doubts because they wanted to visit immunocompromised friends and relatives. We had people tear up, we had many fist bumps, and there were lots of smiles through N95 masks. We partnered with the remarkable Dr. Doko and her team of superheroes, including a medical student from the University of Windsor. That team has organized over 24 pop-up clinics across Windsor-Essex, and so I want to recognize their tremendous leadership. It was one of the most rewarding experiences I've had as a Member of Parliament. A cold January night, Madam Speaker, filled with many moments of warmth. That is Canada, neighbour looking after neighbour. Make no mistake, despite what some will say, we are united. Over 90% of Canadians have stepped up, rolled up their sleeves, and got vaccinated. They know that the enemy is not vaccines, it is COVID. And on this, we will not waver, and we will finish the fight. And we will continue to be there for families, seniors, workers, businesses, and municipalities. Here in this province, our federal government has provided over 90% or 90 cents of every dollar of pandemic supports, whether it was the Canada Emergency and Recovery Benefit in the first waves or the lockdown benefits that helped workers and businesses through this cold, bitter winter. We will continue to be there for Canadians for as long as it takes. And I'm also proud, Madam Speaker, of our commitment to establish a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system that ensures all families have access to high-quality and affordable early learning and childcare, no matter where they live. Last week, Nunavut signed on to our 10-day, $10 a day childcare plan, becoming the 12th province and territory to do so. And let me repeat that. All provinces and territories in Canada have now signed on to our federal affordable childcare plan, except one, Ontario. As part of this plan, parents outside Ontario are already receiving rebates to help with childcare costs. Saskatchewan parents received a refund of nearly $2,000 on childcare going back to July of last year. Affordability is a huge concern for families in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, and $10 a day childcare would help tremendously. I'm calling on Premier Ford to immediately do what every other Canadian province and territory has already done and sign on to our affordable childcare plan. Let's work together. Let's work together and get moms and dads in Windsor-Tecumseh the support that they so desperately need. On a brighter note, I was excited to see for the first time ever the inclusion of a national school nutrition program in the Prime Minister's mandate letters to the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Nationally, 1/3 of students in elementary schools and 2/3 of students in secondary students do not eat a nutritious breakfast before school. 13% of households before the pandemic were food insecure. In speaking with June Muir of the UHC Hub of Opportunities during one of their drive-through food hubs, I saw how food insecurity has grown in our community during COVID. Families, newcomers, students, casino workers. And the evidence is clear. Providing children a healthy meal at school makes all the difference and gets them the start that they need. Back home in Windsor-Essex, we have some of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country. And so a national school nutrition program would be transformative. But Windsor-Essex is also Canada's fresh fruit and vegetable basket, with the largest concentration of greenhouse growers in all of North America. And so, Madam Speaker, my community understands the problem of children going hungry, but we also understand and have the right resources for a solution. VON's Ontario Student Nutrition Program, United Way's Summer Eats for Kids program, UHC's Community Kitchen and Leamington Regional Hub For years, these local organizations have been on the ground, dedicating time and resources to improving food security and providing healthy meals to children in our community. I look forward to working with my colleagues, Minister Bibeau and Minister Gould, to bring partners together to help design a school nutrition program that provides every child in my community and every child across Canada an equal opportunity to succeed. And while we're talking about lifting up families and children, let's also highlight that every year through the Canada Child Benefit that our government introduced, moms and dads in Windsor-Tecumseh receive over $207 million to help with the costs of raising children. An affordable, accessible, and quality childcare system, a national school nutrition program, and the existing Canada Child Benefit. Those are 3 examples of how our government is helping to lift families and lift children. Real, tangible action that empowers parents, especially moms, to reach their full economic potential. It creates good-paying jobs in early learning, childcare, and education. And most importantly, it creates a generation of healthy, prosperous, engaged learners. And since we are talking about transformative investment, I want to talk about the historic investments we are making in the fight against climate change and the conservation of our green spaces, over $100 billion to ensure we pass on a healthy planet for the next generation. I want to talk about 2 examples of how that investment is transforming my community of Windsor-Tecumseh. In Budget 2021, our government committed $2.3 billion to preserve natural habitat and species at risk. And this week, our government announced close to $600,000 to begin preliminary studies and consultations to advance the creation of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And let me tell you about Ojibwe. Compared to Rouge National Urban Park, it is but a postage stamp of land. But in its 300 hectares, it has the most biodiversity in all of Canada, hundreds of plants, insects, reptiles, and wildlife. David Suzuki called it priceless. The poet laureate of Windsor, Marty Gervais, wrote a book about it called Walk in the Woods. And this week, after a 10-year battle, our community has taken a giant step towards preserving Ojibwe forever and a step toward establishing a national Ojibwe National Urban Park. And now let me talk about the second story. On this side of the House, we know that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Our government's bold leadership on climate change has helped create a once-in-a-generation transition to grow and strengthen automotive jobs back home in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh. Our climate change plan includes an $8 billion net zero accelerator fund that positions my community to bring electric vehicle manufacturing and battery manufacturing to Windsor-Essex. And that means thousands of good-paying jobs that guarantee our community's prosperity, while at the same time fighting climate change and helping to protect the environment. As my friend Dave Cassidy said, if you want to build right, build it in Windsor. Getting an electric vehicle and battery manufacturing plant will be transformative for our community, and in turn, our community will lead Canada's transition to zero-emission vehicles. Since the start of the pandemic, our government has been focused on supporting people and businesses across the country, and Bill C-8 is no different. Madam Speaker, this federal government has been a strong partner for our community, and together we are building a strong and prosperous future for all residents of Windsor-Tecumseh. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a little bit disappointed to hear the member referencing David Suzuki, someone who has incited violence towards pipeline projects. I would think that in the context we're living through now, members of the government would appreciate the importance of not being in any truck or trade with those that are communicating in that kind of way. But I did want to ask the member about the child care issue, because I'm hearing from parents in my riding a significant desire to see flexibility and choice in child care. And part of this government's policy is really to constrain the choices that parents want to have. They're not offering more resources to parents to make their own child care choices. And various day home operators and private child care operators have raised significant concern about the lack of flexibility, about the government's one-size-fits-all approach to childcare that isn't going to be there for the worker working the night shift, for the person in the rural area, for the person looking for flexibility to accord with their family situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for the excellent question. And referring to Dr. Suzuki, I was merely referencing someone who is an expert in protecting wildlife and conservation and who recognizes the tremendous value, the priceless value of Ojibwe National Urban Park as the basis for why we need to do what we can to preserve it. On the issue of childcare, affordability is a priority for this government, and that's why in the previous budget and in Bill C-2, we provided over $100 billion for things like housing affordability, for childcare, supporting businesses, supporting workers. These are all investments that, unfortunately, my colleague and the Conservative Party voted against. But again, affordability is something we're absolutely committed to. It's a priority, and we believe that $10 a day childcare will help so many families, will lift so many families out of poverty, will help so many moms and dads return to the labor market, and it also provide children with the start that they need in their lives, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So proud to rise on Bill C-8 and the issues that we're dealing with the pandemic. This morning, I've had 3 messages from young women in Gloucester, Metcalfe, talking about the threats of rape they're facing because of the lawlessness and the lack of police to protect residents in Centretown in Ottawa from this protest. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because the member for Langley-Cowichan is bringing a motion forward to investigate how GoFundMe is allowing anonymous sources to funnel money to what may be extremist action. Would the member and the government support an investigation into how GoFundMe has taken this $10 million, where it's coming from, what are the sources, and if it is a threat to security?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for raising a very important question and a very important point that we will definitely take into consideration. I will most definitely take into consideration. Every Canadian has a right to protest. It is part of who we are. It is what makes us unique, and it is, quite frankly, something that we are very grateful for, the ability we have the right to protest peacefully, to bring our concerns to Parliament Hill or any elected office for that matter. But the operative word here is peacefully and respectfully, and one that doesn't put an onerous burden on residents and doesn't interrupt businesses and lives, and certainly one that doesn't demonstrate or have scenes like we saw, deplorable scenes where we saw racism, we saw hatred, we saw banners and flags that really all Canadians should reject outright. But again, I thank the honourable colleague for the excellent point, the excellent question, and it's something that we will absolutely consider.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, for his speech. Madam Speaker, it's absolutely shocking to see the Liberal Party's obsession with meddling with jurisdiction that is not its jurisdiction. For example, in education, the member for Kingston and the Islands said today that education is a provincial under provincial jurisdiction, Quebec's jurisdiction. Also, the nutrition plan that the Liberal Party wants to create, it was an election promise, but I'm trying to understand, what can the federal government do that a province or that Quebec can't do for nutrition in schools?
Terry, in 10 seconds or less.
Madam Speaker, I really thank the honourable colleague for the question. I truly believe in a Team Canada approach. I believe we are stronger when we work together, and I believe that making sure that children are protected, that teachers are protected, that schools are protected should be the obligation, responsibility of all levels of government working together to protect children, protect teachers, protect families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'm pleased to rise in this House today to speak to Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and to implement other measures. That is the official title. It's quite long, so we will simply refer to it in this speech as Economic Update. Today, I would like to speak to you about an extremely serious problem that affects my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. And more specifically, it affects the city of Saint-Hyacinthe. It has a population of about 60,000 people, which amounts to about 300 inhabitants per kilometer. Saint-Hyacinthe is known for many things that we're proud of. For instance, we're known as the agri-food capital of Quebec, some might even say of Canada. Unfortunately, Saint-Hyacinthe also has a ranking that is much less positive. That is, it is the city with the lowest vacancy rate in Quebec. This is a very unfortunate top ranking. Its vacancy rate is 0.2%. As I said, it is the lowest in Quebec. One can safely thus conclude that there is no housing available in Saint-Hyacinthe. But that's not all. There are other complicating factors. For example, add to this the frequent fires that are a real plague in the downtown area, often leaving people without a home. Sometimes there are renovations not always carried out based on the wishes of the people who live in the neighborhoods that are affected. Moreover, there was a 16% one-year increase in rent prices recorded in July 2021. All these ingredients combine to make a perfect storm, a crisis, very tough social conditions. How can we, as a society, accept that people are sleeping outside? It is unacceptable. Before I continue, I would like to take this opportunity to greet and commend the valiant activists of Comité Logement Mel. It's an umbrella group for many organizations in Mascouche dedicated to promoting the right to have a home. Madam Speaker, the problem that Saint-Hyacinthe is experiencing and that many large cities with similarly low vacancy rates are also experiencing is the result of a long history. This is the history of a state, Ottawa in this case, which has sometimes underinvested and at other times poorly invested in social and affordable housing. This is the story of major Canadian negligence. In June 2021, the Frappe-Rue, a People's Action Group for Urban Development, they put out a brochure documenting Ottawa's chronic underinvestment in housing since the 90s. If Ottawa, in fact, had maintained its previous level of investment from before the 90s, there would be today 80,000 more social housing units in Quebec. Think about it. Federal cuts have deprived thousands of families and individuals of a roof over their heads. There could be 80,000 more social housing units in Quebec right now. I'd like to quote Véronique Laflamme, who is spokesperson for this organization, Frappe-Rue. She said, the loss of 80,000 social housing units that could have been built in Quebec, they could have been built had Ottawa not pulled out, and this has greatly contributed to the current shortage of low-cost housing. The national housing strategy put in place by the Liberal government does absolutely nothing to make up for this shortfall. And some might say that this group, the Frappe-Rue, is left-leaning. If Frappe-Rue is not a sufficiently credible source in the view of some parties in this place, let's hear from Scotiabank. Now, I think we can all admit that they are not particularly left-leaning, particularly anti-capitalism. So we're on the same page. Okay, so what does Scotiabank have to say? Well, in January, in fact, Scotiabank estimated that Canada has the worst position in G7 countries in terms of average number of houses available per 1,000 inhabitants. To reach the G7 average, well, Canada is 1.8 million homes short. Scotiabank also estimated that the median price of a home rose by 50% between December 2019 and December 2021 in some regions of Canada.
Quant aux programmes existants.
As for existing programs, many of them have the right goals, but are also victims of underfunding. An example of this, the Canadian Housing Initiative, Rapid Housing Initiative. It was helpful in our riding We used it to announce the creation of 21 affordable housing units in the city of Saint-Hyacinthe. We were very happy about it. It's a good program, but it doesn't have enough funding, and it works on a first-come, first-served basis. So it's quite temporary. We get temporary funding, then there is not a cent left, and that's that. The funding was snapped up. The situation must be examined and resolved. We were told that this would finally be addressed in the economic update. Fine, finally, better sooner, but better late than never. We could expect Ottawa to show some ambition, announcing reinvestments. We thought Ottawa would announce reinvestments worthy of the name. Investment in social, community and affordable housing. In fact, the Bloc Québécois proposes that this reinvestment should be up to 1% of annual federal revenues for ongoing funding rather than one-time agreements.
Also seems that surplus federal properties should be prioritized for social, community and affordable housing developments. Now let's be clear. We also need a major program redesign here. The billions invested need to be directed to co-ops, organizations that really know what needs to be done on the ground, that understand these situations in detail, and who understand what needs to be done. That's why the programs stemming from the National Housing Strategy need to be financially reorganized to create an acquisition fund that would allow cooperatives to acquire buildings that are currently accessible in the private market and to preserve their affordability. Right now, the private sector has sole control over this market, and we need to change that. And we need to ensure that Quebec get its fair share of this funding with no conditions. And we need to make sure that the amounts allocated during the pandemic become permanent. Now, these are the things that we were hoping for as we waited for the economic update. We looked at it, read it, studied it, but what did we actually end up with? Well, a single measure that is a tax on vacant foreign-owned real estate. Now, that tax would apply to housing units in Canada owned directly or indirectly, in whole or in part, by non-residents. The units included would be single-family homes, duplexes and triplexes, as well as semi-detached houses, row houses, and condominiums. In itself, it's a good idea. I have no problem acknowledging that. Implementing a measure like this would reduce real estate speculation, which is a real scourge. International investors are doing this for profit. They're not here to help us build affordable housing. They watch trends, they look at the bubbles, they see where the markets are rising, just like most shareholders. So this tax could help artificially inflate housing prices and could also help free up some housing. People want housing, but they can see that there's housing all around them that is empty, which is clearly offensive to them. But a tax like this would not fully solve the real estate problem in the way that political re-engagement and financial reinvestment would. Plus, it would be intrusive. Now, this would be the first time that the federal government would interfere in the area of property tax. And we've seen Ottawa's tendency to centralize everything. Now, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Ottawa seems to be treating property the same way it treats health. They let things degenerate, and then when they finally step in, they end up interfering and trampling on provincial jurisdiction. Seems to me that people in the housing market deserve better. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just picking up on the last few comments from the member from the Bloc. He's talking about the proposal of taxing non-resident, non-Canadian properties that are either vacant land or underused.
Okay, can we try again? Can you get interpretation now? Is it working? Is it working now? Okay, it is working. Sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as I was saying, and I will obviously repeat that, on the comments towards the end of his speech, the member was talking about the tax that was being proposed through this bill on real estate as it relates to non-resident, non-Canadian, vacant land or underused residential buildings. And I'm really having a difficult time understanding how both the Bloc and the Conservatives are conflating that particular tax as a measure to control foreign speculation. They're conflating it with the issue of property tax. Can the member please explain if he thinks that this is a good tool to help control some of that speculation?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I don't think I had conflated those. I don't think that's what I said. My colleague is asking me to explain something that I said, but I don't think I said that.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the Bloc for referencing a few anti-capitalist responses to the economic crisis, because there's been a lot of talk about inflation and no discussion on the corporate cartels we've allowed to capture our economy. I think back to 2017 with the Canada Bread Company and Weston Foods, who conspired with major grocers like Loblaws, who made like $400 million in profit and yet claims it can't afford to continue to pay their UFCW workers an extra $2 an hour in an alleged price fixing scheme. Madam Speaker, working people and their families are paying more for their rent, their groceries, and their gas. Instead of supporting them, the government is cutting their aid. So does the honourable member find it acceptable that Liberals have not tackled the outstanding investigations on price fixing by big corporate grocery chains, nor provided any measures to help low-income families deal with the rising food prices?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I'll try to answer. The interpretation went by quite quickly there, so I just want to make sure that I understood the question. What I understood is that the colleague would have liked to see the government tackle the issue of supermarket prices, if I understood that correctly. Or perhaps could I ask my colleague to clarify, to repeat the question a little more slowly, perhaps? I just want to make sure that I'm giving the right answer.
Could the honourable member for Hamilton Centre repeat just shortly the question so a little slower so that the interpretation can follow? Thank you.
Yes, it's an important question. Does the member find it acceptable that the Liberals have not tackled the outstanding investigation on price fixing by big corporate grocery chains, nor have they provided any measures to help low-income families deal with the rising food prices?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the colleague for agreeing to repeat the question. So the question was, should they have dealt with this price fixing issue? Now, of course, inflation and increasing food prices are very timely issues, and we need to do something about that. When it comes to the cost of groceries, this is increasingly an issue of debate, and I think that as a society, we absolutely cannot accept that someone can go to the grocery store to get really basic things like eggs, milk, and bread, and not be sure that they can even pay for it. That's unacceptable.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to one of the proposals for housing, the 1% tax on foreign buyers, was kind of like bringing a balloon to a barn fire. We had proposed to actually ban that for 2 years, and we don't think that's going to be enough. But when it comes to housing, the biggest issue we have, especially in Bay of Quinte, is a lack of labor. Right now, we have 200,000 workers, skilled workers, left in the queue, and it's stalled, as the immigration minister has said they need to fix a problem where they're going to spend more money. Does the honourable member beside me agree that we need to get skilled workers into this country now to build homes? Is that something he thinks would be a good priority for this government?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, there are a number of elements there. Of course, that measure was insufficient. What we don't like about it is the fact that it means that the federal government is interfering on provincial jurisdiction. This should have been a provincial matter according to the Constitution. Now, do we need to bring specialized workers in? Of course. And, you know, this is something that parties have talked about a lot in this House. How do we end this labor shortage? Of course, it's something we need to tackle in this sector and in others as well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm the type of person who takes the time to read the bills in detail, and I always ask a lot of questions. But my first two questions are always, is this bill good and effective, and does it meet people's needs? And is this a good use of tax dollars? So I read the economic update. I read Bill C-8. Was it exciting? No. Was it interesting? It was. It's interesting because I like to learn those little details. I'm the type of person who likes to read things in detail and find a different angle, a different perspective to interpret it through. So it was interesting reading, but there were a number of areas where I was disappointed. But I don't want to speak in bad faith, so I'll start with the positive points here. First of all, what is an economic update? What's the process underlying such a document? Now, we, as members of Parliament, are familiar with parliamentary jargon, but not everyone is. And so I want to just clarify this. An economic update is a report. It gives a portrait of the economic situation in Canada at a given time. Now, it reflects the time at which it's done. But we know that things can evolve quickly. So it's important to do these updates, especially in times of crisis, because you have to know where you stand if you want to know where you're going. That's an important principle that can also be applied to our personal and professional lives. So the economic update has achieved its goal of informing parliamentarians and the public on the state of Canada's financial affairs. It's also informing us of what has been done and what could be done in the future. The goal is to know where we're going here, and that's where things get interesting. The economic update didn't really present any big surprises. We know that we're in a period of inflation. The economy, when this update was written, was recovering, but not all sectors, you know, culture and tourism notably, were still being hit hard. There's a severe lack of social affordable housing, and that we need new measures to help people get through the crisis, including financial and material steps. So no big surprises there. You wouldn't need to be a well-known economist to be able to make those observations. So yes, the update does its job of giving a snapshot, but it's missing something else. It's missing the answer to the question, where are we going? Now, we want to avoid truisms or slogans like, we will continue to try to work to see the light at the end of the tunnel, we'll do everything we can to get out of the pandemic, or we'll keep doing what we've done for the past 2 years, we'll protect people, and relaunch the economy with strong, innovative measures. Using these buzzwords and stringing them together in a way that, creates sentences that don't even mean anything, that's not helpful. Maybe it makes some people feel better, but people need more. They need to know that there is a real plan to get out of this unprecedented crisis that we are still going through. Bill C-8 allows businesses to improve ventilation through a tax credit. That will have a short-term effect. It also tries to find a way to reduce housing problems. That tax proposed will have a short-term effect. It adjusts EI for businesses. But again, this is a short-term measure. It will only be good as long as the pandemic is still happening and until the economy gets back to normal. It distributes $2 billion for the implementation of proof of vaccination and rapid tests. Again, this is a short-term measure, or at least let's hope that that's a short-term issue. However, these measures are necessary. Our businesses, including tourism and seasonal industries, have suffered very heavy consequences from this pandemic. In other words, C8 leaves us in the same situation that we've been in for the last 2 years. Let's be clear, these measures are necessary, but I would have hoped to see more long-term solutions. Now, some might be tempted to say that the tax for underutilized housing units might be more of a medium-term solution, because this tax would force people to ensure that units are occupied, and that would increase the housing supply. That would not address Canada's decades of underinvestment in social housing, of course, since the measure could ultimately be detrimental to municipal finances. Canada should have been setting money aside for years to be able to build 50,000 units, which are needed across the country. Why did they make cuts to social housing for so long? Because poor people don't have the means to defend themselves against these big decisions. So the government needs to protect those who need it the most. These are two principles that I find are important and that I hope are important to everyone in this House. Number one, we need to plan and act on behalf of the next generation, not for the next election. Two, we need to fight on behalf of those who are weak, poor, or have no voice. That's why I'm here. And I hope that that's why everyone is here. By refusing to invest in social housing, successive governments have failed to respect both of those principles. And C8 has the same flaw. It does not plan for future generations, nor does it demonstrate that we are fighting for the dignity of those who have no voice. But beyond simply talking about the wounds of the pandemic, we need to look further into the future. Let's look at the mistakes of the past, and let's make sure that we don't repeat them. Let's make sure that we foster the emergence and recovery of businesses so that we can fuel our own economy. We need to focus on agricultural producers, electronic manufacturers, international and national tourism, natural resources, shipbuilding, electric transport, energy and green businesses, research, textiles, and a whole other series of sectors. We need to really help the sectors that need it. Let's focus on exports, not just exporting raw materials and importing value-added goods. Let's take real action to reduce paperwork related to procurement so that we can get these big projects going. Let's plan for recurring funding every year so that the federal government doesn't have to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction. When you take a step back and look at the trends of what the federal government has done in times of crisis, you can see one common thread: interference, disrespect for provincial jurisdiction as laid out in the Constitution. Take another step back and you can see that one of the causes of this interference is the lack of medium and long-term planning. Finances are managed on a piecemeal basis, and cuts are constantly made to budgets that are actually essential in times of crisis, like health transfers, social housing, cost of living increases for pensioners, for example. Let's improve supply chains. Let's make sure that we have everything we need to be able to deal with the next crisis, whether it happens tomorrow or in 50 years. These are just a few examples of what we could be doing. What are we doing to ensure the dignity of those who have no voice? Well, I will be voting for C8 because it does contain some necessary elements. But I'm nevertheless disappointed by what is missing from this bill: vision, long-term planning, and audacity.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Skinner Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. There was much in her speech that I found compelling. I wanted to mention one thing that we didn't see in the fall economic statement, which was help for public transit across Canada. On January 26th, the mayors of Canada's biggest cities called on the federal government for support for transit operating shortfalls. That support is not in this economic statement. It still hasn't been forthcoming from the government. I wonder if my colleague would support that call so that we ensure we don't have a downward spiral and degraded transit service in the future.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. You know, when I was talking about a long-term planning for future generations, well, public transit is part of that because we have to think of the weakest and the most vulnerable. Right now, not always, but right now, the people who take public transit, who have chosen not to buy a vehicle, or people who simply can't afford it. And helping those people, it means planning stable and long-term funding to enhance public transit. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Resuming debate. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary No? Okay. Resuming debate. L'Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak to C8 and...
2 years to be exact. It's been 21 months of direct challenges to our country, to Canadians, from coast to coast to coast. And people are tired, and we understand that. But we've stood together as Canadians to fight this global pandemic, and we will soon, I believe, be in a much better place. What's important is our country will continue as a strong economic driver in the global economy. Our Prime Minister indicated clearly on many occasions that we have Canadians' backs, and we will have it as long as it takes. Now, I remember back on March 13th, we decided to shut down Parliament for 2 weeks. I remember flying home and being a little uncertain, but felt I would be back soon, as many Canadians felt that we would get through this quickly. But that wasn't to be the case. But I have to say, with all those challenges, as a Member of Parliament, I felt that I was really contributing to a strong democracy because for 67 days in a row, Liberal members of Parliament spent 2 hours every night on the phone talking about how we can build programs, and then talking, because of the feedback we were receiving from our constituents, talking about how can we tweak those programs, because there are some individuals, some companies in our constituencies that were not helping, and finding ways to do that month after month. And I felt good, but even if we had 100, 200 calls and emails a day, that we were advocating on behalf of Canadians, and our government was responding on behalf of Canadians and helping Canadians. We invested, of course, not only in PPEs and vaccines, but we were also there as a government for provinces and municipal governments. That's very important to indicate, Madam Speaker, because 8 out of $10 spent to fight COVID through this pandemic has been spent by the federal government. And I know at times we talk about jurisdictions, but we didn't worry about jurisdiction. We worried about Canadians, the Canadian economy, people, and communities. And that's why we were directly involved in education, in healthcare, etc., etc. So I'm very, very proud of our government's record through this pandemic, but also staying a strong economic course, which I will describe to you where we sit today. And the reason we've been so strong through the pandemic is because of what we've done from 2015 to 2019, Madam Speaker. We had the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Canada since it's been recorded. We had Canadians that created 1.2 million jobs, which is very, very impressive going into the pandemic, of course. And we had the lowest net debt GDP in the G7. Those are impressive numbers. Where are we today? Because that's pre. Where are we today, Madam Speaker? 108% of the jobs that were lost, over 3 million jobs, have now been, of course, recaptured, if you want. I want to mention, of course, that I'm sharing my time with the member for Toronto Danforth, who will be giving her speech just after me. I apologize. Madam Speaker, also, we have seen less bankruptcies in the last 2 years than we've seen in past years. We've seen an increase of 13% in trade. Yes, the inflation is at 4.5. That's a global challenge. But the inflation in the United States is 7%, Madam Speaker. Interest rate on the debt has lowered by $4 billion last year because of refinancing, and we still have our AAA, of course, credit rating. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of the economic statement delivered by our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance because it gives a good, clear picture of where we've spent our money. It's transparent. Why we spent our money, where we're going to invest our money as we move forward to make sure that our economy continues to be strong. Yes, we had lost 3 million jobs, I should say, Madam Speaker, through the challenge, but we were able to recapture that. Yes, the GDP had shrunk 17%, but now we're seeing much improvement in that area. Where are we? We're second now fastest job recovery in the G7. Compare that to the recession of 2008 when the Conservatives were in power. We're much further ahead, I want to tell Canadians, and that's probably because of how we had the work we had done pre-pandemic, of course, which was so important. Believe it or not, I was surprised with those numbers. Over 6,000 new businesses were created during this pandemic, which is quite impressive. Madam Speaker, we are also helping with the cost of living in 2 very direct areas. One, of course, childcare investments. This will be major to help families to deal with the cost of living and the economy challenges that they may face, and also housing, which is a crucial investment for Canadians. We know the pandemic has caused more challenges in that area, where now we have first-time home buyers will have more possibilities of getting into the new housing market, which is important. Rent to own, extremely important as well. So those are straight investments that will, as we move forward, continue to help and create positive economic development. Madam Speaker, as a former superintendent of schools, I can tell you that schools are always an interesting place to be, but when you have a pandemic, I can't praise teachers, students, and parents enough for what they have done through this pandemic. They have been there. They have continued to learn and contribute and be engaged, and that is something to be proud of. Madam Speaker, our government has invested, of course, in helping create more outdoor classrooms, now investing in ventilation to help, of course, in that area which is so crucial, and also increasing the tax credit for teachers from 15% to 25%, and we've expanded or created more flexibility for IT in that area, which is extremely important. For small businesses, Madam Speaker, we have been there, as I've indicated already, and continue to be there. We have created, of course, some tax credits for tax credit for refitting, ventilation, heating. But you know what's important, Madam Speaker? People need to stop and think about this. The Canadian Emergency Business Account went out to support 900,000 businesses. That's almost 1 billion businesses. We're able to have initially 40,000, then 60,000, and 1/4 is non-repayable if they were able to pay at a certain time. We've extended that now to December 31st, 2023, and we even extended it for those that may want to have a loan to continue it up to December 31st, Madam Speaker, 2025. A quote, "It is particularly good news that the government has announced it will extend the repayment deadline for the Canada Emergency Business Account, the Federation, of course, of Canadian businesses." Also, continuing the fight, and a quote I want to share by the Business Council, who says, "The COVID-19 pandemic continues to pose a risk to Canadians physically, mentally, and the economic health. We agree with the Finance Minister, Christine Freeland. The member, of course, thank you. The Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. But what's important is the OO should be placed on the best economic policy is a strong public health policy. That's where the ho-ho should be all about. Madam Speaker, I want to finish with one thing. We also put a 1% tax to slow down, of course, the challenges with health and to raise, of course, revenue on the housing tax, 1% to the certain owners, which are non-residents, but they own property here in Canada. And this does not affect, of course, Canadians or PR. This will allow us, again, to support Canadians in the housing market. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and I certainly applaud the passion, if not the substance, of that speech. You know, the constituents, on a serious note, in my riding are having a difficult time getting by. Everything is getting more expensive underneath this government. Housing and prices have increased by 50, 60% in my riding. It's getting more and more difficult. I hear over and over that it's not our fault. It's not our fault. So I'm wondering if this member would like to take responsibility now for the inflation, or simply explain why in Canada, unlike everywhere else in the world, quantitative easing, and maybe he could explain what quantitative easing is while he's there, and why it won't impact inflation like it has everywhere else in the world whenever it's been tried.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague again for his question. But one big one, the cost of living that I talked about in my speech, which is so important, is our investment in childcare. This is having a direct effect on families. Also, the increases and investment in the CCB, which is extremely important. And in housing, we continue to help. I just made 2 announcements in my riding last week, one for 12 units for women's shelters and another one, 8 units for African Nova Scotians. Those are the type of investments that are happening on the ground right across the country, including in my colleagues' riding, of course.
L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a very passionate speech. I was very impressed. It was like an advertisement for the Government of Canada. You know, for my colleague, there's no problems in Canada. Everything is fine. Even though there were thousands of people who are waiting for an EI check, that doesn't seem to be a problem. You know, these people can't contact public servants. They're stuck. They're trying to make ends meet, and they've been just as hard hit as the seniors as well. What about the 1.8 million housing units that are missing here in Canada? Canada is the worst country in G7 with regard to housing. So the Liberal government needs to address these problems. How will it overcome the housing crisis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm surprised because I was wondering, I thought he was going to talk about meddling in jurisdiction, but we didn't get that question because we work with all levels of government. But when we talk about seniors, we gave them a $500 check that was non-taxable, and then we gave them $300 for those who are over 65. And more money for those who are receiving the GIS. So those were our investments for seniors. And with regarding to the housing issue, we're making announcements every day across the country. I referred to that in my speech. And it's this Liberal government that has created the first national housing strategy in Canada.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. It was very easy to hear him from this end of the House, and so I was able to not need my microphone. So that's great. Thank you. He did speak a lot about the programs that were put in place by the Liberal government, and well, I know that some of them worked. Many of them did not, and we many times brought up in this House those places where there were holes, where there were gaps. For example, he talks about business loans and how they supported businesses, but they didn't support new businesses. They didn't support businesses like ones in my riding that started right during the pandemic or right before the pandemic through no fault of those entrepreneurs. I have a business in my riding called Sesco Steel, which used the wage subsidy program to actually pay for scab labor and lock out their actual unionized workers. So there were these gaps in these programs, and CC8 doesn't address those. And so I don't want the member to feel that they can take all the credit for these when we've been asking them to fix these programs, and they haven't fixed these programs. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my colleague for her question and appreciate the work that she's doing. I would argue, however, that many of our policies, not only was it Liberal members working together to try to help, but it was opposition members, all 338 MPs that were giving us suggestions and comments, and we were trying to improve on those, and that showed how minority government can work and how the minority government will continue to work. I understand her question for new businesses. We actually put a strategy to help new businesses, but it didn't capture them all. Matter of fact, I have one in my riding that came to me last week, which we weren't able to help yet. I'm working on it. Once I find a solution, you'll be the first one to know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very pleased to be able to stand today and to speak in support of Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act, and to be able to highlight how it's going to be supporting people in my own community and across this country. I'd like to begin, though, by acknowledging that we are still right at the beginning of Black History Month, and to acknowledge the really strong speech that was made by the member of Helm-Aylmer yesterday, and how strong and important it is to listen to his words and his guidance about how not only during this month, but every day of the year, we really do need to continue to focus on learning Canada's Black history. Now, in respect of the Fall Economic Statement, it touched on many important issues, but one of the ones I'd really like to focus on was its support for the arts. The arts are an important source of employment and work in my community. I happen to be lucky to be home to some wonderful theaters in my community, film studios, so many people who work as authors and work in our local museums are part of my community. And I really appreciate all that they do and all of the work that they do. And they have been so hard hit over the course of the pandemic. They've really felt the brunt of a lot of the lockdowns that have occurred across our country. So it was really important for me to see the continued support, building on the support that we've provided throughout the pandemic in this Fall Economic Statement. As I mentioned, I have many film studios in my community. It's always fun, kind of get to see little peeks into shows and movies that we're going to see down the line when we're walking along. They were hard hit. One of the things that allowed the film industry to continue was actually supports by the federal government in providing COVID insurance support, so that if they had to close down because of COVID, that they would have that extra support. So the film industry was actually able to continue under different roles, but in a lot of ways. What hasn't been as easy is the live performance industry. And that's been one of my priorities throughout the pandemic, is how do we provide the supports that we need for the live performance industry. When we look overall at the cultural domain, in the third quarter of 2021, for return to where they had been before, we were at about 93% by third quarter 2021 from pre-pandemic times. But for the live performance sector, still at about 62%. So still a lot of work to be done and a lot of support that's still needed by the live performance sector. Now, one of the things that I was really excited about was the way through the pandemic we had provided programs that allowed different live performance, like our festivals and like our venues, to pivot. And even, when we talk about some of the programs, there were programs, for example, that supported small volunteer-run museums, different kinds of programs, people that weren't necessarily ordinarily recipients of support through Heritage. I don't know about you, but I love to go see a concert. I just love going to see live music. I love going to the theater. It's one of the things that brings me so much joy. And I know that when we're out of this pandemic, I want to be able to go to those places again. I want to be able to listen and dance. None of you have to watch me dance. But, you know, I want to be able to enjoy all that it brings me to be in a live performance kind of location. In fact, right before this last lockdown, I was able to go see Mixtape at one of my local theaters, Crow's Theatre, which always has a lot of really interesting performances. And you could just see the community of everyone there being so happy, just to be there, just to have that experience again, even if it was a bit different. I also, before the last lockdown here in Ontario, was able to go to Dora's, which has now been renamed as Noonan's, to go see some music. And again, feel that community. When I talk about Dora's, now Noonan's, they were one of many live music venues that received support through the pandemic, specifically from a live music fund. It was there to support the infrastructure around our live music industry, support the bars that have Canadian performances, and to see more, to make sure that they're there for us when we're able to go back. Now, that ties to another piece that I'm going to be getting to in the fall economic statement of support for the artists. So the infrastructure and the artists are both critical pieces. But before I leave the live performance supports that were there for venues, because I think they're really important, and I don't know if we talk enough about it. It did support places like the Dora in my community. It supported places like the Foufoune Electrique in Montreal. There have been a lot of great concerts over there. Leith Palace in Toronto, the King Eddie in Calgary, the Carlton in Halifax. The places that people like to gather, and they want to be able to gather there and to enjoy themselves and the live performances again. So those places, as part of the pandemic programs, had support for the infrastructure. In the fall economic statement, there was support for arts workers. It was the Canada Performing Arts Workers Resilience Fund. And that's $60 million specifically to support what normally we would call gig workers in the cultural working atmosphere. It's to provide short-term financial supports and also guidance and professional development. And it's available to organizations that support the live performance sector, such as artist unions, guilds, and different associations. And the purpose is to retain skilled workers in live performance. So I highlight it because I think it's important to see the work that's been done throughout the pandemic, how the fall economic statement built on that, and how we're continuing to make sure that we will be there to support the live performance industry as we go forward and our arts industries as a whole, because they're so important. They're important economically, and sometimes we don't talk about that enough, but they are an important economic sector, but they're also just important for our souls and just really important for our communities. So I'll leave that part to just say I can't wait to see some shows. Maybe, we'll have a chance among members here to go see some shows here in Ottawa at some point soon and to enjoy that. Now, another issue, I'm going to switch gears just quickly to talk about schools. Because when I talk with people in my community, many were really, really concerned about the safety of schools as they were sending their children back to schools in January. There were a lot of questions. In fact, our schools were closed in Ontario for a little bit of time right at the start. And the worry, what I heard from parents was, what are you going to do to make sure that our children are safe when they go back to school? And this is where the fall economic statement is really important, because it includes specifically funding for ventilation improvements in our schools. That's going to have a long-term impact. It's a good thing just generally to have better ventilation. I have to tell you, some of my kids' schools didn't always seem to have the best systems for ventilation. Great to see that we're supporting our provinces to be able to do that important work. And that builds on the Safe Restart funding that had been provided through the pandemic for our provinces and territories to be able to support the schools through the process. I know that in my community, you don't even think about it, but the different kinds of changes they need to bring in. Many of the schools in my community, for example, got new types of water fountains, not the ones you used to use when you were a kid in school and you'd lean forward. That's not really great for COVID times, probably wasn't good anyway. So now they have bottle refill stations, different kinds of systems. So I think that that's all really important in response to a concern that had been raised repeatedly by people in my community to make sure that we're supporting our provinces and territories in providing support to make sure that our children are well supported. Now, I know I'm running out of time, but I just mentioned briefly the part about how our schools had been closed in Ontario for a short bit at the beginning in January. I wanted to just remind parents, if they're listening, that there's a caregiver benefit. When the schools were closed because of COVID, they actually can apply for that caregiver benefit. And I also want to highlight that if their kids have to self-isolate for any reason, because of COVID, then again, they may be eligible for the caregiver benefit. So I'm really encouraging everyone to look into that. I'm out of time, but thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak in support of the Fall Economic Statement.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have just a specific question for the Honourable Member around her comments on ventilation in schools. Does the member have an estimate of how long a retrofit to improve ventilation would take in a particular case? And I guess that speaks to the question of how long the member expects this pandemic to be going on for. Does the government have estimates around the timelines involved? We saw in the fall economic update, for instance, funding put aside for the enforcement of mandate rules for a 3-year period. Is the government hoping to bring this pandemic to an end, or is the government undertaking sort of longer-term spending projects with the expectation this will continue for years more?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member opposite for that question. You know what? I really hope we have sunshine tomorrow, and I don't have control over that either. There are certain things that are just beyond the government's control. But what I will say is that as long as the COVID pandemic continues, and even as it goes into its endemic phase, we're there to support Canadians. And I don't think that there is any Canadian parent who's going to argue, pandemic or no pandemic, that we should have better ventilation in our schools. So I think supporting our provinces to be able to have healthy spaces for our kids, that's just a good thing.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I say hello to my colleague for Toronto Danforth that we sat on committee last session, and she was parliamentary secretary to the Heritage Minister. We worked together very well, and we did a study of the impact on the pandemic on the cultural sector. Yesterday, we had some conversations with stakeholders in arts and culture, and they said that funding announced in the budget is still not accessible. My colleague will remember that the key word that came out of our study was predictability. The cultural sector needs predictability. They can't, for example, set up a show with 2 days' notice. I'd also like to talk about the emergency funding, which was announced recently. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this, Madam Speaker. It's been over 2 months that culture workers have been without any source of financial support. The financial programs that they were eligible for ended in October. So yes, there's an emergency funding, $60 million, but I'd like to know when people will actually be able to access this money. I'd like there to be some predictability. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I think that the member across the way asks good questions. How can we offer predictable, ongoing support to our artists? Yesterday, I heard witnesses in committee, and if my colleague has any other information to bring to my attention, I'd be happy to take a look at it. How can we offer financial support to our gig workers? We are currently working on modernizing EI. I think that work is very important, and we must continue that way. Support can be predictable and ongoing, not just during COVID, but always.
I wanted to thank the member for talking about the arts, and just let her know as well that Nunavut is the only jurisdiction that has no performing arts center at all in any of its communities, and I hope that you take that into consideration for any future work for supporting the arts in Nunavut. I wanted to also highlight that while she was talking about the fall economic statement, that to remind her that what Bill C-8 fails to do. Bill C-8 fails to help families. The government of Nunavut announced last week that the price of gas and diesel will increase to 8 cents a liter each for the price of gas and diesel to become effective this month. These increases will ultimately increase the cost of living. Essentially, this bill does nothing to help families facing rising food prices. Instead of helping working families with these rising food prices, why are the Liberals protecting wealthy grocery chains instead of helping more families?
I'll have to give a very short time for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer.
The member opposite raises some very important questions about affordability. I would want to remind all the members in the House that in this tax season, the personal amount for which you pay no taxes is actually going up by $600. That means you're paying, for people who earn under $150,000, they're going to be paying tax on $600 less of their income. It's actually a savings. So I didn't...
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I'd like to start by mentioning that I'll be splitting my time today with the Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to address C-8. This bill enacts tax and spending measures outlined in the Economics and Fiscal Update. This bill itself has 7 parts. Allow me today the privilege to suggest some highlights as to why the official opposition opposes this. Canadians are listening. Canadians are seeking and deserve more from this government. C-8 adds an additional $70 billion of new inflammatory fuel on the fire. Friends, our national debt has now reached a ridiculous $1.2 trillion.
Shame.
Madam Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, this Liberal government has brought in $176 billion in new spending that is unrelated to COVID-19. This Liberal government ensured Canadians that they would find a balance on transparency. I'm not seeing it. Across our country, there are numerous concerns at hand. I see them, I hear them from my riding every single day. We all recognize the importance of stimulus spending. There is a time and there is a place. However, the cost of living is out of control. More dollars chasing fewer goods means higher prices. Groceries. Inflation is hurting every Canadian and every family at the grocery store. Chicken is up 6.2%, for example. Bacon is up 19.1%. Working Canadians are sighing every time they pull into the gas station. Automobile gas is up 33%. The state of our economy is weak. The deficit and national debt are disturbing, and Canadians have caught on. People in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and across this country are being stretched. To quote the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the rationale for the additional spending initially set aside as stimulus no longer exists. Many Canadians are exhausted, financially, emotionally, and mentally. We need to reactivate this economy. We need to have lower taxes, more freedom, smaller government, and regain some optimism and some hope in ourselves and in our governments. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are opposed, Madam Speaker, my regrets, are opposed to Bill C-8. As we come out of COVID-19 pandemic, many Canadians are worried about our economic recovery and security. Unfortunately, debt loads on individuals and all levels of government have imploded. This is putting businesses, jobs, and home ownership at risk. As communities face unprecedented challenges, the current government, sadly, is continuing to reward its insiders. Promises made to our veterans, seniors, small businesses have been broken. Earlier in the House today, we were reminded by a fellow Liberal member that the Liberal government claims that it wants to build back better after this pandemic. They want to do this by spending huge amounts of taxpayers' money. But in my view, they have no realistic plan for this recovery.
That's right.
This Liberal government has a long and proven record of failing to get the job done for Canadians, and Bill C-8 is no exception. Canadians deserve much better from their government.
That's right.
Our lives have changed over the last few years, but it hasn't changed our character. Canadians have overcome adversity in the past, and they will overcome it again. The key to moving past the pandemic in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington is to give our communities the tools and resources they need to become more self-reliant and resilient. Governments, regardless of jurisdiction, need to provide the necessary investments in local infrastructure, relief from taxes that stifle productivity, and cut the red tape that inhibits growth. It also includes investing in mental health programs, cleaner energy, supporting our farmers that feed us, and our local businesses that provide for us by creating an environment for new opportunities and investment. I recognize the challenges are steep. The future of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and this country depends on bringing together people and ideas and working on things that unite us as a community, as a riding, and as a country, rather than focusing on those things that divide us.
That's right.
As we come out of this pandemic, the top issues facing this entire country is getting the economy back up and running. A key part of economic recovery is getting people back to work. Let me say first, the best indicator of future performance is past performance. And it should be remembered that the last time that this country faced a crisis, during the 2008-2009 recession, it was a Conservative government and its economic policies that was able to strengthen Canada's fiscal position without jeopardizing the goal of income redistribution.
That's right.
In fact, the same Conservative government's strict fiscal discipline achieved a balanced budget in 2015, and it did not come from raising taxes or cutting transfers to people and provinces and territories. People should also remember that it was a Conservative government that brought in NAFTA, which has had an overwhelmingly positive effect on the Canadian economy. It has opened up new export opportunities for businesses, acted as a stimulus to build internationally competitive businesses, and helped attract foreign investment to Canada. Conservative governments have had a long and distinguished history of cleaning up Liberal messes, and we stand ready to do so again. We need to focus on getting the economy back up on track, bringing back jobs, responsibly balancing the budget, and providing accountability. When COVID-19 hit, the Liberal government wasn't ready. They were caught unprepared, they made poor decisions, and they put lives at risk and crippled our economy.
That's right.
It didn't have to be this way. Canada has faced pandemics before. In recent memory, we were confronted with SARS and H1N1. Each time we learned lessons and prepared for future pandemics. Tragically, the Liberal government undid much of that preparation, cutting funding key programs. They shut down the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, our pandemic early warning system. They let the National Microbiology Laboratory decline, and then depleted Canada's PPE stockpile. They fought with pharmaceutical industry and sacked the Public Health Agency with bureaucrats, not scientists. When COVID-19 emerged, the Liberals were unprepared, slow to respond, and made numerous decisions with tragic consequences. At first, they denied there was no risk to Canada. They waited too long to close the border and ignored warnings of scientists within their own government and across Canada, and the transmissibility and threat of COVID-19. They downplayed the importance of screening at borders, mask wearing, evidence-based contact tracing, and domestic vaccine production. Frontline workers were left to fend for themselves as public health guidance was confused or blocked.
The honourable member will have 2 minutes after question period to finish her remarks and for the questions from the other members. Thank you. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Stevenson Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion participated in a roundtable with housing experts in my riding of Steveston Richmond East. Together, we discussed the important initiatives the federal government is taking to develop affordable housing in BC. Initiatives like the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund to encourage new funding models for affordable housing. The minister spoke about CMHC's call for ideas to develop a housing accelerator fund to help municipalities remove barriers to affordable housing, as well as addressing the urgent need for skilled labor with Canada's leading immigration program. Madam Speaker, our government is working with the provinces and municipalities to ensure Canadian families have access to affordable housing because every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable home.
The honourable member for Brandon Surrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Westman lost a giant with the passing of Mr. Irvin Goodon on December the 28th. Mr. Goodon was a husband, father, grandfather, businessman, community builder, writer, and a proud member of the Métis Nation. Growing up in the Turtle Mountains, Irvin was instantly connected to the land. From trapping to hunting and to enjoying the bounty of his harvest, he was an ardent conservationist, which led him to founding the Goodon Wildlife Museum in Boissevain, Manitoba. I will always remember Irvin as an entrepreneur who built a construction business that revolutionized the shed building industry in North America. From humble beginnings to becoming a nationally recognized business leader, such as being inducted into the Aboriginal Business Hall of Fame, Irvin was a pioneer in every sense of the word. I was honored to call him a friend all these years and appreciated his sage advice on all things political. To his wife, Marge, and children Laurie, Will, and Joe, thank you for lending your father to the world. He was a wealth of inspiration and a friend to all. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, recently I met with Stephen Jackson of the Anishinaabe Outreach Centre, a nonprofit organization for Indigenous healing in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. Over the past 3 years, under his leadership, this centre has grown from a staff of 2 to 30. Using digital technologies, the Outreach Centre has transformed from a local organization providing service to the 50,000 Indigenous people living in the region to a national organization providing healing and employment opportunities to friendship centres, reserves, and urban centres. The processes and tools being used by this trailblazing organization will position the current and future First Nation, Métis, and Inuit generations as prosperous leaders and strategic partners in Canada's future. I encourage the members of this House to take a moment and join me in recognizing the remarkable work being done by the Anishinaabe Outreach Centre.
The honourable member for Rimouski Néja-Témiscouata Basque. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of Mr. Serge Guay to the Pointe-au-Père Maritime Historic Site in Rimouski. For more than 31 years, Mr. Guay directed this Lower St. Lawrence Museum institution. Under his leadership, the site has undergone remarkable development, becoming the must-see stop it is today for tens of thousands of visitors every single year. Mr. Gay's passion, determination, and creativity have been his trademark throughout his career. He was indeed recognised by the Canadian Museums Association last May, which awarded him a prize for his skills in museum management and for the important role he played at the Musée de la Mer. In amongst his many accomplishments, one will recall the bold acquisition of the Onondaga submarine in 2009, which became the first submarine in Canada to become accessible to the public. Mr. Gay, thank you for having contributed to the creation of this historic and touristic jewel that makes our beautiful region shine and makes us so proud. Enjoy your retirement. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, on January 15th, the Centre Espoir Rosalie, an organisation in my riding of Gatineau, celebrated its 30th anniversary of service to our community. Espoir Rosalie assists single mothers and their children in developing their parental autonomy. Participants can benefit from a respite service and take part in various workshops in order to create a support network. I would like to underline the important work they do on a daily basis to ensure that we can live in a more equal society. A sincere thank you to the team and members of the Board of Directors and to all volunteers for your precious contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to an exceptional man who left us too soon, Mr. Réal Gagné. Proud farmer all of his life, loving husband of his wife Thérèse, a caring father of 5 daughters, Stéphanie, Marilyn, Joanie, Danielle, and Mélanie, and grandfather emeritus to 9 grandchildren. He also leaves a great void in the lives of his brothers and sisters, brothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, and friends who shared his joy of life and his passion for maple syrup production. Without question, he was the lifeblood of his family. Réal was involved in his community through his judicious advice giving and also in the marketing of maple syrup at the provincial level. On a more personal note, I have lost more than a warm friend, my land friend, with whom, during each growing season, we took the time to stop our tractors to exchange humorous stories that only Réal, in his own way, had the gift of telling us. Your presence was always a sweet comfort. Rest in peace, my dearest neighbour, Réal.
For Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, Team Canada will march into the opening ceremony of the Olympic Winter Games. Mené par le triple olympique paralympique dans 2 de...
Canada. The captain of Canada's hockey team, Marie-Philippe Poulin, is a 5-time Olympic player.
Canadian, and indeed every member in this House, to cheer on Team Canada, celebrate the victories and triumphs, and get to know our athletes and enjoy the inspiring stories of their Olympic journeys. Nothing brings our country together quite like the Olympics, and I think we could all use something to cheer for right now. Physical activity and recreation are essential for our communities and our collective and mental physical health. And that's why I'm so proud that this week we announced our new Community Sport for All initiative. That's $80 million over the next 2 years to ensure that everyone in Canada can access quality, barrier-free sport and play. Playground to Podium, Canada is proud to support our athletes. De cours de récréation le Podium.
From the play centres.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
It is with a great deal of sadness that I rise to recognize a dedicated community volunteer and a loyal friend from my riding of Kings Hants. Mark Clark passed away suddenly yesterday while waiting for delayed heart surgery. He retired from Michelin Tire after 31 years, but as the saying goes, he was busier in retirement than ever during his active working life. He was a devoted volunteer with a lengthy record of service to the Kentville Lions Club, where he served as president and could often be found on Saturday mornings serving pancake breakfast. He was also a talented musician and would often perform jam sessions in the community, frequently doing shows for seniors. He was passionate about public affairs. In fact, the first meeting I had with individuals to discuss my candidacy to become Member of Parliament took place in his living room. And he relished talking to people on the doorsteps during elections campaigns. He was well known, well-liked, and well-respected. To the love of his life, Gay, and to their entire family, I extend my heartfelt sympathy. I was lucky to have known Mark and to have known him as a friend. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, forcing people's backs against a wall by imposing unreasonable mandates and demonizing those who seek to create a dialogue and ask to be heard by their government is wrong. We need to safely and responsibly learn to live with the virus, and the government needs to accept that there are many ways forward to give people hope. Hope is the message we've been hearing, and many are spreading this message of freedom, unity, and patriotism across this country. It's shameful that the government continues to divide Canadians. With this many Canadians from across the country, of all races and faiths coming together to seek hope to end the mandates, they deserve to be listened to. So many I've met are thankful for the polite conversation because they want to be heard. I encourage the Liberal members to listen and give hope a chance to be heard.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Our government has put forth a national childcare strategy to help families save thousands of dollars in childcare costs and help grow our economy. Almost every province and territory has signed onto a childcare agreement with our federal government except for the province of Ontario. In Brampton East, families have consistently expressed the need for affordable childcare and what it would mean for their families. Over the weekend, my friend Ajit in Calgary reached out to thank me and our Liberal government for our national childcare strategy and shared what it will mean for his family. For his family, that means childcare costs going from $1,300 a month to $680 a month. That's over $7,000 in savings in the first year alone. Mr. Speaker, our federal government has $10.2 billion on the table and stands ready to work with the province of Ontario so that Ajit's reality in Calgary can become a reality for families in Brampton and across Ontario. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that the province of Ontario do its part in making affordable childcare a reality.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, families in Flamborough-Glanbrook are desperate for reliable, high-speed internet. On a regular basis, I receive calls and emails from constituents that struggle with overpriced, unreliable internet. Take Ryan in Flamborough, for example, who lives just 15 minutes from the city but has no reliable broadband. Last month, to ensure his 2 kids would have access to online schooling, he had to pay over $500 in charges for a wireless hotspot. Mr. Speaker, there are over 8,000 rural households in Flamborough-Glanbrook, the majority with bad internet, including my own. Yet last week, this government made an announcement to connect just 47 of them. 47! That's less than 1%. In 2022, the pandemic has taught us that access to reliable high-speed internet is no longer a privilege for some, but a necessity for all. The people of my riding cannot wait till 2025. They need action now.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, my heart was saddened to hear the news of 4 people from India losing their lives last month after becoming lost in minus 35-degree weather during a blizzard. This is a tragedy made worse by the news that it was allegedly human traffickers that put these people in harm's way. Human trafficking causes real harm. No matter what someone may tell you, it is never safe to cross the border illegally. Human smugglers are only concerned about money and have no regard for the lives lost. They are responsible for over 40 million victims worldwide, often leading to forced labor, prostitution, and death. There's a substantial need among some individuals to get to another country like Canada, but this is not the way. Canada's Conservatives are calling on the government to ensure our immigration system is fair, efficient, and compassionate to prevent future tragedies like these events. We issue our collective condolences to the victims of this horrendous tragedy and to all fleeing their countries in search of a better life.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, I went to Quebec City to participate in the ceremony commemorating the 5th anniversary of the tragic attack on the Grande Mosquée. And I rise today to once again pay tribute to the 6 men who were taken from us on the 29th of January 2017. Ibrahima, Mamadou, Khaled, Abdelkrim, Azedine, and Abu Bakr. All Quebecers. Every single one shot by a murderer who entered their mosque brandishing a handgun and 5 10-round magazines. The weapon in question, the Glock 17, was purchased on the legal market, and in the space of less than 2 minutes, it was used to extinguish the lives of our fellow citizens. There is no doubt that more needs to be done to combat gun violence, including handguns. Survivors are asking for it. Our youth are asking for it. Canadians across the country are asking for it and will continue to be their voice.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight 3 athletes in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam who will be competing for Canada at the Special Olympics World Winter Games next year. Lindsay Arstad, Ariel Taylor, and Fiona Hall. Lindsay and Ariel will compete in snowshoeing and Fiona will compete in alpine skiing. I had the opportunity to meet Ariel recently, and she told me how important her friends at Special Olympics are for her social and physical well-being. For all 3 women, these are their first World Games, and they are training year-round. Lindsay and Ariel even have grass snowshoes so that they can train during summer months. A shout out to Special Olympics BC with over 4,000 volunteers and coaches who deliver year-round high-quality programs to people with intellectual disabilities through sport. Congratulations again to Lindsay, Ariel, and Fiona, along with the other Canadian Special Olympic athletes. The residents of Port Moody Coquitlam are cheering you on.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 40th anniversary of Parrainage Civique Drummond, an organisation that provides services for adults living with an intellectual disability, a physical disability, or other disorders that can affect functional autonomy. Parrainage Civique Drummond was born out of an initiative by a group of people who were looking for ways to provide specific and adapted help for this clientele. I don't need to tell you that since the beginning of the pandemic, Parrainage Civique Drummond has played an essential role in keeping these people in touch with their community. I'm thinking, for example, of Joey, a young 27-year-old man with a passion for politics who was able to do a one-day internship in my riding office thanks to citizen advocacy Parrainage Civique. He's a great guy, full of energy, for whom this great need for interaction could not be fulfilled without the organisation's initiatives. We must underline the indispensable involvement of the volunteers and the remarkable work of Parrainage Civique Drummond to bring happiness to the lives of these magnificent people, to contribute to their maintenance at home and to provide respite to their loved ones. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Executive Director, Michel Gouin, who is at the head of this organisation for the 20th year of his headmanship.
For Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, on her 21st birthday, Princess Elizabeth declared that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. And what a record of service that has been. Through 12 Canadian Prime Ministers and 14 Governors General, including the first Canadian-born Governor General, and today, the first Indigenous person to serve as Governor General. During her reign, the Queen visited Canada more often than any other country, endearing herself to generations of Canadians. February 6th marks the 70th anniversary of Queen Elizabeth II's ascension to the throne as head of the Commonwealth and Queen of Canada, following the death of her father, George VI. As she enters her Platinum Jubilee year, Her Majesty's loyal opposition extends our best wishes for continued health and happiness. Mr. Speaker, God save the Queen.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the Guelph Black Heritage Society has begun their Black Heritage Month celebrations and continues to preserve the historical significance of Heritage Hall, a former church that was built in 1880 by former slaves who arrived in southern Ontario through the Underground Railroad. This building continues to serve as the cultural, historical, and social center within Guelph and Wellington County and the headquarters of the Guelph Black Heritage Society, which continues to work towards a more equitable society. They're a rich resource empowering Black Canadians and educating all around anti-racism, discrimination, while promoting cultural diversity, giving a leg up to Black entrepreneurs, and running mental health workshops and bringing important lived experiences to our community. The Government of Canada Canada is proud to support the Guelph Black Heritage Society in my riding, and I look forward to joining them for events in Guelph celebrating Guelph Black Heritage Month.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. That's very, very kind, and I appreciate that support. Mr. Speaker, the protesters, and I guess we should be more accurate, the trucks have been parked outside in Ottawa for almost a week now. And instead of presenting a plan, which is what I think a lot of people in this country would like to see, instead of presenting a plan to work with the people who are out there to help them feel that they've been listened to, the Prime Minister is threatening Canadians with more vaccine mandates for interprovincial trade and travel. This is not helpful. So can the Prime Minister please tell Canadians what role he feels the government can play and what they can do to help solve the impasse? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to first congratulate the member for Portage Lisgar on her election as interim leader of her party. It is great to see another strong Western woman leading the official opposition. And allow me to thank the member for Durham and his family for their public service. I got to know him during his time as the official opposition's critic for foreign affairs, and I know he is a strong advocate for his community and for Canada. When it comes to the ongoing protests, I and all of our government clearly condemn the desecration of national monuments and the display of hateful symbols that this protest has tolerated.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, and I appreciate the Deputy Minister's kind words, and maybe all the horns have affected her hearing because I don't know if she heard my question, so I'm going to ask it again. Where is the olive branch? Because Canadians are looking for an olive branch, and I appreciate the olive branch she just extended to me right now. And I think that's what Canadians are looking for. Yes. The government doesn't have to agree. They don't have to even like the protesters and the trucks that are parked outside, but they need to provide a solution. So could they please tell Canadians what the solution is to get past this impasse?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my hearing is just fine. And yesterday, I heard very clearly my colleague from Hull, Elmer, who explained what it means for a Black Canadian to see swastikas and the Confederate flag displayed at a protest in our nation's capital. He told us how that horrible emblem makes Black Canadians question who else among us would infringe on their equality and freedom. His words are a powerful reminder that every member of this House has a responsibility to speak out against a movement that tolerates such symbols.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that, I'm afraid, is classic gaslighting, and it's very disappointing to see the Deputy Leader do that when we are in the middle of what's going on the streets right now in Ottawa. There's nobody in this House that tolerates racism. There's nobody in this House that accepts, Mr. Speaker, wearing a blackface, etc. We do not need to go through the litany of racist things that have been done by people who clearly had very poor judgment. But that isn't what we are talking about. We are talking about an impasse on Parliament Hill. We need to have some solution. There needs to be an olive branch. Where is that? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has just used the bad apple excuse. She's excused the desecration of the national monuments and the display of the swastika and the Confederate flag on the grounds that these are just the actions of a few. Mr. Speaker, we tell our children that when they see a bully, even if that bully is their friend, their job is to speak out. It is our job, Mr. Speaker, as members of this House, to speak out against these hateful actions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Disappointing answer, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the Prime Minister's policy is causing the price of everything to soar, but he smugly brushes that away, just like he brushes away most every other challenge that Canadians are facing. He looks at single moms, for example, who are struggling and seems to smugly not understand they're just trying to put nutritional food on their kids' plates. He looks at families who are trying to pay the rent. Does he understand how difficult rent is to pay right now? The rent is soaring. What's the Prime Minister's plan to stop the runaway inflation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to irresponsibly push a false economic narrative. The truth is that Canada is resilient and our economy is strongly recovering from the COVID recession. Our GDP grew 5.4% in the third quarter. That was stronger than the US, the UK, Japan, and Australia. We've replaced 108% of jobs lost to COVID, and S&P and Moody's have reaffirmed our AAA credit rating.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, here is a fact. Yesterday, the Governor of the Bank of Canada sent out a warning that clearly affects all Canadian families. He said that there is uncertainty about interest rates before they can get back to a normal level. And that's not just anyone who's saying that. It's the Governor of the Bank of Canada. It's a clear warning. The best way to control inflation is to control spending. Why is this Liberal government refusing to do what any accountable government would do? Control spending. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, unlike the Conservatives, understand that inflation is a global phenomenon. The latest inflation rate in Canada was 4.1%. In the US, 7%. In Germany, 5.3%. In the UK, 5.4%. Our inflation rate is lower than the G7's average, the G20's, and the OECD's. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, according to a Léger poll published yesterday, Quebecers and Canadians are clear. Health is their priority. They've been very clear. The healthcare system is degenerating, and the pandemic is having a negative impact on the health sector. They have been clear. Ottawa is not doing its part when it comes to funding, and they have been very clear in saying that Ottawa needs to do more. Now, can the Deputy Prime Minister be clear as well? Will she say whether the federal government will increase its funding to 35%? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I will be very clear, Mr. Speaker. I will be very clear in saying that our federal government spent more than 8 out of every $10 spent to fight the pandemic. Bill C-8 describes our government's plan to continue supporting provinces and territories, putting aside $1.7 billion to provide 180 million additional rapid tests. We're doing much more, but I don't have time to say it all right now. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is not being clear. We're talking about healthcare transfers here. I will be very clear. 85% of Canadians, 86% of Quebecers agree with the provinces and Quebec. They believe that the federal government should increase healthcare spending contributions to 35%. Is that clear enough? 85%. Not the Bloc Québécois, not Quebec, not the provinces that are asking this. It's everyone who is asking the same thing, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister finally agree with what everyone is saying and increase the transfers to 35%? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very, very clear. It is the federal government today that is supporting Canadians. Throughout the country, our government is supporting provinces and territories and our healthcare system in our fight against COVID. 8 out of $10 spent throughout the country to fight COVID are spent by the federal government. Rapid tests, therapeutics, vaccines, we are continuing to spend because we know that we need to do so.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, many Indigenous community members, racialized community members, and Black community members are raising a very serious question. When Indigenous land defenders protect their land, their sacred lands, when racialized people and Black people protest against police brutality that strips communities of loved ones, they receive a very different treatment by the police than the convoy in Ottawa. Their question is simple. Why are Indigenous, racialized, and Black community members treated so differently when they are protesting for their rights?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his hard work supporting racialized and Indigenous Canadians. Earlier today, I quoted, for me, the very powerful and deeply moving comments by my colleague, the member for Hull-Aylmer. And I do think that when we consider the protests that are happening right now in Ottawa, we need to be very, very mindful of the impact that they are having on racialized Canadians, on new Canadians, on Indigenous Canadians. I certainly am.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, when Indigenous, racialized, and Black community members are raising serious questions, we should pay close attention. Whenever Indigenous people are defending their land, whenever racialized and Black people are protesting police brutality, they're met with a different approach, completely different approach than the convoy in Ottawa. So my question is simple. Why are they being treated differently? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Yesterday, our colleague for Hull-Aylmer explained what this means, what it's like for a Black Canadian to see the Confederate flag and swastikas being flown during a protest in our national capital region. Our colleague told us how seeing these hideous symbols makes Black Canadians feel that there are those among us who would like to attack their freedom and their dignity. These words remind us that each member in this House must speak up against a movement that tolerates such symbols.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, do you remember the Liberal election promise from 2015? Real change for the middle class. It was a winning election slogan for them. And to give credit where it's due, things have certainly changed for the middle class. Those looking to break into the housing market, for example, have seen the average home price in 2015 of $430,000 go to now over $798,000, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, most young people will never own a home. So is that the real change they were planning for the middle class, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
I welcome the opportunity to respond to the important question. This is the change that we implemented. We brought federal leadership back into the housing sector. We brought in the National Housing Strategy. We brought in the first-time homebuyer incentive. We brought in the Rapid Housing Initiative. We brought in the Co-Investment Fund. We brought in the Greening Homes Initiative. And all those measures that help the middle-class Canadians, what did the Conservatives do? They voted against them each and every single time, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members, although they have masks on, some have very powerful voices, and we want to hear what the minister answers. So I'm going to let the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul ask her question. Hopefully she'll be able to hear her answer. The honourable member.
You know, all that spending, Mr. Speaker, all that Liberal spending, Mr. Speaker, and we've only seen housing prices in Canada become the most expensive in the world. Maybe that's what's influencing it. So just as housing has become unaffordable since that fateful 2015 election, so has basic necessities like milk. It's up 12%, eggs 14%, and baby food an astounding 79% increase since this Prime Minister took government. And the price of gas was $1.03 back in 2015. Now it's $1.40. How are people supposed to feed their families families fuel their cars and get to work on that, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask again, is this the real change these Liberals were promising the middle class?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting for me to hear the Conservatives today criticize government spending. Because I remember just a few months ago on the campaign trail, these Conservatives proposed government spending that was actually higher than what we proposed. Right. In fact, they proposed a $168 billion deficit, while we proposed a $156.9 billion deficit. So I wonder if the party of flip-flops could tell Canadians what they stand for today.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices have skyrocketed since the Liberal government was first elected. We are now at $1.50 per litre in most parts of the country. The Liberal government's war on Canadian energy, combined with high levels of borrowing and spending, have created an inflationary spiral. The government is printing money to finance unnecessary deficits which are worsening the situation. When will this government admit that its policies are responsible for Canadians' troubles? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to peddle a false economic narrative in an irresponsible manner. Canada is resilient, and our economy is bouncing back well from the COVID recession. Our GDP increased by 5.4% in the third quarter, ahead of the US, Japan, the UK, and Australia. We have recovered 108% of lost jobs. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can say whatever they like, but the reality is that Canadian inflation is one of the worst in the G7. The government is ignoring the problem and thinks that it's going to fix itself. It's unfortunate, but we are going to need drastic remedies to stop inflation. The Bank of Canada needs to review its interest rates, contract monetary policy, and re-establish spending controls. When will the Liberals stop peddling this dream to Canadians and instead state what reality really is? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again a false narrative here. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about inflation in G7 countries. Let me name the numbers. Our rate is 4.8%. The US, 7%. Germany, 5.3%. The UK, 5.4%. The G7 average is 5.3%. That's reality, Mr. Speaker.
For Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta families are feeling the squeeze as the cost of everyday essentials continues to rise. The cost of groceries and housing is through the roof. And with record high prices at the pumps, just getting to work is becoming unaffordable. Not everyone can work from home. And when people have to decide between putting gas in their cars or putting food on their tables, there's something that's gone seriously wrong. So when will the government get a grip and realize that the more they spend, the less Canadians can afford?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich to hear these Conservatives presume to offer any kind of economic advice. After all, let's remember, just before Christmas, when the Omicron wave was rising, it was these Conservatives who voted against Bill C-2 and the lockdown support, which is providing such essential support for Canadian workers and small businesses across the country. Support the CFIB says is essential. So, Mr. Speaker, I am just so glad the Conservatives failed in their economic efforts.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, it's actually about time the government does actually start to listen to some of the Conservative economic advice. Because if the cost of living crisis wasn't hard enough for Alberta families, the government's also attacking their livelihoods. Canadian-made natural resources are a cornerstone of our economy and our Canadian identity. Alberta's oil and gas workers keep us warm, support our families, and keep our economy running. Yet this government continues to rely on high-carbon Saudi oil tankers over our own environmentally friendly Canadian energy.
Shame.
So will the Liberals finally start supporting Canadian energy, or will they just continue to treat our oil and gas sector as the enemy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member. Certainly, I agree with parts of what the Honourable Member said. Certainly, the energy sector in this country is an important part of our overall economy and will continue to be so as we move forward towards a lower carbon future. We are working actively with companies and with governments to ensure that we are creating the jobs and the economic opportunities for families that exist in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland, and every province and territory in this country.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, once again today the Prime Minister said that Ottawa Police needs to do its job against the occupiers, but the police has been doing its job since day one. It's the federal government that has been in hiding. The Prime Minister has been pouring oil on the fire, and now he's hiding behind the police like a kid in the schoolyard. Ottawa Police is exhausted. Yesterday, the Chief of Police said that this is a national issue, not a City of Ottawa issue, and he's right. When will the federal government show some responsibility? Where is the Minister of Public Safety? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Parliamentary Protective Services and Ottawa Police remain the police services that have jurisdiction. If they request it, the RCMP will be ready to intervene, like at the beginning of the protests. We remain ready to provide forces of order to manage disruptions and to ensure that residents and people who work in downtown Ottawa feel safe. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, we know that Ottawa Police expects more protesters to arrive this weekend, and we know that the trucks are ready to remain for weeks or even months. We know that organizers are receiving international funding. This is a planned siege, and the federal government is abandoning Ottawa and its residents to their fate. That is what is happening, and it's even encouraging people to do the same in Quebec. So instead of letting the situation get worse, when will the Minister of Public Safety show some leadership? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the RCMP will be there, just like it was at the beginning of the demonstration, to offer resources and funding. There are agreements between the RCMP and Ottawa Police. These are independent decisions because we need to respect that it is not the government in this House that makes these decisions. These are independent decisions, and I know that my colleague understands that. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, this crisis will not get better on its own. The Minister of Public Safety needs to create an official crisis cell with the police forces, the City of Ottawa, and the Government of Ontario. It needs to present a status report every day, like a real leader would do in a crisis. It needs to ensure that people see that the government is not asleep at the switch. Every day, Mr. Speaker, the situation is getting worse. Let us not wait for there to be violence before taking action. Will the Minister create and lead a crisis unit? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague's perspective, and I respect the concerns of the residents of the location who are suffering a great deal of disruption due to the protest. The protest's message has been delivered. Everyone understands. But now we need to disengage. We need to respect processes and respect residents' freedom. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is at its highest point in 30 years, 4.8% inflation, 27% increase in housing prices, and that's in just 1 year, 33% increase in gas prices. And as for grocery prices, they are soaring. More than 1 out of 2 families fear that they won't be able to feed their kids. And food banks are completely overwhelmed by the need. So my question for the Prime Minister: when will he create a concrete action plan to tackle the cost of living increase that is affecting all Canadians? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives keep putting down the Canadian economy by using a false narrative. So let me seize this occasion to announce some good news. Statistics Canada published earlier this week some new data that show that our GDP increased by 0.6% in November. That is the 6th consecutive month of growth, which means that before COVID, or rather, before the arrival of Omicron, our economy had fully recovered. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the Minister, I really get the sense that she is completely disconnected from the reality facing the Canadian population. I would invite her to come to my riding and come with me to meet some people who are having to go to food banks because they are just not able to make ends meet. The cost of living is skyrocketing in all sectors. Food, housing, clothing, all of those things are going up. What people want is not her data, not her numbers about what's happening elsewhere in the world. It's about what the government can do to reduce the cost of living for all Canadians. Period. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, perhaps a reason that numbers, data, and international comparisons are not things that the Conservatives like. Perhaps the reason they don't like this is that there's a very clear contrast with what happened during the 2008 recession. Because it took on average a great deal longer for the economy to recover after the 2008 recession. And we have already recovered all lost jobs. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, while the Minister tries to put everyone to sleep, something is remaining the same. People's wallets are getting emptier day by day, while the Liberals just spend taxpayer money. So I have a very simple question. A very simple question to the Minister of Finance. Can she tell us whether she agrees with her Prime Minister, who thinks that a budget will just balance itself? Or does she think that the government needs to take concrete action to manage taxpayers' money that they gave the government? Will something be done to reduce the cost of living? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Or rather, the Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am very pleased to discuss the concrete actions we have taken. The Canada Child Benefit, for example, as well as the Child Care Plan. Today, in Manitoba, with the province, we have reduced fees for 12,000 additional children. That's 12,000 families who will see their child care costs go down. That is concrete action. We take the cost of living issue for families very seriously throughout Canada, and we are delivering for those families.
Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, more than 25,000 Canadians have died of toxic drug overdoses, and the pandemic has only made things worse. In my home province of BC, drug toxicity is the leading cause of death for those aged 19 to 39. That's why I proposed a bill to decriminalize personal possession and increase access to harm reduction and treatment. It's essential to deal with this crisis and save lives now. Yesterday, the Prime Minister recognized that this is a health issue. Today, it's still a criminal issue, Mr. Speaker. Will he do the right thing and support my bill for a health-based approach to substance use?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like the member opposite, our government recognizes that the problematic substance use is a health issue, and we are working very hard to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system. The Public Prosecution Service of Canada had issued guidance stating that alternatives to prosecution should be considered for simple possession offenses. Our comprehensive approach builds on the action of investments, $700 million in community-led harm reduction, treatment, and prevention projects, and we will continue to work with this member and do everything we can to save lives and end this national public health crisis.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The COVID pandemic has exposed the dangerous results of underfunding Canada's healthcare system. overburdened ICU wards, burnt out staff, canceled surgeries, excessive wait times for diagnostic tests, and millions of Canadians without a family doctor, mental health care, and prescription medicines are impossible to deny. But this is not surprising. The federal share of healthcare spending has plummeted from 50% to just 22% today. Will this government provide national leadership at the upcoming Premier's meeting and increase the Canada Health Transfer to ensure the long-term funding needed to protect Canadians?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to hear my colleague. I want to congratulate him on that, to speak about the serious challenges we have around health human resources. I had a meeting just about 2 hours ago, one more with my colleagues, health ministers across Canada. We all agreed we have to work together, not only to repair the damage created by COVID-19, but to build a stronger healthcare system to look after the long-term healthcare needs of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to Melissa, a young professional who lives in my riding last night. Now, she shared with me that she supports our generational investments in affordable housing, in fighting climate change, and in childcare. But she's worried about the impact of this spending on our long-term economic future. Can the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance explain to this House and Canadians the ways in which this generational investment in fighting climate change, in affordable housing, and in childcare actually helps support our long-term growth and our future economic prosperity?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of his constituents. Our government has invested over $70 billion in our national housing strategy, over $100 billion towards climate action and clean growth, and $30 billion in early learning and childcare, including a deal with BC, which will get us to $10 a day daycare in 5 years. These investments not only make life more affordable, they are driving economic growth. And thanks to our AAA credit rating and our declining debt to GDP ratio, our financial situation is sound.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Inflation is at a 30-year high. Paychecks are getting smaller due to increased CPP rates. Household debt is at record highs. Now, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister what will happen if interest rates go up and people cannot afford their payments anymore. Does he have a plan, or does he just have more empty words disconnected from Canadians' reality?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, I would like to point to the fact that the Conservatives are pushing a false economic narrative. The reality is that Canadians are resilient, and thanks to the ingenuity and the strength of Canadians, our economy has staged a remarkable recovery from the COVID recession. We lost 3 million jobs at the depth of the crisis. We have now recovered 108% of those jobs. The economy shrank by 17%. We are now back to pre-COVID levels. Congratulations to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the slower the Finance Minister responds to questions of real concerns like that does not make the matter any less urgent. Now, Mr. Speaker, the federal government, our payments on debt servicing alone are growing faster than our health care transfers. I ask if interest rates go up when affordability has never been worse. What exactly would happen, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, if this Prime Minister and this Finance Minister, they believe that budgets balance themselves, but I tell you, payments will not pay themselves. What is their plan to help Canadians cope with rising gas prices, inflation, everything?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite referred to federal public debt charges. So let me offer him some reassurance. First of all, Moody's and S&P this fall reaffirmed our AAA credit rating. Second of all, as I detailed in the economic and fiscal update, nearly half of our bond issuance will be long-term bonds, and that is up from 15% of bonds issued in 2019-2020 that had a maturity of 10 years or longer. Our public debt charges as a percentage of GDP are 0.9% this fiscal year. That's the lowest in 100 years.
The honourable member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister had no answer for the feed shortage crisis in Western Canada, and that is unacceptable.
Shameful.
This is an animal health crisis that needs to be addressed immediately. Trucking mandates have cut off the vital feed supply from the United States, and now an interprovincial trucking mandate could put our last lifeline, Hay West, in jeopardy.
Wow.
Is the Liberal government really going to make matters worse and implement an interprovincial trucking mandate? If that is the case, what does the minister suggest? That desperate livestock producers feed their animals that are in their care.
Absolutely. The honourable minister.
My heart goes out to the farmers and ranchers who are affected by the historic drought of last summer. We are working hard with the provinces and
I'm going to interrupt the honourable minister. The arm on her, there we go. If she wants to start from the beginning so we can hear the complete answer. Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to the farmers and ranchers who are affected by the historic drought of last summer. We are working hard with the provinces and the industry to provide them the support they need, and I am in constant contact with the president of the Canadian Cattlemen Association and the president of the Canadian Pork Council on this issue. We are providing $500 million through the Agri-Recovery Program and a $4 million to the Canadian Federation of Agriculture for the Hay West Initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, according to the deputy leader, this is a false narrative. Barrie house prices in December have averaged $855,000, which is a year-over-year increase of 30%, putting more and more young people out of the housing market. The price of gas this morning at Costco in Barrie is $148.8, which is a year ago was $106.8, not a false narrative. Families and seniors are anxious about the growing cost of groceries, heating, and life, and their budgets are being stretched. Affordability anxiety is real, and Canadians feel it getting worse. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have created this problem. Why aren't they solving it? Is it because their rich friends are getting rich by...
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, since we came into government, we've invested almost $30 billion into affordable housing measures. And my honourable friend talks about help for Canadians. Why did they vote against the Canada Housing Benefit, which is delivering real money into the pockets of Canadians to help them with rent? Why did they vote against the first-time homebuyer incentive, which is about making sure that Canadians access their dream of home ownership? Why did they vote against the Rapid Housing Initiative, which has housed over 10,000 households and lifted people's lives up and enabled them to not just get by, but actually get ahead? So we know what works, and they have no credibility on this issue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa has issued an RFP for a supplier to enter the location data of citizens' cell phones without their knowledge, and to share it with the Public Health Agency when it's de-identified. The deadline for this call for tenders is tomorrow. Without being alarmist, we need to be vigilant with respect to a process that lacks transparency. On Monday at the Ethics Committee, at the initiative of the Bloc, all parties in this House, including the Liberal Party, asked for this call for tenders to be suspended. I repeat, the deadline is tomorrow. Will the Minister suspend this call for tenders, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and he's absolutely right. We have to protect the privacy of Canadians, and we know that privacy is a concern for many Canadians. It has been for some years, and we're very soon I will be able to speak with the committee members to explain why these data will remain confidential and private and protected, and it'll also be a good move for the government. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is not criticizing the Public Health Agency. What we want is time for the Ethics Committee to ensure that the massive collection of citizens' personal data protects the right to privacy. But the call for tenders closes tomorrow. The committee does not have time to investigate this. Mr. Speaker, If there is one principle that Health Canada should share with the Ethics Committee, it is the precautionary principle. So will the Minister suspend the tender, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, the precautionary principle is one we've followed since the beginning. Precaution with respect to protecting privacy data also. With respect to the health and the safety of Canadians, there are tens of thousands of Canadians that died recently over the past 22 months, and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that people weren't able to have in work revenue. And there's a lot of fear and suffering. That's why we have to both protect the health of safety of people and also their privacy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the Prime Minister is not concerned about monetary policy, but Canadians are. I ran into my constituent Anusha in the grocery store in January. She was close to tears and frankly scared about how she was going to get her family through in heat and meat all this winter. The price of gas for Anusha to get from her work to her kids' school is, wait for it, $1.78 per litre in BC. No false narratives there. So will this government tell us what plan they have to dry Anusha's tears?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken about something Canadians understand, that inflation is a global phenomenon. But we understand that affordability is a challenge for many Canadians. So let me talk about what our government is doing to help. A single mother with 2 children will receive up to $13,660 from the Canada Child Benefit. An average family in Saskatchewan will receive nearly $1,000 from the Climate Action Incentive. Seniors received an extra $500 through the GIS this summer, and we're increasing OAS by 10%.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People living on a fixed income in my riding cannot afford to live. With the Liberals' policies driving up home heating, their trucker mandates driving up food prices, the out-of-control escalation in the housing market, which they have not addressed, and the CERB GIC issue, which is still not fixed, people are being driven into homelessness. When will the Liberals quit increasing the carbon tax, roll back the mandates, and take action to help struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite spoke about people living on a fixed income. So let me remind the member that seniors received an extra $500 through the GIS this summer, and we are increasing the OAS by 15%. As I announced in the fall update, we are making a one-time payment to support seniors who qualify for the GIS who were challenged because they received the CERB. Let me talk about students. They will save more than $3,000 through our plan to eliminate federal interest on student and apprentice loans. Our childcare, I could say more.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Jody, in my riding of Calgary-Shepherd, is the latest victim of the Liberal cost of living inflation. She's on a fixed income. She got her January 2022 NMAX bill, $638 for her utilities. Wow. That's a $200 increase over last month. She says this is absurd. She's right, it is absurd. She says that this is tough, it's like another mortgage payment. So I'm going to ask the government, is she another victim of just inflation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you what is exactly like another mortgage payment for a young family with children. That is exorbitant fees for early learning and childcare. And that is why we are so proud to be putting in place a plan to make early learning and childcare affordable across the country, including in Alberta, where costs will go down 50% this year. What I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is how the Conservatives have the temerity to talk about affordability, but they campaigned on killing our early learning and childcare.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Sudbury has a long and proud history of mining. We know that Canada has the potential to become a world leader in critical minerals. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry give us an update on the critical mining strategy the government is developing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her hard work for her constituents in Sudbury. As she mentioned, we know that critical minerals are a competitive advantage for Canada, and that is why we are launching, Mr. Speaker, a Canadian critical minerals strategy with the Minister of Natural Resources to position us at the forefront of exploration, extraction, processing, and manufacturing to become a world leader and in the production of batteries here in Canada. Thank you.
For Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A study recently released out of Johns Hopkins University is ringing the alarm bells on the devastating effects of lockdowns. They've concluded that lockdowns are ineffective in reducing mortality rates. The study goes as far as saying the lockdown should be rejected out of hand as a pandemic policy instrument. Yet this Liberal government continues to promote lockdowns across Canada. So will the Prime Minister catch up to the science, apologize to Canadians, get out of the way, and let people earn a paycheck again?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for that question. As we all know, I think, as we should know at least, the enemy is not vaccination. The enemy is COVID-19. And one way to avoid lockdowns, one way to return to a more normal life is to be vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. I believe and I hear that most members of this House have made the right choice. All members of this House must make the right choice.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals came to power, they promised to help Canadian families. Instead, this government has made everything more expensive. Their inflationary policies are the largest cost increase of all. Inflation has made us all poorer because it adds to the price of everything. Today, the price of gasoline in my riding is over $1.50 a litre. It is 35% less across the border in the U.S. state of Maine. Does the Finance Minister understand the government's policies are hurting Canadians, making us all poorer?
The Honourable Minister.
Look, Mr. Speaker, unlike the members opposite, we're actually taking concrete actions to help Canadians with the high cost of living. In fact, in that member's province of New Brunswick, we worked with the provincial government to come to a historic childcare agreement last December, which is going to see families in New Brunswick see a 50% reduction in fees this year. That's going to help with the high cost of living. That's going to help with their bottom line. Our government is committed to supporting families, and we're going to do that right across the country. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Liseley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, citizens in my riding are in distress, literally. We're not just talking about people who are unemployed, who can't get EI right now, because that's a crisis in itself, but we're talking about full-time workers, people who usually earn good income but can no longer make ends meet. The cost of gas is over $1.60 today. Groceries have seen 8% inflation. Heating, everything is going up. It's incredible. And now the government is sitting on its hands and not able to solve this issue. What are they going to do? It's urgent, this issue of inflation, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've already explained several times, and like Canadians understand very well, inflation is a global phenomenon, and the Canadian economy and Canadians themselves are very resilient. But at the same time, our government understands the difficulties that Canadians are facing with respect to the cost of living, and we are doing concrete things to help them. For example, a single mother with 2 children will receive up to $13,000 in the Canadian Child Benefit. An average family in Saskatchewan will receive
in the South. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, our government announced the first ever women's enterprise strategy, a now $6 billion program to advance women's economic empowerment. Supporting women entrepreneurs and small business owners is now more important than ever, especially for our economic recovery from COVID-19. Can the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development update us on her recent announcement about the Women Entrepreneur Ecosystem Fund and how it will support women who were especially hit hard during the pandemic?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Brampton South for that really great question. The women's entrepreneurship ecosystem is working for women. It's working for women entrepreneurs and businesses. They've helped 500 women start new businesses, 7,000 women increase and grow their existing businesses. We know, though, that women entrepreneurs continue to face barriers, which is why I was very pleased to announce last week a new call for proposal, a $25 million investment aimed to removing systemic barriers and create more equal access to resources for intersectionally diverse and underserved women in business so that they can succeed.
Great. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, soaring food prices are squeezing families who are already struggling to make ends meet. This is resulting in children across Canada, including my riding at Winnipeg Centre, going to school hungry. Yet we are the only G7 country without a national school meal program. Mr. Speaker, no child should ever have to go to school hungry. Will the Liberals commit today to implementing a national school meal program?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And indeed, I look forward to working with her on this initiative. We both agree it's unacceptable for children to go to school hungry, and that is why it is in my mandate letter as well as the mandate letter of the Minister of Agriculture. So I look forward to working with her and stakeholders to deliver on this important policy so that we can support our children so that they're not hungry and so that they have the best learning outcomes possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm raising a question today that involves a very massive industrial expansion in Nunavut. It's the Baffinland Mary River mine. They propose to double production. This is all going to Europe. It's an iron ore mine, and they want to go to 12 million tons of production a year with building a railway and doubling the number of ships going through sensitive habitat for whales. The Mitamatalik Hunters and Trappers Organization opposes it. Oceans North is very concerned, but it appears from satellite imagery the mine is already expanding before they get a permit. Can the minister assure us that this industrial expansion will not be allowed to cut corners?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
My honourable colleague for her question. There is a process, and it's set out in the Nunavut Agreement. The Independent Nunavut Impact Review Board, which is known the most as NERB, was a process that was co-developed with Inuit and territorial partners to ensure the interests of Nunavut are protected. And we'll continue to work with the Inuit right holders as the independent NERB process unfolds and ensure that their interests are protected. So to prejudge the outcome of the board's recommendations or any decisions regarding this project right now would be premature and would be inappropriate for all parties. Both myself and
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Nous avons un rappel.
We have a point of order for the member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was consultation between the parties. I think that you'll note that there is a unanimous consent with regards to the following motion, that this House is of a mind that the occupation in front of the parliamentary precinct is illegal. It asks that GoFundMe stop all funding. Those who are opposed to what the honourable member has moved, please say nay. We don't have a unanimous consent.
Where is it today? I'm sorry. Oh, yes. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent has a question. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Thursday. we're back, and so I'm pleased to be asking the weekly question.
Weekly basis, Mr. Speaker, I think we have noticed that there is a very busy week this week. And I want to express my very pleased the fact that, Canadians recognize that we have here in the House of Commons tough discussion, sometimes very harsh debate, but we pay respect to each other. And Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians have seen this week especially, on both sides of this House, how much we can pay respect to each other. We have seen the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and everybody here having a lot of respect to the honourable member from Durham and to our new House leader from the leader of the official opposition in this House, Mr. Speaker. So I want to pay all my respect to every member to show this dignity in this week. Well said. Mr. President.
Mr. Speaker, given that we are coming to the end of the week, it's time to figure out what we're doing in the next few days. Perhaps my honourable counterpart, could let Canadians know what we should be expecting in the coming days.
Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by echoing the comments made by my honourable colleague on the other side. We fiercely disagree on many things, and the debate that we have is important, and dissent is important. But the way that we do that is extraordinarily important, and I want to echo what he said. I found that we've been able to find a good tone in this House as we disagree with one another and fight on the issues of the day, to do in a way that respects the roles that we have as parliamentarians in this place. So I completely concur with him. Mr. Speaker, I can say for the week that is forthcoming that this afternoon and tomorrow will be dedicated to the second reading of debate of C8, an act to implement the economic and fiscal update. On Monday, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be commencing debate on C9, which amends the Judges Act. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I can say that Tuesday and Thursday shall be allotted days. Thank you.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commun. Resume consideration at second reading of Bill C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington has 2 minutes remaining.
May I begin my comments today by acknowledging a short conversation that I had with one of my colleagues in the lobby just prior. It was with regards to his grandson, who has just gone through a terrific heart surgery. So perhaps a small moment of prayer for Bernard Jeanneret and his grandson, Oscar. So he's doing well, but I think it's appropriate just to acknowledge that we have strength on both sides of the House to wish he and his family well. Mr. Speaker, there's been several challenges. We need to be ready, and our goal needs to be simple. We need to be prepared, and we need to take rapid actions. We need to be able to protect the health of all Canadians while avoiding long-term impacts on our economy and, of course, on the mental health of all Canadians. Productivity is down, and debt levels are up. Mr. Speaker, I believe we're in a hot mess. The Canadian way of life is being threatened, and many people are fragile. Yes, absolutely. We need to reactivate this economy. Yes. We need to have lower taxes, more freedom, smaller government, and regain some optimism and hope in ourselves and in our government. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today with regards to Bill C8, and we strongly oppose this. I hear day in and day out. The phones ring in my riding offices in Ivanhoe, in Napanee, in my office here in Ottawa. Canadians of all walks of life are exhausted and tired, and we have no room for this additional spending.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. I wasn't able to make all of the member's speech, of course, because of question period. She mentioned at the end that Canadians are exhausted and tired. I would agree with them. so too are the people of Ottawa with the protests that we're seeing outside right now. And she, although this member was not in the House in 2020, the Conservative Party was quick to call on the government, and indeed for police intervention on some of the blockades that we've seen across the country. I have not yet heard that same language from the Conservative Party, nor for this member. So would this member agree with me that it's time for the protesters to go home and for the police to use their discretion to take down the blockade of downtown Ottawa?
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed. It's a tricky situation here in Ottawa, but Canadians are wanting to be heard. Canadians are wanting to be heard, and by all means, we oppose any of the rhetoric that there's small amounts of the population that are talking about and that the Liberals are repeating to say. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are wanting to have some freedom. Canadians are wanting to have their choices. Canadians are wanting to go ahead and live their life with dignity. Canadians want to use all the toolboxes we have in all the tools we have in our toolboxes. We need to have the rapid test. We need to wear our masks. We need to have the social distancing if that's what you choose. But I'm not encouraging and acknowledging this, but we need to move forward.
And comments, questions et commentaires. Resume, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the excellent speech from my colleague. Mr. Speaker, I wondered if my colleague could tell us more about inflation that is no doubt affecting her riding, families, mothers and fathers who are currently suffering when they have to make difficult choices when it comes to feeding their family. Should the government have intervened? And how long should the government let inflation run rampant before finally acting?
In Addington.
Merci beaucoup pour votre question.
Thank you for the question. Today I will perhaps answer in English, but tomorrow or the next time I will be speaking in French.
Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt inflation is hitting Canadians day in, day out. Doesn't matter whether they're at the gas station, whether or not they are going for groceries, all walks of life. Seniors, the emails are exhaustingly, they're really sad. I have seniors that are sending me emails saying, we don't know whether or not we're able to pay for our medication. I have children that are talking to their parents at home. They're learning about how money is being spent, and there's not enough at the end of the day. Bills are all over the table. Bills are piling up, and they're needing to choose which ones they're going to pay, and the interest rates that are being charged are just outlandish. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells. A question in 45 seconds and hopefully a 45-second answer as well.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives oppose this bill. Do they oppose better ventilation for schools? Do they oppose more COVID tests? Do they approve improving the number of weeks of EI that workers are capable of getting? Do they improve more relief for the businesses that took advantage of the Canada Emergency Business Account? These are all seemingly pretty important things, particularly as we hopefully are nearing the end of the worst part of the pandemic. Do the Conservatives really oppose those measures?
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you very much for your question. And perhaps I would acknowledge, do the Liberals really approve the inflation rates that Canadians are facing today? With regards to some of the elements of the report, I can acknowledge that with anything, there's room for agreement and respectful disagreement across the aisle. There are parts of the report that I would suggest are good. And I have no difficulty saying that. I think there needs to be room where you can have dialogue and agreement across the floor. But I'll leave it with that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, you only have to listen to the constant sound of horns outside of Parliament to hear the siren of Canadian voices of discontent with the state of our country. Meeting and having an open conversation with truckers and now farmers are not signs of defeat or concession as the government tries to make it appear, but it might be the only way to end this protest and send our truckers home. It's a sign of leadership. It's the job we all signed up to as parliamentarians. We are the representatives of everyone in our riding, not just those who voted for us, not just those we agree with, everyone. Canadians need hope, Mr. Speaker. They want to know that the sacrifices they have made for their businesses, their families, their friends, and their fellow Canadians by stepping up to get vaccines and boosters means that they will see the light at the end of the tunnel. Canadians see what other nations are and see that the hope that is coming from within them. The UK has lifted all restrictions from COVID-19. The Americans have full stadiums as they watch some exciting football for the AFC and the NFC championships last weekend. Go Rams. While Canadians heard the health minister muse about seeing it coming about a mandatory vaccine mandate on January 7th, and when Quebec announced an anti-vax tax, the Prime Minister said, that could work. Vaccines are the best tool for fighting COVID-19, but we must use hope, not fear. And over 85% of Canadians who have made the choice on their own accord to get vaccinations want to know that there is hope and not fear as we end a pandemic and enter an endemic. Part of that is Canada's ability to develop vaccines to contribute to COVAX and provide alternatives for the vaccine hesitant. Quebec has 2 vaccine facilities that can provide these options. Both Medicago and Novavax, a plant-based vaccine and a protein-based vaccine, could provide Canadian jobs and help us meet COVAX goals, to which we have only hit a quarter of our promised goals, and help vaccinate the vaccine hesitant here at home and the vaccine starved across the globe. But the government has not yet been able to see approval of these vaccines, both of whom submitted approvals in early 2021, and Canada is yet to produce a vaccine through this pandemic. Instead of acquiring vaccines or rapid testing in a timely manner, or approving vaccines that would help get the world vaccinated, that would help quell COVID-19, the government response has been consistently to dither and spend money it doesn't have. As our debt is now reaching a jaw-dropping $1.2 trillion, the results of that desire to spend our way out of the pandemic has resulted in some fear-reaching results for our country. A housing crisis that is the worst in the world, an inflation level that is the highest it's been in 30 years, the largest increase in poverty and inequality in this country in 20 years. The government's continued fantasy of spending to end the pandemic has not worked yet, and it won't work now. We need real solutions to solve our crises. Government needs to work on listening to Canadians, reducing red tape, and needs to allow the Canadian economy and Canadian innovators to be unleashed as this pandemic becomes an endemic instead of its failed spend-to-oblivion failed policies. Housing is a crisis, and an existential crisis that requires massive ambition and innovation to solve. Working with all levels of government, working with the housing industry, we can help lead and find solutions now. Mr. Speaker, we have over 200,000 skilled workers that are in limbo with Canada immigration, which includes skilled trades that could start building homes today. The immigration minister acknowledged this week that the skilled worker shortage is in flux, that he doesn't know when it'll be open again, maybe by 2022 at the end of the year. But we need $85 million, again, more money, to fix it. And meanwhile, Canada Trades are screaming for more people to build homes and are not building them because of the lack of labor. This is an issue that could have been fixed years ago, and now with housing a crisis, is only adding more fuel to the house fire that is our housing market. The Conservative plan to use 15% of existing vacant government buildings for housing would have meant that trades could build units of housing today, not in the 10 years that it takes Toronto to build a high-rise now. Working with provinces in declaring a crisis on housing, we could start to massively contribute to an economic boom that would create jobs and create homes. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, we at the Conservative Party believe that if we're going to add more debt to the Canadian public, it should be on investments that better this country, including our health care. For C8, our opposition to this motion is that if we were going to spend $70 billion, then why, Mr. Speaker, are we not spending it on health care and increasing health care capacity in our ICUs and in our hospitals? Why some of our provinces were locked down and businesses closed were completely because of the lack of staffed health care capacity in this country. of hospital beds per capita. In the 32 most developed nations in the world, Canada was behind 37 of the most developed nations, including being dead last in the G7. As a matter of fact, Japan, Korea, and Germany have 4 to 6 times the amount of beds, staffed beds, per capita that Canada does. In the Conservative platform, we had dedicated $60 billion, if we're talking about money, to new healthcare transfer spending that would increase healthcare capacity. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to spend money, whether that be for C2 or today for C8, I ask you this. Would it not be better for all Canadians that instead of money that helps businesses that are shut down, that it should have been money preventing the economy being shut down? This bill is no different. This $70 billion needs to be spent now in healthcare transfers to increase both healthcare and ICU capacity and to increase our healthcare professionals that we are desperately missing in our regions. We need healthcare professionals, nurse practitioners, nurses, and we need doctors. Mr. Speaker, in Bay of Quinte, we are short over 30 doctors. That means that residents who need primary health care are going to the ER. Canada is short over 70,000 nurses. Spending $70 billion more of taxpayer dollars without that money being invested into healthcare first and foremost is a travesty, because it will add to the growing inflation this country is plaguing this country, and it does not take care of the problems causing more lockdowns in this country and more angry Canadians desperately looking for the government to listen to them. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to fix inflation, the housing crisis, if we're going to listen to angry Canadians, we must fix those issues that are plaguing them, and we need to fix them now. Spending more money we don't have that fuels our already mammoth inflation, housing crisis, and growing inequality without fixing the problems that will help Canadians get through the dark tunnel which has been this pandemic and into more of the light that will be living with an endemic and getting lives back to normal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member isn't being consistent. On the one hand, he's saying cut back, stop the spending. He opposes this legislation because it's spending money. Then on the other hand, he's saying spend more money on healthcare transfers, even though this government has sent more healthcare dollars, real dollars in healthcare transfers, record amounts, historic records amounts. Not only that, we're dealing with mental health and many other issues in healthcare. Within this bill, there's $1.72 billion being allocated to purchase rapid testing and equipment such as that, rapid testing. If we didn't spend the money, those tests wouldn't be there for that. Then it would have to be the provinces that would have to come up with it. Does he not support the financial expenditures that are targeted within C8?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, I support the spending that needs to happen to increase our health care now, and I supported rapid testing a year and a half ago when we asked for it and didn't get it. We had residents lined up for rapid testing because there was no rapid testing. And Madam Speaker, now that they're saying they're going to fix it, we don't need that. We need health care fixed. Let's put money towards health care and fix our problems in health care.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to say I was very touched by your statement this week. Thank you for that. Now, my question for my colleague, following up on what the colleague on the other side said, when it comes to healthcare spending, who's spending the money? The provincial or federal level? When the federal government keeps taxpayers' money in its own pockets and only hands it out with strings attached, does that mean that there's a structural problem here? And wouldn't the way to fix this in a sustainable way, wouldn't it be to just send the money to the provinces with no strings attached? The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
We all agree that the provinces want just as much money sometimes as the federal government does, and thinks that sometimes it just grows on trees. But I know the federal government has to be responsible for what it's putting its money towards, and I understand the provinces will decide where it wants that money. But if we put money towards federal transfers for healthcare capacity, and we as the federal government can always track that capacity, then we're going to be fixing the problem once and for all. And not, again, just beds, staffed beds. We need staff and we need beds. We need to work with the provinces to make that happen.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East. Oh, Vancouver Kingsway, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Picking up my honourable colleague's comments, he's absolutely right. Among OECD countries, Canada's ICU beds per capita is less than everyone but Mexico. We're 26 out of 27 in terms of number of doctors per thousand. Among developed countries, we rank 10th out of 10 in terms of wait times. But of course, the reason for this is that in 2014, the Harper Conservatives capped the federal health transfer at 3% when healthcare costs are rising at 5%. Then, of course, the current government said they changed that, but then they adopted the Harper cuts. So I'm asking my honourable colleague, will he finally acknowledge that part of the problem today is the Conservative and Liberal cuts to healthcare that kept federal transfer at 3%? And does he agree with the NDP that it's time to raise that so that we can start properly funding the healthcare system in this country?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, I had a kid in kindergarten who pushed me, and, I don't hold the grudge on him that happened 20, 30 years ago. We got to focus on today. I'm not sure what happened in the Harper government. I wasn't here, but I love when Stephen Harper's brought up because he was a great prime minister. Yes, we have to look at healthcare, and healthcare means looking at healthcare ICU capacity. It means looking at staff. It means looking at nurse practitioners and doctors. So I know my honourable colleagues on the Health Committee, I know they're going to be studying that. I look forward to those results, and let's get those to the House, and let's get those passed so that Canadians can benefit from better health care. Thank you, sir.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures. The Economic and Fiscal Update is a transparent report of our nation's finances. But it's about making sure that we have the tools we need to protect Canadians and our economy growing. It's about prudence, not austerity, intelligent investment, not a blank check. It's about setting the stage for us to build on the supports and investments that are bolstering our economy and ensuring its growth for the long term. Now, this means making generational investments in our recovery, like early learning and childcare so that kids in Vancouver, Granville, and across Canada can get the best start in life. And making sure parents, most often women, don't have to make the difficult decision between taking care of their kids or returning to work, instead adding their immense talent and skill in contributing to Canada's economy. Indeed, Madam Speaker, according to RBC, closing the women's participation rate gap would add another 1.2 million people to the labour force at a time we desperately need workers to fill the almost 1 million jobs across Canada. It means investing in affordable housing and in a green transition. And we all know full well that a green transition of our global economy is well underway. It represents a great economic opportunity to create good, sustainable jobs across Canada for generations to come. It means supporting the technology sector, the world from which I came, so that we can be a global leader in innovation and in building the economy of the future today. Now, this isn't just about spending, but about creating conditions for future growth. Fighting climate change by building a greener economy, ensuring that Indigenous communities are included in every conversation about the innovation economy, fostering diversity and inclusion are not just the right thing to do for the fabric of the country. They're also the right thing to do to build a more prosperous future. By ensuring an economy that includes all of us, we access a wider range of experiences, perspectives, and skills that will increase global competitiveness, support the long-term success of Canadian communities, rural and urban, and allow us to leverage best-in-class Canadian expertise on the world stage. As we emerge from these moments of uncertainty, our priority must be on economic stability and long-term growth. The choices that we make now will lay the foundation for the future that we leave to our kids. And I am proud of the work that this government has done to keep us moving forward since 2015, no matter what challenges we as a country faced.
We've also been hearing a lot about the effects this pandemic has had on our supply chains. That's why our government launched the National Trade Corridors Fund call for proposals, which dedicate up to $50 million to support projects working to clear supply chain congestion. because we know that the quality of our transportation infrastructure and the efficiency of our trade corridors is key to the success of Canadian firms in the global marketplace.
Many predicted it would take years to rebuild our economy from the wounds of the pandemic. But look at us now. We are poised for robust growth in the months to come, growth that will help us pay down the debt and reduce the deficit. And we can already see the results of the work that's been done. December Statistics Canada Labour Force Survey showed that our labour market gained 55,000 jobs, and our unemployment rate dropped to 5.9%, its lowest since the start of the pandemic. And thanks to the resilience of Canadians, we have well surpassed our target of recovering 1 million jobs. Madam Speaker, our plan is working. As we continue to meet the challenges of COVID-19, we're staying the course, focused on climate change, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and building an economy that is stronger, fairer, more prosperous, and sustainable for the long term. So let's talk about specifics. I have spent a large part of my life in the tech sector building small companies into larger ones, taking intelligent, managed risks, knowing that I have an accountability to my employees and my investors. Like I had to do, many business owners and entrepreneurs think about long-term growth and building resilience for rainy days. And often we have to borrow to invest into growth. And that's what this government has done for Canadians over the pandemic. And now it's time to build on the remarkable return on that investment. Now, this pandemic, as we all know, was not just a rainy day. This is a once-in-a-generation black swan event, a global crisis. And that's why in Bill C-8, the Canada Emergency Business Account is such an integral and important measure. The CEBA is one of the key government supports that our local businesses have relied on to weather the darkest days of this pandemic. As we all know, the CEBA provides interest-free, partially forgivable loans of up to $60,000 to small businesses to help cover their operating costs during difficult times. Let me put that into perspective for you. We all know that small businesses in each of our ridings is the backbone of our economy. My constituency office is in the neighborhood of South Granville, a vibrant neighborhood where the streets are lined with small businesses, mom-and-pop shops, restaurants and sidewalk cafes, bookstores and gift shops, all of which build and contribute to thriving communities. They employ our neighbors, they help families pay their rent and mortgages. And without government support, many of these pillars of our community would be out of business today. Because of the Canada Emergency Business Account, nearly 900,000 small businesses have been able to keep their doors open. Eligible businesses have accessed nearly $49 billion in federal support. And because many small businesses continue to face pandemic-related challenges, in January of this year, our government extended the repayment deadline for loans to qualify for the partial loan forgiveness to the end of 2023. This extension will support short-term economic recovery and offer greater repayment flexibility. Bill C-8 gives folks 6 years to pay off their CEBA loan, ensuring that loan holders are provided consistent and fair treatment no matter where they live. Bill C-8 would also deliver financial support to our Canadian farmers, who never stopped working to keep food on our tables through the challenges posed by COVID-19 and beyond. Canadian farmers like Mickey and her family, with whom I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday, have demonstrated great resilience, stepping up to deliver despite their own challenges. They've done their part in shoring up our food supply by investing in greener, more sustainable farms. And with Bill C-8, we will be giving them a well-deserved hand while continuing to help meet our national climate change objectives. The new measures in Bill C-8 would build on the significant support for businesses that became law with the passage of Bill C-2 in December. With Bill C-2, our government made sure that the economic supports needed for businesses would still be available if and when needed. And with the reality that provincial health restrictions remain in effect in certain regions across this country, we know that businesses continue to suffer and face challenges. So applications are now open for the local lockdown program, which provides wage and rent subsidy support of up to 75% for employers who have had to reduce the capacity of their main business by at least 50%. To expand access to the program, we've temporarily lowered the revenue decline threshold for eligibility from 40% to 25% through to mid-February. For businesses facing other pandemic-related losses, support is also now available through the Tourism and Hospitality Program and the Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program. By supporting businesses through these challenges, these programs are protecting people's jobs and allowing people to stay connected to their employers. And as the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister has said, this keeps people strong, it keeps families strong, and it keeps businesses strong. And that's what we need to keep our economy strong. As we emerge from the pandemic, our national focus must be jobs and growth. This means attracting top international talent and more immigrants and temporary foreign workers to help Canada meet long and short-term labour market needs. And we've heard a lot about labour shortages recently. Our Canadian economy continues to grow. So we've now surpassed our target of creating 1 million jobs. In fact, in December, as I said, we've recovered 108% of the jobs lost at the peak of the pandemic. And so, Madam Speaker, immigration is a big part of the engine of our economy. It helps address labour shortages and strengthens our communities. Not only are immigrants essential to Canada's economy, but they also bring fresh perspectives and connect Canada to the world. In short, immigration bolsters our economic future and connects us to the world. The good news is that the Fall Economic Statement allocated $85 million to help unlock access to Canada. This targeted investment will reduce processing times in key areas affected by pandemic-related delays. Ensuring Canada's immigration system is well positioned to meet Canada's economic and labour force goals is essential to our future success. As I said earlier, our long-term strategy of prudence, not austerity, intelligent investment, not a blank check, is the best path forward for success. To bring this to life, we must lean into our clear vision and use public policy levers to make Canada a global leader in technology and innovation. For Canada to lead on the global stage, we must ensure that we create the conditions necessary for that to happen. And that is exactly what we're doing. When we implement new approaches, Canadian innovators, businesses, and nonprofits respond. Building an innovation economy means thinking about where we want to go, not where we are today. And it's clear that Bill C-8 is the next essential step in keeping Canadians and our economy strong while setting the stage for long-term economic prosperity. Now, the record is clear. Our government delivered unprecedented support in order to keep Canadian families and businesses solvent throughout the pandemic, and investment in our economy has and will continue to pay off. The plan is working. Our GDP has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Both Moody's and S&P have reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. We came into this crisis with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and in fact, we've increased our relative advantage throughout the pandemic. The measures contained in Bill C-8 are fundamental to supporting Canadians and Canadian businesses and the provinces and territories as they continue to battle COVID-19. They need the support to get through the fight and come out stronger. And they are counting on it. They are counting on us. I encourage my honourable colleagues to bear this in mind in their consideration of this essential bill and joining me in its expeditious passage through the House so that Canadians can get the help that they need at the time that they need it. Thank you for the opportunity to make this case, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for is it Flamborough or Glanbrook? Is it? King Vaughan. Oh, King Vaughan. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I have a question that no one's been talking about, and I'd like to quote a couple of his statements. Great question and great future of our kids and borrowing. I'd like to address that. First of all, we have a lack of supply. In my riding, the average price of a condo is $1 million, but let alone the average price of the condo. We also incur costs when purchasing property. So the financial burden to new homecomers is essential. The tax on carbon tax, the tax on energy, the tax on fuel creates an opportunity for individuals not to be approved by the financial institution. Because if you take their gross income and you take into consideration the qualification for their TDS and GDS, it's very, very important to understand that even though they have their income, they can buy less because of the inflation situation. So I ask my honourable colleague, can you please explain to me how we are going to help people get into the market when we do have inventory with the income dropping and they can't afford it? I look forward to...
Member for Vancouver-Granville.
I thank the honourable member for her important question. There is no question, around the world, inflation is a challenge that countries are dealing with, and Canada has fared better than most countries, including the United States. Now, the reality is that many of the measures that we need to put into place for future-proofing our economy, these are the types of measures that do require government investment. Those are investments that we have made, and they also require us to think about the challenges that Canadians like those in her riding are facing. And that's why the supports that this government has put in place, the incentives that we have put in place for folks to improve their quality of life, including, for example, childcare, which will help to increase the wealth of Canadians. These are important initiatives, and we're going to continue to invest into those.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments, je peux pas voir avec le masque.
Sorry, I can't see who you are with the mask. Sorry.
C'est l'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague's speech was very interesting. And I come from the teaching world, and we talk often about hamburgers when we talk about successes and difficulties. You start with the bread, the bun, with the quality. And then you have the meat, because something we don't like, and then we have to improve, and then we have another bun. And where the Liberals lack is in terms of the care. When I look at the Maslow pyramid, the very basis is our security, food safety, and housing. And for 30 years now, we've been missing 50,000 units a year in housing. When will they invest so we can really have community social housing that is affordable?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to answer in French. As our colleague knows, our government has made investments, incredible investments. $6 billion more for affordable housing. And we're going to continue to invest and to work with the provinces, communities, to work with them to find solutions that will work for their communities and for the various circumstances in different regions of our country so that we can address this very important question.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach. Oh, I'm sorry. You'll have to put your mic on.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, can you hear me now, Madam Speaker? Perfect. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to talk specifically about housing. The honourable member in their statement made mention about the importance of making generational investments. I took a good review of this bill, Bill C8, and there's many deficiencies. One of the biggest deficiencies I noticed, which I would like the honourable member to comment on in particular, is the fact that there is nothing or no mention about the anti-flipping tax. We know that flipping properties, taking wealth, injecting wealth into these properties and making it higher, creating more barriers for people to participate and purchase housing is a serious variable and a serious problem, driving the cost of housing up, limiting the market. Will the member comment on why the anti-house flipping tax is not in this bill?
The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And as he knows, there are provisions already that have been put into place to address foreign buyers, and we will continue to move forward on all the commitments that were made, and including such provisions. And I think all of these provisions that we can put in place to increase affordability, to make it easier for Canadians, are not only important but essential to making sure that we can reach a place where every Canadian has a place to call home. And that's why our government's going to continue to make those steps. Take those investments, make those investments as the Minister of Housing has been doing and will continue to do over the coming weeks and months.
Comments? The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge my colleague and thank him for his recent support on a roundtable that I hosted regarding co-op housing, and I thank the previous question from the Bloc Québécois regarding public housing, because it's something that I'm passionate about, and I know that my colleague on this side shares that. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that a lot of the questions coming from the other side, particularly the Conservatives, indicate that they may not have read the bill because they're asking about what about rapid tests? Well, this bill includes rapid tests. What about kids getting back to school? Well, this bill includes a lot of support for schools to get back to a healthy way to learn with better ventilation. What about workers? What about businesses? There are provisions for all of those entities. It's very, very important that we invest. And then they also want to suggest that the sky is falling with regards to the economy. Well, experts are indicating that our recovery is quite strong and the jobs market is strong. And the most recent Labour Force Survey of Canada indicated that our recovery has been strong. And I was just going to ask my honourable colleague if he could comment on some of the relevant aspects of Bill C8 that will have a positive impact in his riding.
For Vancouver-Granville.
thank my colleague for his question. You know, as many of us, our ridings are vibrant communities which are, in fact, these microcosms of Canada. So for me, the small businesses that are dependent on government supports, that have been dependent on government support to get through difficult times, they are beneficiaries of what is being provided here. I know that there are folks who have connections to family farms. In fact, I met with some of them yesterday that may live in my riding but have connections to family farms outside. They're going to be the ones that benefit from some of the provisions in this legislation. And so it's not just about the things that affect us directly in our ridings, but the fact that our constituents have family connections across the country. And so we may often think about things in the context of what will affect us directly, but the reality is that Canadians think about the things that are affecting other Canadians as well. And so that's the beauty of this legislation. It's not just about urban Canadians or rural Canadians, it's about all Canadians and helping them all move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciated this conversation, and also I wondered if he listened to my colleague from Bay of Quinte speaking about traditional vaccines that have been made in Canada, and yet the government hasn't made them available to Canadians as a vaccine or an essential means of investing in our own economy. Same with rapid tests that were developed in Canada, highly qualified and reasonably priced, and yet not picked up. The government's unlawfully mandated that only the unvaccinated cannot travel on federally regulated flights and trains, even though Dr. Tam confirmed that vaccinations don't prevent the carrying and transmitting of COVID. So I'm wondering if the member could explain, does he believe everyone, including the vaccinated, should have a rapid test to return the rights of mobility to all Canadians, or should we return to the PPE protections that were already in place and effective at our airports so Canadians can be engaged all across this country in improving our economy and getting back to normal?
A member for Vancouver Granville.
I thank the honourable member for her question. Vaccines are the best way for us to move forward through this pandemic. Making sure that every single Canadian is vaccinated is the best way to move forward. Now, we know that folks who are vaccinated do not suffer the same consequences when they get COVID as those that do. We know that this is an important thing for us to consider as we move forward. We know that folks who are vaccinated tend to have a 67% less likely chance of ending up in an ICU. And so when we think about air travel, when we think about being able to connect with Canadians, being able to think about connecting with our families, we're going to have to trust the science. The science is clear. Vaccines work. The science is clear. Masking works. The science is clear that rapid tests are not always accurate. And so we need to be thinking about what is the best solution, not just for ourselves, but we have a social contract in this country to take care of one another. We have a social contract to look after every single one of us, even if that means making sacrifices for ourselves.
Thank you. And this brings us to the end of the 5 hours for 20 minutes speeches and 10 minutes questions and comments. Subsequently, speeches will be 10 minutes now with 5 minutes for questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me first say how much I appreciate the opportunity to engage in this debate. But let me first address this issue. I am so very disgusted by the fact that the images and displays of the Nazi symbols that are being used, the use of the Confederate flag, and other such hate symbols by those participating in the convoy. It is absolutely despicable, especially in light of the fact that racial and systemic inequity has been exacerbated with the impacts of COVID on the Black community, on Indigenous communities, and on racialized and marginalized peoples. The problems of racism and structural inequity existed even before the pandemic, but COVID-19 has exposed for many the serious inequities in our country. I think it has not escaped many, especially those from the Indigenous community, from the Black community, from the racialized communities, that the treatment by the police of the convoy is starkly different from the treatment of Indigenous protesters who are fighting for their land rights and protecting Mother Earth. My colleague, the member from New Westminster, Burnaby, has put forward in this new parliament legislative solutions to amend the criminal code to broaden the provisions relating to the hate propaganda to make it an offense to publicly display visual representations that promote or incite hatred or violence against an identifiable group, and for the government to take specific steps to immediately counteract all forms of hate and discrimination, hate crimes, and incidents of hate. I hope that the government will take this private member's bill and adopt it as a government bill. On the issue around inequities, we're now deeply in the fifth wave of the pandemic. The wealthiest continue to make record profits, and the government still refuses to bring in a pandemic profiteering tax. Canada's banks earned a combined profit of almost $58 billion in 2021. And meanwhile, the lowest income seniors are getting their guaranteed income supplement cut. New Democrats flagged the concerns even before the election in the last summer, and the government did nothing. In Vancouver East, seniors are getting evicted and rendered homeless right now. And the government says they care deeply about seniors, but somehow they think doing nothing until at least May of this year is somehow good enough. It is as if the government, the Liberals, are blind to the fact that the seniors are getting kicked out of their homes this moment. Not in May, but now. This is happening in the middle of the fifth wave of the pandemic during the winter months. Action needs to be taken now, and we cannot, seniors cannot wait until May to get the support that they need. The government has brought in the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. Well, let me tell you the nightmare that my constituents are having in trying to access that support.
One moment, I hate to interrupt. I'll stop the clock for a second. Can the member check to see if her mic is plugged in properly? And then we can retry once she's got it in there.
Is this any better, Madam Speaker? I've unplugged it and replugged it again.
Okay, well, we'll double check with them. And so I would ask the member to continue to speak, and then we'll see if it's working properly.
Okay, thank you. The Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit is a nightmare. Wait times over the phone is at least 2 to 4 hours. From my constituents' reports. A lot of people cannot get through, and they've tried multiple times in a row in a day. There's no information on navigating the phone menu.
So there is still an issue with the mic. Je suis certain que c'est pour.
And I'm sure that's for the honourable member of Beauport-Limoilou, because there's no more interpretation because of the mic issues.
Est-ce que double check to see if the mic, that specific microphone, is selected on your computer when you plug it in? Does it show that it's going over to the boom?
It is, Madam Speaker. Is this the same mic that I used for committee this morning?
Madam Speaker, it is totally clear for me, just so you're aware.
Yeah, it's for the interpreters that it's not coming through. So obviously there's an issue there. So
IT can reach out to her, but
So maybe the honourable member can just double check to make sure that the. I'm just wondering, maybe try and put the boom a little closer as well. We'll see if that works, if that's the problem. Okay. Okay, we'll try it again.
Okay, trying again. The phone lines are not clear in what prompts to follow, and the number to press for the CWLB. They are put on hold for hours, by the way, and then when they finally get through, they get navigated to the wrong menu, only to have to start all over again. The phone system is not set up in the same way that it was for the CERB or the CRB, where one...
Sorry, I'm just, I think that IT will actually reach out to you right now. I'm just wondering if I can have the indulgence of the House for a brief break so that we can fix this. Is that okay with the House? Can actually go to the next speaker, which is what is being asked here, and come back to the honourable member once IT has had a chance to reach out to her. Will that, I'm assuming that that will be fine, and the honourable member will have 6.5 minutes or 7 minutes. We'll give her to restart to continue her speech. Is that good? Agreed. Agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope that member gets the is able to get her technical problems resolved. I was looking forward to enjoying her speech, and I know how challenging it can be with technical things. But I want to start in the substance of my speech. Of course, like everyone else today, I'm addressing Bill C-8, which is a financial update from the fiscal update. So I'm going to talk about some specific issues, of course, over the days, and we'll have a well-rounded discussion. I really wanted, though, to talk about one area specifically. That is Part 1D. That has to deal with the introduction of a refundable tax credit on to return fuel charge proceeds to farming businesses in backstop jurisdictions. But before we get into that, I just want to talk a little bit about farmers and how important they are to our economy. They are providing the very sustenance that we need every day, including through the pandemic. They actually account for nearly 7% of our GDP. In addition to feeding Canada and Canadians, people around the world are counting on our Canadian farmers. We are the 5th largest agriculture exporter in the world, and that's provides nearly 1 in 8 Canadians a job. We are one of the world's largest producers in flaxseed, canola, pulses, oats, and durum. And our farmers, but despite providing their incredible bounty for us and around the world, have undergone some significant challenges. Of course, through the pandemic, like everyone else, they fought through the challenges of the pandemic. But they've also had challenges going into that, like the harvest from hell in 2019, which had significant challenges of crops literally rotting in the field because it was so wet and farmers were unable to dry their field. That harvest exacerbated challenges that our farmers were already facing. Self-inflicted wounds from this government, from the carbon tax. Because, well, you see, in some cases, there's no doubt that the claims of revenue neutral, it does apply. If you live in a condo downtown Toronto, there's a very good chance that your rebate is equal to the amount of the carbon tax you pay. However, if you are a grain farmer in Saskatchewan, there is a very good chance, in fact, 100% chance, that you are paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in carbon tax while receiving a mere pittance in return in the carbon tax refund. And that's what led me, after discussions with some of the great advocacy groups for our farmers, to bring in a private member's bill, S206. S206 was legislation that exempted propane and natural gas from the carbon tax for farmers. It was well received, and it created some great discussion. Our stakeholders were very pleased with it. Initially, if you can believe this, the agriculture minister said, carbon tax, it's not significant. That despite myself and others receiving carbon tax bills from farmers around this great country in the amounts of tens of thousands of dollars. She said it was not that significant. However, as our bill gained momentum, all all of a sudden the tone changed, which was quite odd, and said, "Oh, now you know what? I think there very well might be an issue." And so Mr. Bibeau went from "it's not significant" to, "Well, it might be an issue at some point." And then, of course, as we know, later on in the fiscal update, she announced that there would be a rebate program. And that rebate would be $1.47 for every $1,000 of eligible farming expenses, or $1.73 in 2023. We'll see the math, but you'll see that that is not nearly as much as carbon tax as farmers are actually paying. But before we get into that, let's talk about a rebate versus an exemption and why we still need an exemption. A rebate takes money from the farmer, puts it in Ottawa, and then takes it back to the farmer. Why would we go through that machination of having it go to Ottawa and then come back to the farmer? Why would we not just leave it in the pockets of farmers? Well, I can only speculate, but I've got a couple ideas. It might be that in fact this government wanted to take credit for an idea that came from farmers, and they wanted to have that credit. It just might be that the government wants control of that money. And you know what? It's funny what happens sometimes when people's money goes to Ottawa. It tends to get less. It tends to diminish. And so, in talking to advocacy group, whether in agriculture committee or one-on-one conversation with farmers, they welcome the rebate, but they would much prefer an exemption. But let's move on from there to see how this is calculated. So it's calculated based on eligible farming expenses. For those of you who aren't aware, who've never filled out a tax return for a farmer or done it for their own farm, a farmer has to state all of their expenses on their tax return. And they list that. And so what this bill says is if you had $25,000 or more, based on the amount of those expenses, the more carbon tax rebate you will get. So they're using eligible expenses as a proxy for the amount. In other words, guys, the more you burn, the more you earn. Where have we heard that before? And that's exactly how the system works, only it doesn't work because the proxy that they use, they're saying more eligible farming expenses, more carbon tax rebate. The challenge with that is not all farmers are the same. Not all areas of the country are the same. So it is very different. The temperature is very different in the Okanagan Valley, in British Columbia, than it is in northern Alberta. And of course, the amount of fossil fuels, the natural gas and the propane, are different. In addition to that, different industries have different off-route routes to alternatives from fossil fuels. For certain industries, it can be relatively inexpensive. It may take years, but relatively inexpensive to switch to alternative sources. Contrast that with other industries that may take decades and literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yet we are blanketing it. We are using the same formula as we would for different types of farms. I am pleased, once again, that the government is starting to recognize that the agriculture industry, in addition to being great stewards of our lands, already carbon neutral ahead of many, many other industries, is now being recognized as what's called an emissions-intensive, trade-exposed industry. What that means is that there are certain industries, of which agriculture, I would argue, is certainly one, Madam Speaker, that don't have the ability to switch to alternatives, and that there are certain emissions that may take years, if not decades, to get out of the system, despite the best efforts of our farmers. And the reason why that is we heard over and over in Agriculture Committee, is twofold. As I already said, there simply aren't alternatives. There just are not. And so all this is an increased cost. There is no way to sort of motivate farmers to do something which is impossible. The other part of it is farmers are price takers, okay? So the price that a farmer gets for their commodities, often case, is set by markets thousands of miles away from them. So they are unable to push that cost onto the consumer. So that means our farmers, many of whom are struggling to hang on, they're struggling to get through just inflation like everyone else. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so it is a significant challenge. I'll just wrap up here by going through an example of how ineffective and insignificant this rebate is. So if we had, for example, a grain farm in Manitoba, and let's say they had gross income of $2 million, by the way, that could very easily be net income of zero, a farmer could expect a rebate of $3,446. That same farm would be paying carbon tax of almost $10,000. It's woefully inefficient. Farmers need an exemption, not a rebate. They need more money in their pockets, not Ottawa bureaucrats. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member made reference to the price on pollution. And there was a time when the Conservative Party in opposition opposed the price on pollution. In fact, they would call it a tax. And then they had the flip-flop. They changed their positioning on it. And I was glad to see that. I think most Canadians appreciated the Conservatives saw the value of having a price on pollution. I'm wondering if this member is shying away from having a price on pollution once again. Can we anticipate another flip-flop on this issue?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
You want to talk about flip-flops? Your minister said this was not an issue, costing our farmers tens of thousands of dollars. Now, after advocacy, after my bill, suddenly it's an issue, and now you're introducing a rebate just for political points? That's disgusting.
I do want to remind the member that he's to address the questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Great. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his impassioned speech. It's very important for Canadians to understand the effect of the Liberal carbon tax on our farmers and on our cost of food. One of the things that we've been arguing about for years, the government will say it's a levy, therefore it's not a tax. But if you look at OECD guidelines, forced charge is a tax, this is a tax, and they charge the GST on the carbon levy. Further, the government will also say, oh, it's okay, we give it all back in rebates. The public accounts, if anyone's interested in reading through them like I do, actually states the government pocketed $136 million above what they actually returned to Canadians with their carbon tax. I'd like my colleague to perhaps expand on what that's doing to farmers, this extra money taken out of their pockets.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What I would first say is I actually had an interaction with a member of the Ministry of Finance at Agriculture Committee, and at first they tried to say, no, Phil, it's exactly the amount that goes in that comes out. And I had read the public accounts like the great member over there, and I knew that wasn't the case, and they actually denied it at first. The fact remains that yes, millions of dollars from the carbon tax stays with government, and that's money that could be with our farmers. I believe that the best person to spend their money is the person themselves, that the best person to plan their future are Canadians, not some bureaucrat in Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his intervention. I have a question. First of all, we're talking about farmers and producers, which is very close to me and my riding. How can we help them in the current context? We understand that government measures are too few and far between. How can we tangibly help farmers and producers make ends meet? How can we help them in this transition towards a greener economy? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Merci, député.
Thank you to the member. This is a good question. Agriculture is also very important for me and my riding. Thank you for the question.
And I'll switch in English there. I apologize. I'm still working. The farmers are incredibly important. And you know what? I've spent my entire life working and surrounded by farmers, and they are incredibly entrepreneurial, intelligent, and thrifty individuals. And so if we leave that money in their pockets, they will do the things naturally, just like they already have, with no-till technologies and otherwise. We need to make sure, whether it be in our trade agreements, that we're setting the economic table so they can be successful. But ultimately, government just needs to get out of the way.
We're going back to resuming debate, and I'll come back to the honourable member for Vancouver East. We're certainly hoping that everything got resolved. So the honourable member for Vancouver East has, I think it was around 7 minutes? 7 minutes, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me now, and I hope the IT helped fix the problem. Just picking up on where I was just outlining the problems that my constituents were having in their application with the benefit needs as a result of this pandemic. One constituent actually advised my office this. They attempted to apply online following the prompt where they put in their postal code, which indicates that they are from British Columbia. The website says that all regions in BC are eligible if employment has been impacted by COVID measures. However, after he puts in his postal code, he gets a message that says this region is not valid. These are the kinds of problems that people are having. They can't get through on the phone. They wait for hours. They get sent to the different menu. Trying online also gets these kind of frustrating messages. And people are desperate at this time where their resources are running dry, their rents are due, they can't put food on the table. So this is just not acceptable. And I sure hope that the government will fix these problems. Then there are those who do not qualify for this program. Artists, musicians, performers, cultural workers who've been amongst those hardest hit by the pandemic. And in Vancouver East, which is home to the most arts and cultural workers on a per capita basis out of any riding in the country, the local arts and music scene is going through difficult times, and I'm very concerned that our community's cultural workers and venues alike face a longer road to recovery, which puts the live performance industries particularly at risk. And even before the pandemic, arts and performance venues were facing enormous pressures and challenges to their tenure. So the call for the Love of Life campaign went unanswered by this government. And the federal government needs to do more to protect these small and medium-sized enterprises and their employees and preserve the cultural industry within our communities. And when we're talking about small businesses, I have to raise the issue around startups. They have been left out in the cold right from the start of the pandemic, and they continue to suffer. They continue to close down. And the truth of the matter is the small business community, they are the economic engine of our communities. If we don't support them to survive, our communities will not survive. And that's our reality. In Vancouver's Chinatown, in my riding, we still cannot get support from the federal government on a special grant like that of the Granville Island. Granville Island got a special grant from the federal government right at the beginning of the pandemic to the tune of $17 million. They then later on got subsequent grants as well. But Chinatown, Vancouver's Chinatown, could not get any support from the government. This is wrong. Chinatown is the jewel of our crown, is recognized by the federal government as a national historic site. And we need to put the supports in place to support the small businesses there and the community to survive. And when we're talking about racism, and I opened my comments today with the issue around racism and discrimination. And Chinatown is also continuing to face with ongoing attacks on this front. The Chinese Cultural Center, the Sun Yat-sen Gardens, amongst other iconic locations in our community, are getting graffiti and defaced, racist comments written on it. This also needs to be addressed, and we need the federal government to work with local communities, to work with the province and the city to tackle this issue. We need to save Chinatown and preserve our history. Now, I want to take a moment and turn to the issue around housing. Madam Speaker, today is actually the first 100 days of the Liberal government. that they have declared that within the first 100 days, many things that they would do. Well, let me say this. The Liberal government has still made no appointment for the position of the federal housing advocate. The announcement of this new position was made back in 2017, and it's now been over a year since the government closed the job posting. In fact, 13 months to be exact. Yet there is still no progress. There is still no federal housing advocate. It should not take over 13 months for the government to hire someone after the job posting has closed. If the Liberals can't even do that, how can they be expected to address the housing crisis, which is precluding families and people from finding a home that they can afford in the communities where they have lived and work? Right now, we know that the housing costs have increased exponentially. In fact, by some 38%. People who wish to own a home cannot get into the market. People who rent are losing their homes, are faced with rental evictions. Those who are on the streets, who are homeless, who are unhoused, continue to be unhoused. The Liberals keep talking about their housing plan, but they continue to prevent scrutiny on it, which is not a surprise, I suppose, given how much of the pricing cost has gone up under the 6 years under this government. But people cannot wait for government to keep talking about it. We need action, and we need it now, and we need to address it. And I would be remiss if I don't touch on Indigenous housing. The government promised a for Indigenous, by Indigenous national housing strategy. Budget after budget, there is no funding allocation to it. It wasn't in this economic update. And Madam Speaker, it is shameful. The Aboriginal Housing Management Association, British Columbia, just made an announcement and launched a plan of how to do it and to showcase how this can be done. It needs to be done and needs the federal government at the table to fund it so that we can ensure Indigenous peoples have the proper housing that they deserve. Madam Speaker, enough talk. It's time for action. Let's get on with it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad the member makes reference to the issue of housing, because within Bill C-8, there is an actual measure that will make a difference. For the first time, what we're seeing is a tax on non-residents and non-Canadians in purchasing and having unused properties, either directly or indirectly. And that's going to be an annual tax. And I'm hopeful that that will have at least some impact. When you take that into consideration with other actions by this government through the National Housing Strategy and a number of projects that the Minister of Housing has alluded to time and time again, I believe that the federal government is showing goodwill in moving forward on the issue of housing for Canadians. But I specifically asked the member what her thoughts are with the specific initiative within C-8, which has that annual tax.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the measure that the government introduced is minuscule given the crisis that we're faced with. A 1% tax is barely going to do it. What we're faced with is a huge financialization of housing, where housing is being treated like it's the stock market. Yes, we need to actually put a foreign buyers tax. Actually, we need to ban foreign buyers at this point in time. We need to stop financialization. We need to stop rental evictions. We need to make sure that the government invest in housing, and starting with a for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy with real funding. We need to build 500,000 units of affordable and co-op housing in our community. We need to fund nonprofits so that they can get into the markets and buy up housing that come onto the market so that it doesn't get swept up by REITs. This is what we need from the federal government.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Vancouver East. And putting aside the few technical issues that came up, she brought up the issue of seniors, and she mentioned that they are some of the most vulnerable. And so I would like to ask what she thinks of our idea because in August we wrote to the Ministers of Seniors and Finance to discuss the clawback to the guaranteed income supplement to those who had received CERB, but we haven't heard anything about offering more assistance to seniors. So I'd like to hear from her about raising old age security as of 65.
Did we lose? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Absolutely, New Democrats have been raising this issue even before the election to say that seniors are going to be suffering because the GIS is going to be cut. The government did not take any action. They said, oh, but we're going to do something about this in May. Well, seniors are getting evicted right now, and that's not good enough. And aside from that, seniors actually need a boost in their income and not for a differential treatment for some seniors who turned 70 and those who didn't, to get different payment increases. This is wrong. You retire at 65, they should all deserve to live in dignity. Senior needs to be supported throughout this pandemic and beyond.
Brief question, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for highlighting the Liberal Conservative coalition to protect the financialization of the housing industry. And Madam Speaker, we keep hearing about affordability and the Liberal definition and Conservative definition of what's affordable. Maybe she could speak about how there's nothing in this bill to fix the broken language that they've used in their definition of what is truly affordable.
A brief answer from the member for Vancouver East.
The Liberal government and the Conservatives over this years have actually co-opted the word affordable. And in fact, for some people, they actually think that that's a four-letter word because it's no longer affordable. And saying rent being made available that's way above market is somehow affordable is an insult. And that's just got to stop. We need to provide rent that meets core need. That's what we need to do. And by the way, I want to thank the member for the great bill that he introduced today to address the opioid crisis and to really call on the government to take action on decriminalization. It is time to save lives.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Health, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe, Aviation Industry, and the honourable member for York Simcoe, Transport. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for their warm introduction. It's always an honor to stand in this place and speak on behalf of the people of Parry Sound, Muskoka from their spot here. I'm speaking on Bill C-8 as well today, Madam Speaker, and I'm excited to do so because it's an important issue that I think the Liberal government is easily likes to talk about their talking points, but when they're asked legitimate questions about the reasonableness of their spending plan, they just spout talking points. So I thought I'd try to really simplify things and get right to the point and see if we can't maybe get some good questions from them. But I would like to point out that, of course, this all started out a couple of years ago in the beginning of the pandemic, and in many ways this House worked really, really well together. Pandemic supports were important, and this House worked well, all parties, to improve many of the programs that the government offered and get them implemented as quickly as possible in the uncertain days of the beginning of the pandemic. And I was really proud that we worked so well together. Of course, fast forward now a couple of years, and here we are, hopefully seeing light at the end of the tunnel. But over the course of these 2 years, we know that, of course, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has reported that since the beginning of the pandemic, the government has spent or planned to spend just over almost $542 billion in new measures. But he also reported that clearly 1/3 of those new measures were not COVID related at all. We're talking almost $200 billion of just, new whims of this tax and spend Liberal government. And of course, in his report, he also pointed out that the remaining platform measures that they're now talking about would be another $48.5 billion in net new spending between fiscal year 2021-22 and 2025-26. The Parliamentary Budget Officer actually, and of course this is a nonpartisan office, pointed out that the government's own fiscal guardrails, I'm sure everyone recalls the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister when we were expressing concerns about the amount of deficit spending and borrowing that was being done, told us all not to worry. We have these fiscal guardrails that are going to make sure that we're in good shape. And so the Parliamentary Budget Officer has now told us that the government's own fiscal guardrails would indicate that their latest round of stimulus spending should be wound down by the end of fiscal year 2021-2022. That's this March. It appears to me, he said, that the rationale for the additional spending initially set aside as stimulus no longer exists. That's the independent, nonpartisan Parliamentary Budget Officer. I don't know what's confusing about that to this government or to the Minister of Finance or her officials, but clearly it is. The Parliamentary Budget Officer was also asked in a Finance Committee if, in fact, excessive deficits and borrowing can, in fact, lead to inflationary pressures. And his answer was very simple, Madam Speaker. It was one word: yes. Now, I will acknowledge the speaking points across the aisle are all about how inflation is a global issue, there are global pressures, and I don't doubt that for 1 minute. But the fact of the matter is, we have a government that refuses to take responsibility for their own contributions to these inflationary pressures. Because that's real as well. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has told us so. But they don't like to talk about that. And the reason we need to talk about that is because we stand in here and we speak for Canadians struggling to make ends meet. And we know what we're talking about when it comes to making ends meet. Trying to put food on the table is getting more and more expensive for Canadian families. We know that chicken is up 6.2%. I've heard that already today. We know that beef is up almost 12%. We know that bacon is up almost 20%. Bread is up 5%. Tough to make a sandwich at those numbers, Madam Speaker. Fuel, to put fuel in our cars, is up 33%. Natural gas is up 19%. Now, that may not matter in some of those urban ridings that the Liberals hold. But I'll tell you, in Parry Sound, Muskoka, where the median income is 20% below the provincial average, people are struggling to make ends meet, and they have to drive to get to their job because we don't have the option of the TTC or major transit. They have to drive. It's a rural community. And you know what else we have to do in Parry Sound, Muskoka? It's cold. We have to heat our homes. And there are an awful lot of people in Parry Sound, Muskoka that heat their homes not with natural gas because they don't live in the smaller communities. They heat with propane and they heat with oil. And of course, on top of the inflationary pressures that we see on home heating fuels of all kinds, of course, there's the carbon tax thrown on top of that as well. I can't count the number of phone calls, emails, discussions I've had on the street with working families, seniors on fixed incomes. Seniors on fixed incomes call with tears, not sure how they're going to choose to heat their home or put food on the table. That is criminal in this country. And yet all we get is talking points and more stimulus borrowing that the Parliamentary Budget Office said is not necessary. Now, everyone would like to think that Conservatives want to slash spending, and that's not even what we're calling for. We're just saying, stop borrowing. It's not necessary. Just stop borrowing. We don't need to borrow any more money. And maybe then we can help bring some of these costs down so that working class Canadians, everyday folks, can afford to heat their homes, can afford to get to their job, and can afford to put food on the table. Madam Speaker, you know, housing, you hear a lot about housing, and that's a significant issue in Parry Sound, Muskoka as well. And I was pleased, actually, to hear the member for Vancouver East agreeing with a campaign pledge from the Conservative platform in the last election to actually ban the foreign purchases of residential homes for up to 2 years. This tax is another example. The Liberals want to have a 1% tax on foreign purchases of homes, which will generate more money that they can spend on stimulus that isn't necessary. But it's a 1% tax that will actually have pretty much zero impact on people that are trying to buy and make investments in our real estate market from overseas. So they just collect more tax and don't solve the problem and just make it more difficult for Canadians to ever own a home. If they really actually cared about this issue, they would work collaboratively with us and apparently with the NDP to actually ban the foreign purchase of residential homes for up to 2 years. Let's say 2 years. But encourage foreign investment in the development of multi-residential rental properties, many of which could be affordable rentals. And there's a desperate need for that in Parry Sound, Muskoka, and all across this country. I've said many times in this place, affordable housing, access to the housing market, it's not just an issue in the big cities. It's a major issue all across this country and in smaller communities and rural communities as well. And this government has pretty much forgotten rural Canada when it comes to this issue. Madam Speaker, I just think that it's a real struggle on this side of the House to take them seriously when they refuse to listen to even the parliamentary budget officer. If we want to make life more affordable for Canadians, if we want to help Canadians get ahead, we need to help reduce the pressures on their family budgets. And all I'm asking is why won't the Liberals even use their own fiscal guardrails and get the spending under control? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, in the speeches that I've heard today from Conservatives, the right wing of the Conservative element, that reform element, is flying high, and they have a number of ideas, I must say. One of which, on the one hand, they're saying we don't want any more tax dollars being spent. And then on the other hand, they're saying, well, but we still want some of these services. And the tax dollars are often, at times, a need to borrow money. For example, when you talk about the supports of businesses, when you talk about CERB, when you talk about the increases that have been provided to GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement for seniors, these all cost money. Where would the member suggest that we start cutting back dollars? He's given us ideas on how to spend money. Can he be specific on how where he believes we should be cutting dollars?
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
I would suggest that the government start with maybe what are we looking at here? Almost $6 million to renovate the main cottage at the Prime Minister's residence.
Really? That's disgraceful. Oh, that's a good point.
I'm sure in a multi-billion-dollar budget, there's lots of places that you can trim the fat because you guys are quite good at adding it on.
Honourable Member, that he's to address all questions and comments through the chair. The questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Inflation doesn't happen overnight. It is a slow process that usually takes a year or year and a half when we see a crisis like we're seeing right now. Deflation brings us back to a more standard levels, but it can also take a year or year and a half. But there are means to deal with this. And I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about what his suggestions are to reach deflation that would allow Canadians and Quebecers to live better with their budget.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Merci, ma collègue
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
I think that the first step really in all of this is to get the outrageous spending under control. It does take time. I completely agree with my colleague. It will take time. There's no real quick answer to this, but it starts with stopping the borrowing, get the spending under control, and then spend smarter, frankly. Invest in the areas where it makes the most sense. We need more housing supply, for example. We need to stop, just funding, programs that, give people money to try to get into a market that they just can't get into. They're not working. So it will take time, but it starts with stopping the spending.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. He referenced affordable housing and the lack thereof in his home riding, and certainly that is an issue in Chatham-Kent-Leamington as well. We're not a large metropolitan area as well, a mix of rural and some small cities and towns. Do the basic laws, and he just touched on it in his answer to my Bloc colleague, do the basic laws of supply and demand continue to hold in the housing market? We have huge demand. Would it not be better, rather than to add another small tax that's not going to make a difference, is to look at the barriers to supply? Could you comment, please?
The honourable member for Parry Sound-Muskoka.
The simple answer to my colleague's question is yes. I can tell you, as a small town mayor, I can tell you right now that taxes on property, there's not enough room there to fund all the responsibilities that municipalities already have. They take care of 2/3 of the transportation infrastructure in this country, and they don't have the tax revenue to actually fund the maintenance of it. And yet we're hearing musings about the government looking at ways to maybe tax things over $1 million, which is barely an entry home in Toronto, because they think maybe they can dig a little bit more and find more tax revenue to spend. It's not there. It's just not there. And so, frankly, the simple answer to the question is we need more supply. We need to stop the incredible pressures of foreign investment buying up properties so that we can actually make it more accessible for everyday Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Muskoka. My youngest son was born in his riding many years ago, and always fond memories of living there. And I'm very pleased to join the debate on C8 today. Now, technically, it's called an Act to Implement Provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update, but it's also known as what's another $7 billion between friends or between the government and taxpayers' wallets. Now, I'm opposed to this bill, not necessarily the item-by-item, bit-by-bit of the bill, but the spending, the out-of-control spending of the Liberals. Now, it's part of the fiscal update, which the government introduced just December, which adds $71 billion of new spending, $71 billion of new debt. And that's even before their election promises are counted in. Now, the PBO, as my colleague had mentioned, says the government's also put aside like $100 billion in added stimulus. The PBO said the government has reached its fiscal guardrails. It doesn't need to add that extra spending. And here we have the government barreling ahead. Now, that's $71 billion. $71 billion in new inflation spending, $71 billion, that eventually will have to be paid back. Now, I want to put this in perspective, how much this $71 billion is. The government brings in about $32 billion to $35 billion a year in GST. So just to cover the spending, the added new spending from their fiscal update in December, which covers C8, GST would have to go up to 16%. C8 alone, all the GST in the country collected for 3 entire months, just for this small bit the government's adding, but 16%. If you're in Ontario, where we are now, the HST would have to go to 24% just to cover this new Liberal spending. Saskatchewan, 22%. Alberta, well, we don't have a sales tax, thanks very much, but it would still be a 16% GST just to cover this added spending. Now, my colleagues with the Conservatives, the Bloc and the NDP, believe it or not, we actually agree on something, and that's this government should be increasing healthcare transfers to the provinces. According to the public accounts, I think it was like $42 billion in healthcare transfers last year. The government could increase healthcare transfers 58% just with this new spending. It could increase healthcare transfers to the provinces 16% just with the money spent in C8. Income taxes, we're already among the highest tax population in the developed world, income taxes would have to go up 41% just to cover the new Liberal spending from December. What could we do with that $71 billion instead? Well, the government could actually fund 75 wee charity scandals with that money. We found out this government, they're great friends with SNC-Lavalin. They gave them $150 million for field hospitals. We asked this from Public Works. We asked the minister, who asked for these? Well, we don't know. Did the provinces ask for these hospitals? Nope. Did public health ask for these hospitals? Nope. Who asked? Public Works says, well, Public Works asked for them. Well, who in Public Works? Well, we just told you, Public Works. Apparently, if you look at GEDS, which is the government employee directory, you will see someone, Mr. Public Works, because that person apparently asked for this $150 million sole source urgent contract for the Liberal friends at SNC-Lavalin. It was so urgent that they sole sourced it without going out to bids for any other companies. But by the way, guess how many of those hospitals have actually been delivered or used? How many? Zero. None. But anyways, with this $71 billion, they could buy 4,700 added hospitals from their friends at SNC-Lavalin. Now, according to the public accounts, which just came out, the latest public accounts that have ever been delivered in about 4 decades, by the way, the interest-bearing debt for Canadians has now reached an eye-watering $1.4 trillion. 1.4 trillion. I'm going to break that down a bit. That's 1,440,000 million. 1,440,000 million in debt. Now, to put it into numbers that perhaps Liberals can understand for their billionaire friends, that's $1,440 billion in debt. Now, I mentioned the Liberal friends because also in the public accounts, there's $91 million of taxpayers' money spent last year to subsidize wealthy owners to buy Tesla vehicles. Taxpayers gave $91 million to Tesla so that wealthy Canadians could buy cars made outside of Canada. The wealthiest man in the world got $91 million in subsidies from this government. Now he owns about 17%. So that's about, maybe he gets about $16 million, Elon Musk direct. Great entrepreneur, I love his tweets, he's hilarious, but he doesn't need subsidies from the government or for the taxpayers. Now I want to again put something in retrospect and so people can understand this money. City of Edmonton from this government got $17 million for the Rapid Housing Initiative. Just in the paper today, there's talk about the government, federal government, of that $17 million, 11 million to buy the old Forum Hotel by Rexall Center where the Oilers used to play. 11 million from this government for housing for homeless. $91 million to Elon Musk so that wealthy people can afford a Tesla. In Canada, if you tried to buy a Tesla on a 5-year loan, maybe 4.9, 5.9, well over $1,000 a month. I'm not sure how many Canadians trying to valiantly work into the middle class can afford $1,000 a month, deserve $1,000 or $5,000 from taxpayers so they can stuff Elon Musk's pocket. Poverty in Edmonton under this government has gone up, I think it's 50, according to Library Canada, it's like 58% since StatsCan or the most recent StatCan numbers. Those without housing, the homeless in Edmonton has gone up like 2/3. And here we have the former Liberal, Amarjeet Sohi, wonderful guy, quite enjoy him, new mayor of Edmonton, cheering on the Liberals because we got 11 million for housing for the homeless. 91 million for Elon Musk, 11 million from this government for the city of Edmonton. It's a disgrace. The money should be going not for corporate welfare, but for people who need it. Now the debt, I mentioned, 1.4 trillion. Government says, don't worry, it's the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. But guess what? They're using what's called net debt. What they're doing, there's about $500 billion in the CPP and QPP set aside for future payouts. Not future 30 years down the road, but payouts tomorrow, anyone 65. $500 billion. They're counting that money toward the federal debt when they're claiming they have the lowest GDP, debt to GDP in the G7. If you actually took that money, and that's seniors' money, this is not money for the government to use to cash in to pay on that debt. This is seniors' money. So take that away. We are 4th out of 7. The top 29 developed countries, OECD. If you take out that $500 billion that belongs to seniors, this is not the government's money, it's not liberals' money, this is seniors' money. You take out that $500 billion and show the real debt, we are the 25th worst out of 29 countries in the developed world for debt to GDP ratio. This government should stop misleading Canadians. This government should keep their hands off the money set aside for seniors and stop pretending that they're going to be able to access that money to pay for the out-of-control spending. I've got a minute. I just want to wrap up again to talk about the focused need for spending. We have, and I waved around earlier, the public accounts. We've been going through the money. There is a disgraceful amount of waste from this government. Again, paying off, I mentioned $91 million for Elon Musk. There's another $50 million to General Motors, Toyota, Nissan for electric vehicle rebates. There's $50,000 that this government prioritized to give to a corporation to develop a new taste for an India Pale Ale. So when this government asks, where would we cut? I would say I would cut bailouts to corporate, I would end the corporate welfare and focus money on Canadians where it's needed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I suspect that if I were to go over the public accounts of the Stephen Harper era, that we would find more than just one minister that spends $60 or $40, was it, for a glass of orange juice. There's ample examples of conservative waste during the Stephen Harper era. But my question is in regards to C8. When you think of Bill C8, it's there. Over $1 billion being spent, yes, but it's for rapid tests. Does the Conservative Party not support rapid tests? For months and months, they jumped all over the place like jumping beans saying we want rapid tests. We have rapid tests. This is an investment in rapid tests. Canadians want rapid tests. It's about cleaner air, putting cleaner air in our schools, hundreds of millions being spent to support and continue to support people in Canada, whether it's rapid tests, cleaner air. Why does the Conservative Party oppose that?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my associate for Winnipeg North. I tease him, I say he's not my friend, but he's more my associate. We in the Conservative Party have been asking for these rapid tests for close to 2 years now. And yet now the government's finally saying, oh, we'll get around to it, but better give us the money. It's not an issue of just spend, or we're going to take the rapid tests away. We want the rapid tests. What I would suggest to this gentleman is perhaps the $20, $30 billion in corporate welfare he gave to Air Canada, Lululemon, Bell, TELUS, Rogers, instead of paying off them and their wealthy insiders with taxpayers' money, they should have spent that money on the rapid tests 2 years ago.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Are you connected? Do you have your microphone, or can you lower it? It's the only one I have. We cannot accept that. We need interpretation. I'll see if there's anyone else from the bloc who would like to ask a question. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
with technology. Well, I agreed he would ask the question, but anyway, I listened to my colleague's speech carefully, and I own an electric car, and I'd like to discuss the issues. It's not financing Elon Musk, but in the U.S., they've developed a strategy. They want to make sure that Americans can buy cars built in the U.S. It has an impact on Canada. How can we make sure that every Canadian and Quebecer can access an e-car? Can we increase tax credits for buying electric cars? It could be good for the Canadian economy. That should be part of the solution, and it should be in the update. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I think the question from his colleague would have been better. Maybe we can go back. I'm teasing. We have a philosophical difference. I don't believe we choose taxpayers' money to subsidize wealthy people. Like this gentleman, members of Parliament, I think we're in the top 4 or 5% of wealth of income level in Canada. We should not be subsidizing members of Parliament to buy electric cars, period.
We have time for one quick question.
River Westlock, a brief question, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech there. And on the topic of cars, I've given him a ride in my car, and I don't know if he'll ever come again after that. But and it definitely wasn't electric. But I'm wondering if we just go a little bit more into this whole idea of subsidizing a car. Just drives the inflation. I remember back when I was a kid, the government had a program for well drilling, and immediately the price of wells doubled. I wonder if the honourable member can comment on that.
Answer from the member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question and the rides from the airport previously. Yes, the more we're subsidizing, it's just driving up the price. Demand will always expand to take up every free thing offered by the government. Just further on the gentleman's question of the block, study after study shows the actual return on investment, reduction of GHG. Electric cars is one of the very, very worst. If they're going to subsidize something, let's subsidize upgrading housing, windows, insulation, those items, not subsidizing the wealthy.
Thank you. And I'll just take this moment just to remind members that they do need to have the proper headset in order to participate. And it's not that we don't want them to participate. I don't think that there's a reason for MPs not to have those, because I do know that IT, and I've asked IT to reach out to the previous member as well. So I think that, I would ask members to reach out to IT if they don't have headsets for wherever they are. And I know that they can be purchased through the budgets as well. So just a reminder so that we can keep the flow going into the House of Commons, and that everybody is able to have the interpretation that they rightly deserve. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. But I don't, so I'm assuming that there may have been an issue here with I know we're having some technical issues, so I will go with the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you. Well, it's an honor and a privilege to be confused with the member from Battle River Crowfoot, and there is a great member from that part of the world, and so I'm happy to be. I'm just a little bit north. Located just a little bit north from there, and so nonetheless, I'm happy to share the stage with him. He is a good friend of mine. Madam Chair, today I want to speak a little bit about the fiscal update C8. I think the story is told. The title of this story is Inflation. We have seen inflation running wild in this country, right across the country, in no matter. Particularly, I'm an auto mechanic. I come from the automotive world. I spent most of my life before this place working at a Chrysler dealer in northern Alberta and in Abbotsford, BC. And so that's the world that I know significantly. And I don't know about you, Madam Chair, but I've been driving around Canada noticing that the parking lots of the car dealerships have been empty. And the price of vehicles, in many cases, If you have a 3-year-old vehicle, you can trade it in for the same amount of money that you bought it for 3 years ago. I talked to a fellow during the election who had a 2019 Ford one-ton pickup, and he uses it to pull his holiday trailer. The dealership phoned him up and said, "Hey, we think you just use your truck to pull your holiday trailer. Would you consider trading in your 2019 today in August for a 2022 pickup truck in April of 2022? We'll guarantee you a truck in April of 2022 if we can have your truck today." No increase in his payments, no increase in the money that he owes. It was a clean swap, and he got a 3-year newer pickup. Madam Chair, that is inflation, a picture of inflation. That's a picture of supply chain shortages. That's a picture of life getting more expensive. The fact that your pickup trucks are now more expensive today than they were 3 years ago shows that the inflation is happening. We see it all around us. Now we have major supply chain shortages which are causing some of this inflation, whether it's microchips that aren't making it across the ocean from China to the manufacturers, whether it's the trucking that isn't able to take place. But it also has to do with the amount of cash that's just being that is just being put into the economy right here in Canada. Other things that we notice, Madam Chair, are in our grocery stores, things that we always have just relied on. To some degree, it's the success of capitalism is the fact that when you go to the store, the bread lines up for you. There's an endless amount. Those things that we've come to appreciate and take for granted in many cases aren't necessarily happening today. And so because of those shortages, we are seeing the prices go up. We're seeing folks that are the farmers and things like that are saying, hey, we're getting record prices for our products. But then when they go to buy their inputs have increased threefold. So they're getting double for their product, but the inputs are now threefold. And so their margins are all in flux. They aren't able to predict what they're going to be doing. And in many cases, it doesn't matter how much money you have. You just can't get the product. It doesn't matter whether the product was priced at $0 or at $100. If you can't get it, you can't get it, and that's an increasing challenge in this new world around. So the point of all of this is that we're driving inflation through flooding the country with cheap cash. Currently, inflation is running at the bank or the Statistics Canada is saying nearly 5%. When you can get money at 2 or 3%, you basically are getting paid to take on debt, and we're seeing massive amounts of household debt coming on the market. People tie they're using the equity in their house to run their lives, and because of that is spurring on the inflation across the country. And so we're seeing all of these things contribute to inflation. One of the things, Madam Chair, is folks continually are coming to me and saying our groceries have gone up to 2 times the price from a year ago. There is increased trucking costs that are associated with this. I talked to the sawmill owner up in Slave Lake, Alberta. Typically, 2 years ago, it cost him $2,000 to get a B train of lumber down to the coast. Today, it's costing him anywhere from $5,500 to $6,000, a 3 times increase in the price of the trucking. The fuel cost is up 50%. A year ago, it was just hovering around $1. Now it's running at about $1.50. All of these things are making our lives more expensive. And the other thing that I heard from constituents right around the new year was their December natural gas bill. For most people in my riding, their December natural gas bill is the highest bill they have ever had, ever. And a big part of that is due to the carbon tax on there. Folks were complaining to me about the fact that the carbon tax portion of their bill was larger than the actual natural gas costs of the bill. There's the transmission fees and things like that are on there, but the actual natural gas that they pay for would have been at like about a third of the bill, and the natural gas or the carbon tax would be about a third of the bill. And so that was extremely frustrating to many Canadians in the fact that they said, we've already done all of the things. We've upgraded our windows, we've put in more insulation in the ceiling, we've reduced the temperature in our house, all of these things to try to reduce our bill, and yet we had the largest bill in their entire life in December of 2021. And so that, again, we're seeing that inflation being driven by the things like the carbon tax, by government policy in this country. And so they were calling on me for alleviating the carbon tax on home heating or eliminating the carbon tax in its entirety. The other thing I wanted to just talk about is just around what is it going to take to get the economy up and running again. We are seeing labor, the cost of labor going up significantly because we're seeing there was plentiful jobs. During the election, I stopped in at a restaurant and they weren't open. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon and they weren't open. And so a week later when I drove through, we stopped in again earlier in the day, and I had a chat with the waitress and I said, hey, I was here last week and you weren't open. And she said, oh no, we haven't been able, we close at 4 o'clock. We haven't been able to get enough staff to stay open all day. And that's a reality. That's something that I hear from people all across northern Alberta, is that they cannot find enough people to fill the jobs that there are. And so that, again, it's causing them to it's causing an increase in the pay, or them to offer more pay to attract people to come. And that is also another thing that's driving inflation. Basically, if you're getting paid more to do the same job, but your life costs more on the other side, you haven't gained anything. All that happens is the dollar numbers are higher, and that essentially is what inflation is that the devaluing of your money, so that it takes more money to do the same thing, and that is happening in both directions. It's happening in the wages, but also in the costs of everything, and we're not necessarily seeing massive increases in production. We're seeing bigger numbers all around. We're seeing larger numbers, but we aren't necessarily seeing the tons of coal go up significantly, or the barrels of oil go up significantly. All we're seeing is the dollar numbers associated with that going up, and that is in a nutshell what inflation is. And so the government has the abilities, has the levers to make sure that our dollar is worth something in the world, that our lives are affordable, and that when we work for our money, we are able to pay for the things that we need in order to live our lives. And so that, Madam Chair, this particular suite of policies that the government is proposing will do nothing to alleviate inflation, and for that reason, I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my friend for his speech. I thought he is an excellent descriptor of the problem, but his allocation of fault may be a little faulty. So I was wondering how the honourable member thinks that the government of Canada has much to do with the supply of microchips to make cars go. I've made the same observation that he has. Car lots are empty. By the way, Madam Speaker, you should know that the honourable member is quite an outstanding mechanic, has won several awards for his work prior to being an MP. However, I'm not sure that his speech is actually such an outstanding description of the issues. So could he tell me what the government of Canada has to do, for instance, with the issue of supplies or input costs for grain and other necessities? These are just issues that are worldwide, and we are the unhappy recipients of that reality.
Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And so basically the basic issue that we're dealing with here is that the government has pumped a huge amount of cash into the system, and that has inflated the price, the costs, or the price that people are receiving for their goods. All that has happened, though, is that everybody has then taken advantage of the increase in price that they are getting for their product, and then increase the folks then on the bottom end are saying, oh, our costs are going up as well, so we will increase our price as well. So basically, what happens if my grain is being sold for X amount of dollars, my fertilizer company says, well, hey, my farmer who was last year getting $10 a bushel is now getting $20 a bushel. My product, I can probably increase the price of my product and still get paid for it because the farmer is now flushed with cash. That has a domino effect down the economy. And there's a host of government policies that are driving the costs up in both directions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
De commentaire, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Peace River Westlock. He talked about supply and vehicles. I would like to come back to an aspect that his previous colleague mentioned. It's important to invest in better windows, but not necessarily in electric cars, for example. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about the electrification of vehicles, because if we want to be more green and have less oil and gas, it's essential to turn to electric cars. So what does he have to say about tax credits for electric cars?
Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not a big fan of picking winners and losers. I'm a big fan of things that work well, things that do what they're intended to do, and for that reason, I'm excited about the electrification of for example, the new Ram 1500 is like a hybrid or a mild hybrid on there. It gives it a 13% increase in fuel economy without sacrificing any of the other capabilities of that pickup truck. I'm amazed and impressed by it. What I would just push back on a little bit is that the environmental impact of electrification isn't zero. The environmental impact of electrification, there is one. So CO2 might be reduced if you're getting your power from a hydro dam somewhere. The CO2 emissions might be reduced. But if you're getting your power from coal-fired power plant, electrification doesn't help us at all. That doesn't say anything about all of the mining for the cobalt and the things that go into these batteries and the copper for all the wiring that we need for these kinds of things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, in terms of inflation, I don't think you'll see more inflation or a better example than that in prescription drugs, which have gone up every year for years and years. In fact, it's the single fastest growing product in insured services. We know that with pharmacare, with bulk buying, with streamlined administration, with cost-related non-adherence, we can save over $4 billion a year and produce drugs for every Canadian at reduced cost. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can explain why the Conservative Party is opposed to universal pharmacare when it'll help reduce the cost of drugs.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock, a brief answer, please.
I'm happy to answer this question. I thank the member for asking it. There is no other industry that is more tied to government spending than the pharmaceutical industry. It's 100% driven by the government pouring money into it. And the fact is that in places where they put in big, huge, bold letters on the bottles of the pharmaceuticals how much these particular bottles cost, so that the consumer knows what the cost is that is how they drive down the cost of these things. So government spending on particular things traditionally raises the price of them and traditionally drives inflation, and there's no better place than in the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to give my maiden speech of this 44th Parliament. It is an honour to continue to represent the wonderful riding of Scarborough Agincourt, and I want to thank my constituents for placing their faith in re-electing me once again. A note of appreciation goes to the many volunteers and donors who gave great support. Despite the pandemic and disruptions outside, I am here in the House today to speak about Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament, which was tabled last December 14, 2021.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford, is there an issue? Yes, I'm hearing the original and the interpretation in both my ears at the same volume. It's very confusing. Perhaps the honourable member, has the honourable member selected French? Just wanted to make sure. It might be an issue with interpretation.
Is this better? Est-ce que ça fonctionne? Does it work? Okay.
For the time being, the volume seems okay.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt can continue.
Through Bill C-8, we are continuing to provide much-needed support to Canadian workers and businesses through the implementation of tax measures, including tax credits. Targeted tax measures can help make life more affordable. Through Bill C-8, we hope to create a number of tax credits which would benefit Canadians, such as small businesses through a ventilation tax credit to improve air quality, an expansion of tax deductions for travel expenses incurred by residents of Northern Canada, teachers and early childhood educators who spend their income on school supplies, and farmers by returning fuel charges in involuntary backstop jurisdictions. Furthermore, in Scarborough Agincourt, we have many schools that are older and could benefit from a top-up to the Safe Return to Class Fund, which this bill seeks to provide. It has taken a pandemic to highlight the fact that many of our schools rely on aging infrastructure, and there is a need to bring it up to current ventilation standards for safe indoor air. Although education is a provincial matter, this Liberal government has stepped in to ensure a safe learning environment is possible. The original fund provided $2 billion to provinces and territories, and this top-up of $100 million will help increase outdoor air intake and or increase air cleaning in order to help reduce the transmission of COVID-19. I could see a lot of schools benefiting from the repair or replacement of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units and increasing maintenance of existing systems. In my riding's local school board, this fund has not only been used to address HVAC recommissioning deficiencies, but it also went towards purchasing over 10,000 additional HEPA filter units across 314 schools. Many of the high schools in the riding who do not have full air conditioning or have poor circulation of air. So with older schools, installation of operable windows would be helpful. Some of the interior classrooms that don't have windows, like a computer lab, would benefit from portable air filtration units. By providing this top-up, schools across Canada will be able to make those necessary renovations and repairs, while also funding critical programs that will support student mental health and nutrition. While we are on the subject of schools, the Teacher and Early Childhood Educator School Supply Tax Credit would also greatly benefit students in Scarborough, Agincourt, and beyond. It currently stands at 15%, but with the passing of this bill, it would be increased to a 25% refundable tax credit. What is new is that it will no longer require that the school supplies be used in a school or a regulated child care facility. This will enable students to bring home the supplies to do homework or even to use those supplies on field trips. Using technology can further engage students and help those who are in special education classes. Some of these eligible goods, like external data storage devices that increase a system's data storage capacity, wireless pointer devices, and printers are practical. But other goods like electronic educational toys, puzzles, video streaming devices, and multimedia projectors can take learning up to the next step, open up new worlds, and be fun. This can make learning a much more interactive and engaging experience for students. Housing is another area of focus, our government targeting to make life more affordable. Part 2 of the Bill C-8 introduces the Underused Housing Tax Act, which will support the work of our national housing strategy, reduce homelessness, and create affordable housing. We have all heard housing is becoming increasingly out of reach for many people, and this is one way to discourage vacant or underused homes while generating revenue. The Underused Housing Tax Act only applies to foreign owners of residential property who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents to pay their fair share of Canadian tax by filing an annual return. Residential properties are exempt if they are rented out for at least 180 days, or about 6 months in a year, so no short rentals like Airbnbs. While this alone will not solve our housing issues, this helps on the peripheral in that it will reduce foreign ownership and penalize those who use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth and housing. Taxes on capital gains do not apply to principal residences. Part 3 of this bill touches upon the Canada Emergency Business Account loans, which have provided over $49 billion in interest-free, partially forgivable loans to nearly 900,000 small businesses affected by the pandemic. Many of the small businesses in my riding of Scarborough-Agincourt have been finding the roughly 4 lockdowns in Ontario difficult and have asked for an extension on the Canada Emergency Business Account loans. This loan has helped a variety of businesses, from restaurants to manufacturing companies to fashion wholesalers. Our government listened. The time period has been extended from December 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2023. If a business repays their loan by December 31st, 2023, up to a third of the value of their loan, meaning up to $20,000, will be forgiven. Loans not repaid by this date will convert to a 2-year term loan starting January 1st, 2024, with a 5% interest per annum. Part 3 of this bill sets a limitation period of 6 years for debts due under the CEBA program to ensure that CEBA loan holders are provided consistent treatment no matter where they live. The proposed limitation period is also consistent with other COVID support programs, such as those covered by the Canada Recovery Benefits Act. This past January, with the surge of the Omicron variant, came a corresponding need to obtain rapid tests. The government had already purchased and shipped over 180 million rapid tests and has signed agreements to secure over 460 million total tests. Part 6 of this bill will allocate an additional $1.72 billion to the Minister of Health for the procurement and distribution of rapid antigen tests to provinces and territories. Many seniors have called my Scarborough-Agincourt constituency office, worried about leaving their homes to get a rapid test, but still wanting a rapid test. This is why this bill is so important, to give people the peace of mind that they can access rapid tests during difficult times where there could still be a possibility of testing positive. And our recently introduced Bill C-10 authorizes the Minister of Health to make payments of up to $2.5 billion out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund to purchase COVID-19 tests. I know many seniors will be less anxious knowing that they have something at home that can easily be administered and distributed by local organizations they can trust. Bill C-8 has many practical parts, whether it's helping small businesses or schools and families bring peace of mind. I hope we can all agree and pass this bill to a second reading.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. My colleague spoke a lot about investments in housing, and although there has been some investments, I would have to say more needs to be done. We've had consecutive Conservative and Liberal governments with decades of underfunding in housing, affordable housing with rents geared to income. I know in my riding of Winnipeg Centre, we have a housing crisis, and it's literally costing lives. I'm wondering if my colleague, agrees with me that more needs to be done to, first of all, deal with this problem, and can agree that her government continues not to do enough. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
I thank my honorable colleague for your comments and your question, and I will agree with you that all of us need to do more for housing and housing affordability for everybody. However, I do feel that our government, through the National Housing Strategy, which is a 10-year program, and will be investing $72 billion, will be something that Canadians can rely on and understand that our government is there to support them, whether they are a first-time homeowner buyer or if they are someone who is looking to go through the new Housing Accelerator Fund, working with the municipalities, or hoping to see some fairness in a real estate action plan, which is going to forbid blind bidding, looking at home inspections, and making sure that there is transparency in the history of recent house sale prices. So I do believe that the Prime Minister's recent announcement of investing in 10,000 new homes for Canadians is on the right track.
I do want to remind the member she's to address all questions and comments through the chair. Questions et commentaires d'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Over the last few months, we have seen that housing construction programs have had some issues, to say the least. For example, subsidies to private companies who ultimately were renting out housing at $2,200 a month, which is not affordable. In fact, it's worse than a mortgage plus taxes and utilities. So what will be done to ensure that such debacles, which seem to favor some companies and some levels of society more than others, what will be done to ensure that they don't happen again? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
As part of our national housing strategy, we do have a rental construction financing initiative where we are providing low-cost loans to encourage the construction of sustainable rental apartment projects across Canada. And we also will be providing some low-cost funding to all eligible borrowers in the most risky phases of product development of rental apartments.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre. Just a brief question. Okay. So they're saying that it's fixed.
Speech about the CEBA loans. So my question to her is that if she can explain that why CEBA loans were important for the small businesses who are the backbone of our economy, and especially in Scarborough, which is a home to many small businesses, and how those CEBA loans have made a difference in our small businesses in keeping their lights open during the darkest days. Thank you.
Sir, from the member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you. The CEBA loans have been so instrumental in saving many small businesses in Scarborough from completely closing down, and it really has helped the very small businesses like restaurants carry on to be able to pay their rent, to pay other expenses, COVID expenses, and so forth.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today about the economic update, and I have a number of things to say. I will actually have to limit myself. As a Bloc Québécois member, this is something that affects all of Quebec. It affects my riding and all of Canada. And I would like to talk about the healthcare transfers. That is not included, which is one of the disappointments. We've known for a while that this is a problem, but perhaps the government doesn't seem to realize that. This is a key problem, and I've heard several colleagues remark on the fact that we are at the end of our second year of COVID, perhaps about to experience a third, I hope not, and yet there's nothing in the budget, or rather in the economic update, about the healthcare system. My colleague for La Prairie was remarking on this earlier. But in Quebec and in Canada, 86% and 85% of the population respectively are asking that healthcare transfers be increased. For several years, the government has actually lowered and gradually allowed the healthcare transfers to disappear and hasn't even properly indexed the transfers, which means that the 22% that they're giving, we want 35% with a 6% indexation. And here there's nothing about that. We know that COVID kills. Why? Because with the current healthcare system, well, we're not able to provide all the services that we would like. And that's because our healthcare systems are suffering. They don't have the funding that they need in order to fulfill their responsibilities. We don't have the money in the province, and yet we still have the same responsibilities, putting us in an impossible situation. And yet, the government constantly boasts by saying that 80% of the money for COVID, or as they like to say, $8 out of 10, they say it was them that spent it. They like to say that they're white knights who showed up with their $8 out of $10, but they're not really saviors. It's the taxpayers who gave us that $8 out of $10. And what taxpayers want is these healthcare transfers. And not only taxpayers, but also Mr. Legault and all the premiers want the same. So we're constantly being told about an economic update, but actually it doesn't really pay attention to the reality. I mentioned earlier that the government is always boasting. Well, what we can boast about, what we have moved forward. Or rather, later, I will be remarking more on what the government can't boast about. But in any case, ultimately, in this case, the economic update not only doesn't do much, but it may even be counterproductive. And then I also want to touch on the topic of jurisdiction. Once again, I would like again to ask the government to do its job and focus on its own jurisdiction, its own areas of jurisdiction, and leave it to the provinces in Quebec to focus on their own areas of jurisdiction appropriately. And earlier we were talking about the fact that there is a fiscal imbalance and that Ottawa has so much money that it doesn't know where to spend it. It should spend it on health, and it should just give the money to the provinces in Quebec. We know what we need to do. But we can't allow the federal government to place Quebec and the province's health systems in a precarious position. Yes, there are the vaccines, but there's also the rest of the healthcare system, and we need to support it solidly. There was already a gap before, but there's even more of a gap now. So that's something I wanted to say. And then I also wanted to talk about my SMEs. I come from a very large area, Manicouagan, 350,000 square kilometers. Fisheries, mines, natural resources, forests. There's people who live all over that huge area. A large part of our economy is made up of SMEs. In fact, in Quebec, about a third of businesses are SMEs. And I see that the government didn't really listen to them. We talked about the business emergency account. But when we listen to SMEs, what they're asking for, and this has changed because the situation is constantly changing, we may be starting in on a third year of the pandemic. What they want The wage subsidy was very hard for them to access. They needed accountants. And very often, small businesses can't access those resources. It's all very well to have a program to help businesses, but if you can't actually access it because there's too much red tape, then it's no good. So it's all very well, and perhaps it can help those who already have enough money to pay for the resources they need to access it, but it doesn't help small businesses. And the Chamber of Commerce of Manicouagan is saying that, well, in this possible third year, we need more help. Maybe not 60,000, maybe only 20,000, but it would help us to continue treading water and surviving. And the mechanism could be quite simple. We should listen to these businesses. It would have been easy to implement that. And the Bloc Québécois had several further ideas on these points. Especially when it comes to canceling some loans, some debts, so that there would be a better way of supporting these businesses depending on their income. For example, I'm thinking of some outfitters in my riding. We know that in the first year of COVID, these outfitters didn't make much money at all. And then later there were measures that meant that people couldn't visit the area, so the second year was also very hard for them. What I am happy to see for 2023, well, is that some of these businesses were not able to reimburse. So I'm glad that the date is 2023, but we may even have to push it further back, so that these companies get to a point where they have enough turnover and enough income to be able to pay it back or have the debt canceled. Now, when it comes to e-commerce, there are people in some places who do their groceries online, or actually, they do it by mail, rather. But I often say this, people have the right to live in remote areas, even if it leads to some curious situations. We have the right to live all over our territory. So the Postal Service, there's a lot of unfairness in certain areas like islands, remote areas, northern areas. We also know that in many areas there aren't roads, so we need to do more. We need to support these small businesses, and we also need to ensure that we're stimulating our economy. So this is something that our party had proposed. I had so many things to say. I always have too many notes, Mr. Speaker. But we need to bear in mind that sometimes there are unforeseen negative effects of some measures. So there was a tax credit for travel. As I've said before, I have large riding, and to come here, it's a few thousand kilometers. But if I come here, and I'm not talking about me, but for people who want to leave the Côte-Nord, the tax credit is just one trip a year. And for me, it's not even that. It only covers one leg of the trip, not the round trip. And then that $1,200, those people don't get it right away. So if people aren't able to get on the plane, to wait for the tax credit at the end of the year is not feasible for them. These ultimately are the people who decide to use the tax credit are people who are at least able to initially buy the ticket. Then there's also people who come work in our area who don't necessarily want to live there. They're fly-in, fly-outs, and they don't spend money there, and they're not helping the economy. And yet those are the ones who will be using that tax credit. I'm happy for them to work there. Everyone needs to find a way to make a living, but I want to find a way to use the correct measures, not the ones that will actually hurt the region. That's why we need to really analyze these policies and measures as a function of remote regions like the Côte-Nord. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member made reference to the importance, if not directly, indirectly, to small businesses, and how it's important that the government provide the financial support. And we have done that in many different ways. whether it's through loans, wage subsidies, rent support, and I think it's important to recognize, I believe the Bloc Party actually supported Bill C2, which was to support small businesses. Now we have before the House C8, which continues a different type of support, at least in part through the rapid testings for small businesses. Many of them will require some of these rapid tests, but also for schools, for ventilation, and to get a sense in terms of the Bloc Party's position with respect to C8. Does the member see supporting this legislation?
Honorable député de Manicouagan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Well, I will do my best to support this as much as possible, but ultimately, this can be improved. Of course, we want assistance, but there's always ways to change it and improve it based on what the needs are. And yes, of course, sometimes we've had to adopt bills in a hurry because businesses were closing. We know how many businesses have gone bankrupt. So yes, it's been very difficult, but things didn't stop there. We've been continuing to think about how we could improve things. So we could do both of these things. Have the existing supports and do more. For example, a smaller emergency account as we proposed before. We can always do better. Yes, there is assistance, but we also need to listen to small businesses.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell my colleague from Manicouagan that I support her vision of the occupation of the territory, and there's an even more important question. We have to occupy the territory across Canada, and that's a fundamental issue. Also, she mentioned that there's a lot of solutions to help small businesses. I'd like to challenge that. Can she present us some solutions? The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we talked about the CBAC counts earlier. We have to help companies, like I said. I talked about tax lawyers. They also have to work. We need to help them in that respect. And there's the whole question of paperwork. We need to reduce it. We have to act urgently. So we thought about time first to get the money out quickly. And I almost want to talk about EI, what's happening with fraud. But we need things now. And then they look at fraud later. But it's the same thing here. When we give money, and then they give the paperwork afterward to save time. Sometimes when you have to save things, you don't have time to do everything. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give an opportunity to my colleague to talk about EI. Let her talk about it. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Of course. In the update, they do talk about EI. And I'd like to thank my colleague for this question, which I like very much. EI is not just assistance. It's almost a tool for development. It's a serious thing to say, but it's true. People, since November, some of them don't have access to EI. The fishing industry in a small village in my region of roughly 150 people, well, in northern Newfoundland, rather, what happens? None of the employees have access to EI. Why? Because they're said to have frauded the system. 150 people in my area is an entire village. So what we're telling them, give them the money now. They need to eat and pay their rent. And then what you can do, you can investigate the situation. And if people did commit fraud, they'll pay back the money. But it's the way they're doing things. It means that the regions, and we talked about the occupation of the territory, our regions are losing people. And that's not what we want. This is something easy we can do. We could do it with CERB, and we can do it with EI, too.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the pandemic persists, more and more individuals are experiencing precarious housing situations, and first-time homelessness is rapidly on the rise. Housing is a human right that has been neglected by successive Liberal and Conservative governments. And although the current government has made investments in housing, including with the Rapid Housing Initiative, it is a drop in the bucket. Years of underfunding has resulted in a massive shortage of housing with rents geared to income, and the normalization of violating people's right to housing, resulting sometimes in individuals dying on the street. This is becoming a new normal, a callous turning of a blind eye to human suffering, sometimes resulting in death. Poverty, Mr. Speaker, is a violent human rights violation, and failing to ensure that everyone has a roof over their head, in fact, is a political choice. I share this, Mr. Speaker, because this current government has made it a practice to bail out and fund their corporate buddies. $50 million to MasterCard, while millions are struggling to pay their credit card bills at the end of the month. $12 million to Loblaws to install new fridges, a company that emulated or eliminated the 2-hour pandemic pay for its workers, despite earning windfall profits. $14 billion in tax giveaways in its 2018 economic update alone, including write-offs for private jets and limousines. $18 billion in fossil fuel subsidies while we're living through a global climate crisis. CEOs and their C-suite executives rewarding themselves millions in dividends when their companies received hundreds of millions from the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy that was meant to protect jobs. And Air Canada, Mr. Speaker, alone received hundreds of millions from the CEWS and a bailout of $5.9 billion, but paid out millions of dollars in executive bonuses while cutting thousands, Mr. Speaker, thousands of jobs. Yet I have to beg for crumbs. For crumbs, Mr. Speaker, for my riding, the third poorest riding in the country, where lives are consistently lost to poverty. People freezing to death in the cold because they have no place to sleep. Bus shacks filled with people seeking refuge from the cold. Fires in rooming houses. And apartments because of overcrowded conditions, and families cramped in small living quarters because the cost of renting a place to live is out of reach. In fact, the rate of unsuitable housing, meaning not enough bedrooms according to family size in Winnipeg, is 7%. That's 21,500 households approximately, and this crisis continues to grow. In the last 4 years, only 11 rent-geared-to-income housing units have been built in the past 4 years in Manitoba, and while new funding has been announced to build some new units with rents geared to income, it still fails to meet the housing needs in Winnipeg Centre as a result of decades of underfunding. In fact, End Homelessness Winnipeg 2021 interim street census counted 1,127 people experiencing homelessness in a 24-hour period. It was minus 45 in Winnipeg last week, Mr. Speaker. 1,127 people. This is unacceptable. This is a political choice, and the choice not to invest adequately is costing precious lives. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, tenants in my riding are feeling the squeeze as a result of this underinvestment and neglect. In fact, approximately 50% of Winnipeg renters are below housing standards, housing that falls short of at least one standard: affordability, adequacy, or suitability. In addition, 40% of Winnipeg renters are living in unaffordable housing, meaning they're spending 30% or more of their income on shelter costs. Mr. Speaker, I visited homes in my riding with holes in the walls into the main hallways. And it's not unusual for our constituency office to receive calls about heat not working, broken windows, infestation of pests. Mr. Speaker, the rate of inadequate housing, meaning housing in major need of repairs in Winnipeg, is 7.6%, with 23,440 households that are impacted. This is abhorrent, and this is completely unacceptable. No one in this country, a country as rich as Canada, should have to live like this. And again, I will share that this is a political choice. It doesn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. It's a choice. Like, we could make, for example, the political choice to stop investing in corporate bailouts and handouts and ask the wealthy to pay their fair share in taxes. That's a choice. Housing is a human right, and this right is violated daily in this country. In Winnipeg, 35,760 households are in core housing need, and according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Winnipeg has the highest number of Indigenous households in core housing need. They have left Indigenous people homeless on their own lands they have graciously shared with others. A tragic outcome of colonization that has resulted from often the violent dispossession of land. And the vacancy rates tell an important story, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation reported in its most recent rental market report that vacancy rates in Winnipeg are highest for the most expensive rental housing units and lowest for the most affordable ones. And while the vacancy rate is 13.8% for units with a monthly rent of $2,000 or more, it plummets to 4% for units with rents of $1,000 to $1,400, and just 2.9% for units with a monthly rents of $625 or less. And what that tells us is that there is a critical shortage of genuinely affordable housing with rents geared to income. And most of the new housing being built is out of reach for the majority of people in the riding of Winnipeg Centre. And when we're speaking of things that are out of reach, skyrocketing housing prices are putting the dream of home ownership even further out of reach for many of my constituents. And in fact, under the current government, the benchmark price for a home in Canada has jumped $300,000. And while in Winnipeg, prices for a single homes in the city increased by 14.7% at the end of 2021 and 16.1% for condos, this is a crisis, and we need to address this. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that I've painted a very bleak picture here, because the reality is right now, for so many across the country, things are becoming bleaker and bleaker and bleaker, especially in regards to upholding the right to housing. But as I indicated, we have a choice. And I'm urging this government to make a different choice and ensure that all individuals' right to housing is respected and upheld. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member and I share something in common that's not a good thing, and she made reference to it in her speech, and that is the bus shelters. Whether it's in her riding on, let's say, a Portage Avenue, or in my riding on Selkirk Avenue, we see bus shelters being used as homes. And one's got to be fearful and sympathetic and have a great deal of problems when you see those visuals, especially when the weather is this cold. Now, I can appreciate the members in opposition, and she's critiquing the government, but would she not agree that the best way to be able to deal with that kind of homelessness is to have the different levels of government all at the table, and even factor in some of those wonderful nonprofit organizations that are there and doing a lot of the groundwork? And it's time that we really all come together to deal with this very serious problem.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. But, you know, and I totally agree with working with all levels of government, and I, as a practice, even work across party lines to fight for my riding in Winnipeg Centre, to try and fight for these human rights. But here's the thing. This behavior of incremental justice by the Liberal government, incremental justice, has resulted in people literally freezing to death on the streets of Winnipeg Centre in bus shelters. They don't have 3 years to wait for the government to cough up the funds they need. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, it's a political choice. I'm asking this government to divest in their corporate bailouts and invest in saving lives and ensure that Winnipeg Centre gets the resources it needs to build the housing that it needs.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, with whom I sit on the Status of Women Committee. So these issues are very close to my heart. Two things. First, the wealthy need to pay their fair share. And C8, I'm sad that I didn't see measures to deal with the tax inequality. The measures announced by the Liberals earlier seem not to be there. There's a lack of vision with the Liberal government in terms of social housing. Either there's not enough money or the funds are being poorly used. One thing I don't agree with is the importance of transferring this money as quickly as possible, because it's provincial jurisdiction, and we've been waiting for years for investment in social housing. It is Quebec and the provinces that know what the needs are on the ground, and the municipalities. They know who the victims of family violence are and who needs this housing. Seniors right now who need social housing. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about the importance of giving back to the provinces this power to invest where they really need social housing in their communities.
For Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Shepford, and it's just so nice to be on the Status of Women Committee with her as well. It's been a pleasure to get to know her. I agree. Certainly provinces play a part. However, the federal government has a responsibility to provide the financial resources to places in need, whether it be Quebec or Manitoba. That has not happened. I know in Winnipeg Centre, we currently had an investment in housing, and although it's greatly appreciated, it's not even a drop in the bucket. We need more resources. We need greater investments in affordable, accessible housing with rent geared to income, and we can't wait. Lives are on the line. Thank you.
Maybe a short one for questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be quick. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre. We share a lot in common, particularly with my district in Edmonton-Griesbach, one of the hardest hit communities of poverty. My colleagues and I know the importance of ending poverty, and this Liberal legislation doesn't go nearly far enough to fixing the poverty issues. Would the member agree that ensuring that a guaranteed livable basic income is truly the appropriate response to ending poverty in Canada?
The honourable member, Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton-Griesbach. Absolutely. I introduced a private member's bill, Bill C-223, to implement a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income. There's been a lot of research on it, certainly in Canada, Manitoba being the place for research with the Mincome study. We know that when you invest in people, it's good for the economy, it's good for people, it saves lives. There's been cross-partisan support for it. It is a practice that's happened or been implemented in other places in the world where they've implemented guaranteed livable basic income programs. This would be a game changer. This would save lives. Time to implement a guaranteed livable basic income. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We had a great discussion on interpretation. In English, you are the speaker. So we're wondering if we meant a technical speaker in French or not, but you are a speaker and you're doing a great job, and you can tell your constituents that we are very proud to have you as Speaker of the House of Commons. as the Speaker of this sitting. Mr. Speaker, it's time for me to stand and speak to Bill C-8, an act that seeks to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in 2021. I took the opportunity, of course, to read the 2021 Economic and Fiscal Update. And this brings me back to this week, where a number of times I had the opportunity to ask questions during question period to the Minister for Finance and to the Prime Minister also. The Prime Minister who was here virtually. And I was struck by the answers from the Minister for Finance, struck by the answers from the Prime Minister on the lack of compassion that they have shown when it comes to fathers and mothers who are currently living with issues linked to inflation. When I asked the question to the Minister for Finance, I asked, what was the government waiting for to implement measures to put an end to inflation? How will the government react to the impoverishment of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The Minister for Finance stood up very proudly and said that she was so proud that in Canada inflation was at 4.8%, whereas elsewhere it was 5, 6, 7, 8% sometimes, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's fair enough. Perhaps our inflation is slightly less than in other countries. However, when you are a mother and you go to the grocery store and you start choosing the food that you'll use to feed your children, any family, single-parent families or families with two parents, but I will use for my scenario a single-parent family. So if you're a parent and you go to the grocery store and you go through all the aisles, you have to make choices saying, well, this is my budget, however, this costs 10% more. Because the problem is 4.8% of inflation, yes, but groceries have gone up by 6%, Mr. Speaker, and that 6% is just a part of a whole general situation. It's 6% on average. For some meats, it's gone up by 10, even 20%. So people have to make a choice. Certain choices have to be abandoned in order to feed one's family instead of choosing nutritious food, as we used to in the past. No one wants to get to the till and have to leave food aside because they can't afford it, because you fear that you don't have enough money. No one wants to live through that. No mother, no father wants to experience that. It's completely inhuman. But unfortunately, this is what is happening. How do I know this? Because people have told me. People have come to talk to me about this since I asked the questions to the Minister for Finance, before I asked these questions to the Prime Minister. Because when we speak about it, we learn from people. People call us, people speak to us, and I learned a number of things. Food banks, Mr. Speaker, were telling me, for example, there has been an increase in the number of people who come to get free food. I asked them, I was rather surprised because the unemployment rate in Quebec is rather low. Are these jobless people? Are these people who don't get employment insurance because there was potential fraud in their file and the government is dragging its heels on figuring out whether they did commit fraud or not? They said no. They say no. These are workers. These are families. Families that come to see us because they simply don't have enough money to have enough food on the table to feed their family for the week. We're talking about people with jobs, people who are actually working, but who still can't afford the food they should be able to afford. Why? Because the price of gas, the price of housing, everything's going up. There's been an explosion of prices across the board. Inflation at 4.8%, well, unfortunately, that only represents a fraction of cost increases because it doesn't take into account, Statistics Canada doesn't take into account a number of factors, price of vehicles, and other factors that are not taken into account when inflation is calculated. And so inflation is actually much higher than 4.8%. What's great is that the government has put forward solutions in the economic and fiscal update. However, the government has not proposed anything, has not proposed solutions. I have an article that was published on the 28th of January, so just a week ago. Ms. El Grabi published this. As if the pains of the pandemic wasn't bad enough, now the spectre of inflation has arrived. After 30 years of calm, inflation is back in the heart of our concerns, and if the trends continue, it will become the main economic issue and social issue in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of a pandemic. People have been asked to make sacrifices, people have been asked to stay at home, and now inflation piles up on top of all of this. Inflation, why? Because of excessive spending from the government. The government injected too much money into the economy, which means that the price of everything, the price of absolutely everything has gone up. Some numbers. Based on the forecast from the Economic and Fiscal Update from the beginning of the pandemic, the government has spent $176 billion that are not linked to COVID. COVID is being used as a pretext to make expenditures that are not linked to COVID. Canadians agree that investments should be made to help businesses and help individuals to make ends meet. But when the government closes something, it's normal that the government help companies that have had to close. However, $176 billion have been spent by the government, money that has nothing to do with COVID, measures that have nothing to do with COVID, and that's the main driver behind this inflation. And that's what made inflation go up. Let's go back to Ms. El Grabi, because I think that she's right in what she said. She confirms what I've been saying. To explain this impoverishment, Ottawa is pointing the finger at the supply chain. Ottawa's explanations are completely ridiculous, trying to make us forget that it's the Prime Minister's horrendous spending that has led us to this. This has triggered inflation. I'm not the one who said this. Other witnesses have said this. It's not only the mean old Conservatives that are saying this, Mr. Speaker, who always talk about excessive spending. Fiscal experts, banks are saying this as well. And I could give you some more quotes if you'd like. The chief economist of the Bank of Montreal, Douglas Porter, said that there are two problems. Inflation could increase even more. Even with general hope that it has reached its peak, it could increase in the months to come even more. I'm not relieved with regards to inflation. I'm rather concerned at the possibility that the inflation problem could be even worse than what economists are generally feeling. Unfortunately, in the Economic and Fiscal Update, the government did not put forward a plan. We have absolutely no idea what the government expects to do to try and fight this collective impoverishment of Canadian families. What are we going to say to these families who have to pay $200 to $400 more a month in their housing and rent because their house or their mortgage is more expensive? What are we going to say to fathers and mothers when they have to cast aside food that they wanted to buy because they simply cannot afford it? Inflation is a significant issue. It's not by simply boasting that we're better than other countries that we're going to feed our families here. What I would like to know is when the government will finally decide that inflation is too much. We're at 4.8. Will it be at 5%, 6%, 7% perhaps? Mr. Speaker, in the government's own economic and fiscal update stated that the inflation target would be at 2%. We're at 4.8%. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. We'll start over here as usual. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I listen to the speeches coming from the Conservative Party, there's no doubt they've taken a hard right. It's almost as if we're going back in the days of Stephen Harper and possibly even the Reform Party. And as they start applauding from across the way, that's what their intent is, I guess, to go right. But the member says, inflation. And yes, we all have some concerns in regards to inflation. But it has to be put into a proper perspective in terms of what's happening around the world. And Canada is doing well. When I responded to the budget, I made reference to the third quarter report on the GDP, which said Canada had 5.4% growth. That's better than the US, Japan, UK, and Australia. It's not as bad as the Conservatives are saying. The sky is not falling. Canadians are coming together, and we will get through this. And I'm wondering if the member can indicate why it appears that today the Conservatives seem to be going quite far to the right.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, national debt has reached $1,200 billion, $1.2 trillion. This is a number that I would have hoped never to have used here in this House. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer, to go back to what my colleague from Winnipeg North said, the PBO clearly said that supplementary expenditures justified by economic growth are simply no longer reasonable. It's the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself who said, and the Minister of Finance said it as well, and the Prime Minister said it, our economy is doing well. However, it's still spend, spend, spend. When you spend on something that does not have to do with COVID, what happens? Well, then you get inflation, rampant inflation.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which is full of empathy. I understand what it is to put aside a bottle of orange juice saying we'll have to stick to water, putting aside bread saying, well, let's just make some pancakes with flour and water for breakfast. I experienced this, and not too long ago, and so thank you to the honourable member for his empathy. I know what it is to count every dollar to try and pay my rent. We now have families, and seniors especially, who have worked all their life, who have seen rampant inflation in the 70s and 80s, and who now have pensions that are increased over 10 years, but have only increased by $13 a month. They got a 61-cent increase recently after a couple of dollars decrease. How can we truly help these people to tackle the two issues, the pandemic and the inflation? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, inflation affects the most vulnerable. Why? Because these are the people whose salaries don't increase very rapidly. Pensions aren't increasing with inflation, far from it, and so I share what my colleague has said. That is the issue, Mr. Speaker. Every month that inflation keeps going up, seniors, vulnerable individuals, low-income people are losing ever more purchasing power and therefore have to make terrible, terrible choices. We're not asking something difficult. When will the government finally end this rampant inflation spiral? Time for a short question. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member has represents a great part of the country, but I know that people are suffering in all of our ridings. Seniors, students, families find it very hard to make ends meet, but at the same time, the Liberals have done nothing to try and close tax avoidance and evasion, which leads to $25 billion of losses to tax havens. I would like to hear from my colleague. Is this right, that the Liberals don't want to close loopholes? We're talking $25 billion a year. A very short answer from the MP For the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, well, it's very difficult to answer quickly, but I will do what I can. The only thing I would like to say is that we've been accused today of being to the right, to the right, to the right. But if being to the right means that we're taking care of our most vulnerable people, people who need our help, if it means taking care of people who have no money and have to make difficult choices at the supermarket, well, then I am proud to be from the right.
Continuing debate, the reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's such an honor to rise and speak to Bill C-8 on behalf of the good people of Northwest BC. This evening, I'd like to talk about people in small communities, and at the end, if I have time, I want to touch on an issue facing some of Canada's largest municipalities. But at heart, I'm a small-town boy, so I'll start with the rural communities in the riding I represent. The largest community in Skeena-Bulkley Valley is only about 12 or 13,000 people. The rest of the residents live in very small communities and villages and rural areas, and it's their concerns and their needs that I would like to begin with tonight, because this legislation includes changes that affect them in many ways. The ones I want to focus in on are the proposed changes to the Northern Residents Tax Deduction, a part of the Income Tax Act that is intended to account for the higher costs of living in Canada's northern and rural communities, remote communities, the farthest flung places in our country. And for a long time, this system in the Income Tax Act had a very complex formula for determining remoteness of these places in the north. And in the 1990s, that formula changed, and essentially the federal government drew an arbitrary line across the map of our country. If you're above the line, then you get the Northern Residents Deduction. If you're below the line, you don't get it. Now, this affects a lot of people in the place that I get to represent. And in the bill before us, the government has seen fit to make changes to the travel portion of that Northern Residents Deduction. That's certainly a welcome change, making it more flexible in the eligibility criteria so that residents within one of those northern zones are able to claim more of the expenses they pay out for travel. But it doesn't get to this underlying problem with the fairness of that arbitrary line on the map. Now, this is an issue that has been raised by my constituents for a long time, going back well over a decade. My predecessor, Nathan Cullen, who sat in this House, brought this up and tabled a private member's bill on behalf of the good residents of Haida Gwaii, and I was honored in the last Parliament to table a similar bill because Haida Gwaii, one of the most remote places in our country, this is an archipelago that is separated from the mainland by a 7-hour ferry ride. Now, Haida Gwaii used to qualify for the full Northern Residents Deduction, but in 1993, it was moved to the intermediate zone. So residents there now only receive 50% of the deduction. When I travel to Haida Gwaii, and I hope to be back really soon, this is something that so many residents bring to my attention. Now, on Haida Gwaii, the cost of living is high for a number of reasons, mostly because all of the goods that you purchase have to be brought in by ferry. And for so many reasons, residents have to travel to the mainland for services and other reasons. I talked to Evan Putterall. He's a local government elected representative on Haida Gwaii. He talked about auto repairs, that only certain auto repairs are available on island, and you have to go off island for so many others. I've had residents raise the issue of shipping rates. That's another huge issue, postal shipping to remote parts of the riding, and so many other things. The cost of groceries, the cost of fuel, the cost of building supplies, these are all more expensive in remote places in Northwest BC. So the hope is that we can change that arbitrary criteria, and this would help places like Haida Gwaii, but other places as well, because Haida Gwaii, although Haida Gwaii is in that intermediate zone and does qualify for half of the tax deduction, there are other communities in Northwest BC that don't qualify at all, and for which the changes that this government has proposed in Bill C-8 are irrelevant because they do not fit into one of those prescribed zones. Sarah Story, the mayor of Fraser Lake, brought this to the attention of the North Central Local Government Association. They proposed something called a rural living allowance. They have ideas for how we can fix this. But we need to go beyond an arbitrary line on the map. I also met with Linda McGuire, the mayor of Grand Isle, and her council. They talked about the fact that to access services and goods, many of their residents have to drive to the District of Houston, which is 80 kilometers. They want to attract more residents to their community, and the cost of living and the cost of goods is a major barrier. I spoke about this in the House earlier today, and then later posted about it on social media. And Brian Landy from Bella Coola brought to my attention his beautiful community. And I was thinking about the last time that I went to Bella Coola. For folks who haven't been, Bella Coola and the Bella Coola Valley on New Hawk territory is a spectacular place. When you drive there by car, the nearest major center is Williams Lake. And I only say major center in the sense of rural places, because it itself isn't a huge municipality. But it's 450-kilometer drive from Williams Lake to Bella Coola. And you cross the Chilcotin Plateau, and then you go down a gravel road, this incredibly steep hill that drops 5,000 feet down into the Bella Coola Valley. It is one of the most remote places in British Columbia, and yet it doesn't qualify for the Northern Residence Deduction under the Income Tax Act. The residents of Bella Coola pay exorbitant costs for all sorts of things. The one they've brought to my attention most recently is parcel shipping. Because their postal code has been designated by Canada Post as a remote postal code, companies that do mail orders charge exorbitant costs to get a parcel to Bella Coola. So these are the kinds of costs that an improved Northern Living Allowance and the Income Tax Act could help to offset. It would help small communities like Bella Coola and Grand Isle and Fraser Lake attract residents, develop their economies, and it would help people there live more affordable lives. Here, here. Now, I was very pleased to table a petition in the last Parliament on this topic. Hundreds of residents from Northwest BC signed a petition urging the government to bring Haida Gwaii into the northern zone for the Northern Residence Deduction. Yeah. And I also tabled a motion, M22, which I was pleased to retable in this Parliament. And that motion calls on the government to strike a task force and look at the eligibility criteria in the Income Tax Act for the Northern Residence Deduction. We need a better way of defining what a remote community is, because not all of the remote communities in Canada are in the far north. There are many communities that are separated by long roads that are only seasonally accessible, that face really high costs of living. Those communities need to be served by this provision in our Income Tax Act. And despite a decade of members of Parliament calling on the government to make those changes, we've heard nothing. So it's something that needs to change, Mr. Speaker. And rural and remote residents across our country would be better for it. Rural places are an important part of the fabric of this country, and we can recognize that by changing the Income Tax Act. Here, here. Now, I want to shift, and I see I only have 2 minutes left. I want to shift to an issue facing some of Canada's largest municipalities, and you'll have to excuse the whiplash while I move to the issue of public transit. And on January 26th, just last week, the mayors of Canada's biggest cities called on this government. They said they were pushing the emergency button on public transit funding. Public transit is in crisis right now. The pandemic has cut revenue for transit systems by as much as 80%. Even 2 years into the pandemic, transit systems are only at 40 to 50% of their original ridership. The only way municipalities can make their budgets balance, and they're not allowed to run deficits, is to cut services and cut routes. What we risk here is a downward spiral. We're building new transit systems, we're building new infrastructure, that's wonderful. But we need to ensure that the essential workers, that seniors, that students, that people who rely on public transit during the pandemic have that service available to them. If we cut transit service in Canada's cities, we're going to see people move to other modes of transportation, and it's going to be very difficult to get them back on public transit. We need more people riding public transit, not fewer. It's important for so many reasons, for equity reasons, for climate reasons, and it's part of the future that we need to build together. The big city mayors have spoken. We haven't heard from this government. We don't see in the fall economic statement any money for transit operating costs. We need to see it. There's still a chance. I hope that this government will hear the call of the FCM and the big city mayors and make that funding a part of Canada's future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, we only have about 4 minutes for questions and answers before 6:30 rolls around, so some quick questions and answers. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, this is a federal government that has invested in public transit, which is somewhat new. And the question I have for the member is if he could provide some clarity. Within the legislation, we're saying that there's going to be a 1% annual tax for non-residents, non-Canadians, for unoccupied dwellings. That's in its simplest form. Does the member support that? And is there any other initiative that he would like to encourage on that specific front?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. There were two pieces in there. The first one around transit funding, and there was funding for transit operations as part of the Safe Restart Agreement. I know that was welcomed by municipalities, but it ran out a long time ago. What they're asking for is continued support on the operating side until we get through the pandemic and transit ridership rebounds. It's absolutely vital that we get that in place. And yes, the 1% tax is a very small step. We need much more on housing, including a dedicated plan on Indigenous housing. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague talk about the problems with the Postal Service, and it brought back memories of a time when I lived in the Côte-Nord region. There is a service called Solutions for Small Businesses, and I wondered if there is a way to improve that the Canada Post solution. So I wanted to ask him what happens in his riding for transporting food, medication, and so on.
Thank you for the question to my colleague through you, Mr. Speaker. The situation facing small businesses and shipping goods is a huge issue, especially through the postal system. And I think it's wrong that big companies like Amazon get preferential rates when they use our national postal system compared to small businesses that want to do mail orders and they want to ship a smaller volume of packages, and they have to pay exorbitant rates to do so. I think that's fundamentally wrong. The issue residents face is a little bit different. I'd be happy to talk to my colleague about it afterwards.
Time for one more. Questions and answers, questions and comments. Go online. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last election, I have to say that the most common global concern I heard was one of the climate crisis, and my honourable colleague touched on public transit. I'm just wondering if you can expand a bit on how a massive expansion of public transit in Canada may help us address climate crisis, and particularly how that might reveal itself in terms of smaller communities like the ones he represents and between cities, what that would look like.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley in about 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Absolutely, when it comes to the climate crisis and driving down Canada's greenhouse gases, public transit is such an important solution, not just for big cities, but for rural places as well. When we look at the transport sector as a whole, it's one of Canada's fastest growing sources of emissions. And we know that when we get people on public transit, we have less congestion, we have better developed communities, and we have people who are more socially connected as well. So there's so many reasons to get people riding public transit. We can't do that unless this government helps municipalities with the kind of funding that they've asked for.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak about one of the most important issues in our country in the public health emergency that's taking place in our country. We know that the Public Health Agency of Canada expects that more than 3,000 Canadians will die just in the first 6 months of 2022 from toxic overdoses, Mr. Speaker. And we know that this will be from all ages and all walks of life, but it'll disproportionately impact Indigenous peoples. We don't know yet how many Canadians have been lost from overdoses in 2021, but it's likely to be over 7,000 lives, Mr. Speaker. That's almost double the amount of deaths from toxic overdoses in 2019. Since the pandemic began in 2020, over 3,389 people have died and been killed from overdoses in my home province of British Columbia, while the COVID-19 pandemic has taken 2,455 lives. All, Mr. Speaker, are obviously a huge loss to our communities. But behind these statistics, there's a real heartbreak for families as they lose sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and colleagues, and community members. And as members of Parliament, most of us have had that call that we all dread, and I'm sure you have too, Mr. Speaker, from a family who's lost a loved one because of their use of poison drugs. I have too many calls in my 6 years from loved ones representing a rural riding and small communities with that same call, Mr. Speaker, including just this last weekend. Mr. Speaker, substance use and addiction is born of trauma, poverty, homelessness, and colonialization. These are important areas of policy that we must act on with urgency, to be sure. But we also need to take other measures and look forward, and I look forward to the engagement of all members from all sides of this House concerning the provisions of my private member's bill, Bill C-216, for a health-based approach to substance use in the coming weeks. Regretfully, as the Globe and Mail recently pointed out, quote, the words opioids, overdoses, decriminalization, and safer supply don't even get mentioned at all in the mandate letters of the ministers of this government, Mr. Speaker, or from the speech from the throne. And in fact, there is no mention of overdose deaths at all in the mandate letter for the Minister of Health. Problematic substance use ranks 6th on their list of top 10 priorities in the mandate letter of the Minister of Health. Now, Mr. Speaker, the truth is, we know that it's not addiction that's killing people. It's toxic, illicit drugs, Mr. Speaker, and a poisoned drug supply that's killing these people, these folks. And my bill will call for an end to call for the decriminalization of possession of illicit drugs for personal use, and for the expungement of records of conviction, Mr. Speaker. These measures are intended to remove the stigma of drug use and remove barriers to accessing recovery programs, housing, child custody, and travel. And my bill also calls for a national strategy that will expand the availability of treatment and expand the availability of a regulated, safer supply of drugs. The government has ignored the expert task force on substance use, which presented its recommendations before the unnecessary election last year. Most importantly, it ignored its call for a safer supply of drugs as an urgent priority. The Globe called the government's approach a recipe for failure, a slow-motion policy response, they cited, to a national emergency and the certainty of more needless deaths, more calls to members of Parliament from families that could have been spared unimaginable loss.
Secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de la Santé mentale et des dépendances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je suis heureuse de voir que le député de Courtenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that my colleague is completely better from COVID. I would like to congratulate him on his many efforts to put an end to the opioid crisis and the many overdose deaths in Canada, and I would like to thank him for having launched this discussion tonight.
All the families and communities of those we have lost to opioid overdoses. Our government recognizes that problematic substance use is first and foremost a public health issue. Nous allons continuer de travailler avec nos partenaires.
We will continue to work closely with our partners in order to find ways to support programs and services that help divert drug users from the criminal justice system and towards health and social supports, such as supervised consumption sites and drug treatment services. On December 7th, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, introduced legislation that, among other measures, would require police and prosecutors to consider non-criminal responses to some drug-related offenses, such as diversion to treatment programs.
Service of Canada has also issued guidance stating that alternatives to prosecution should be considered for simple possession offenses. Health Canada is also currently reviewing several requests submitted for Section 56 exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to decriminalize the personal possession on drugs on a case-by-case basis. Cette tragédie implique plusieurs facteurs.
This tragedy involves many factors. Their entry into the illegal drug market directly corresponds with a steep rise in overdose deaths. We know that the pandemic has led to an even more uncertain and dangerous illegal drug supply, resulting in significant increases in overdose-related deaths across the country. Our government believes that the provision of a safer supply of drugs prescribed by a health practitioner is one of the essential tools to help prevent overdoses, and is one part of our comprehensive approach to the opioid overdose crisis.
We have allowed pharmacists and practitioners to extend, renew, and transfer prescriptions to make it easier for people who use drugs to access life-saving medications they need during the pandemic. Cependant, même avec ces actions gouvernementales,
however, even with these government actions, we must continue to expand public understanding that substance use disorder is not a choice, but a treatable medical condition that requires a broad range of care and treatment options. Our comprehensive public health approach builds on previous action, including investments of over $700 million in community-led harm reduction, treatment, and prevention projects.
Working closely with our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners, along with other key stakeholders, to reduce harms, save lives, and get people the supports they need.
Canadians can be reassured that fighting the overdose crisis is a priority for our government.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, since this government got elected, there's been over 25,000 Canadians that have died from this toxic drug supply and overdose. It's not in their mandate letter. It's not in the speech from the throne. It's been 6 years, Mr. Speaker. They have ignored their own Health Canada Task Force on Substance Use and the recommendations that they put forward that are reflected in my bill. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said he understands this as a health issue, yet today it's still a criminal issue in this country, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because he's worried about votes. He's worried about votes instead of having the courage to do the right thing. Listen to the health experts, the criminal experts, law enforcement, the people working on the front line of this crisis, and drug users themselves. I'm calling on, Mr. Speaker, on the government and all parliamentarians to support my bill and do the right thing.
Hear, hear. L'Honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Notre gouvernement.
Our government understands the urgency of the situation and is moving forward with an approach that is based on evidence so that we can end this crisis.
Associated with substance use is also essential, and addressing this whole of society problem is vitally important to our work to turn the tide on this crisis. This includes investing over $13 million to help change attitudes and perceptions about people who use drugs, and an additional $25 million commitment in our most recent platform to reduce this stigma. Notre gouvernement travaille.
Our government is working with the provinces, territories, and communities to develop a global strategy based on health to resolve this issue, including $500 million to support our partners that offer a range of treatments.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be able to rise this evening to discuss the troubling changes that the Liberal government has been trying to make to the non-certified aerodromes of this country. These facilities are community airports like the one in Ponoka in my riding. The changes that are proposed regarding the instrument approach procedures will make these vital facilities much less accessible unless the facilities spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars that they simply don't have. In fact, an analysis done in central Alberta suggested it would double the number of days that these airports and facilities aren't able to be used. Mr. Speaker, these airports are vital, especially for rural communities. Stopping airports like the one at Ponoka from being able to receive planes for 14 or more days a year isn't just a problem for pilots that fly for recreation. These are vital facilities for medical evacuation and patient transportation. The impact of this change could literally mean life or death for Canadians if they can't get the emergency services that they need. The Minister of Transport would never accept a policy that prevented ambulances from operating 14 days a year in his home riding in Mississauga. I am sure his parliamentary secretary would likewise speak out against this type of cut in service in Laval or Montreal. So why do they think it's acceptable for people in my riding or across many parts of rural Canada? These airports are also important economic drivers that communities count on to get goods and people in and out of rural and remote regions. On top of the increased uncertainty for business, lost profits, productivity, and time from these sorts of delays, it will also incur hundreds of thousands of dollars in increased costs as flights have to be rerouted to other airports further away, increasing costs for overtime, fuel, accommodation, and meals that these small businesses can't afford during these difficult economic times that they are already facing. Mr. Speaker, this whole situation appears to have been little more than a bureaucratic make-work project. Now, I have no doubt that when the parliamentary secretary has their turn to reply, they will go on at length about safety, undoubtedly a top priority for all of us. This is especially true for those in the aviation industry who make their livelihoods flying. They, more than anyone else, want to ensure that the regulations that we adhere to are a high standard so that every day they can get up, go to work, be confident that they'll be able to come back home and kiss their families goodnight. Every stakeholder group that I have spoken to on the issue has told me that this is a solution in search of a problem that we simply don't have in Canada. I have been told by organizations that help with the instrument approach procedures for over 100 of these aerodromes that they are aware of exactly 0 accidents that have been caused because of the current standards. It appears that Transport Canada is trying to harmonize our standards with the International Civil Aviation Organization, despite the rationale for those standards not being at all reflective of the actual experience or needs of Canadian aviators. Of equal concern is that repeated requests for information about the risk assessment and impact analysis by stakeholders has been ignored for over 2 years. This has led to the belief that there simply was no proper risk assessment or impact analysis completed. Even during what can only be described as a checkbox consultation that didn't include those with expertise in the actual advisory circular they were seeking to amend, they didn't provide an impact analysis. It is my understanding that a series of privately conducted impact analyses of over 100 of these impacted airports show that nearly all would be negatively impacted with no meaningful upside. So can the parliamentary secretary confirm if a risk assessment and impact assessment was actually completed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from Red Deer Lacombe, for his question. I understand changes to regulations and guidance can be disruptive for air operators and the communities they serve. I assure you that we do not take them lightly. Where appropriate, we revise regulations and guidance in consideration of the feedback we receive. Transport Canada's Advisory Circular number 301-001, issue number 3, which deals with the issue being raised by my colleague, was due to come into force on December 31, 2021. However, this has been delayed after further consultation with stakeholders, and a new version is being developed. Aviation safety is a key priority for Transport Canada. The objective of any amendments to the Transport Canada's guidance and regulations would be to further improve the level of safety within our aviation system. Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada is continually working to ensure that our aviation safety system is amongst the best in the world. This is not bureaucratic busy work, as the member suggests. Alignment with international best practices ensures we maintain a safe air transportation system. The value of this approach is borne out by the excellent aviation safety record we have in Canada. Overall, the number of air accidents has been decreasing over the last decade. In 2020, a total of 170 air accidents were reported to the Transportation Safety Board. This represents a 25% decrease from the previous year's total of 227 accidents and 32% below the average of 251 reported in the prior 10 years from 2010 to 2019. Transport Canada will continue to work with key stakeholders, including NAV Canada, on the implementation of the revised advisory circular and to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So what I heard the parliamentary secretary say is accidents are going down, so we need to increase the regulatory burden. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're going to put lives at risk or force hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of structural changes to community airports, it must result in safer outcomes. There has to be a real-world problem that we're fixing. According to the ICAO, people over 65 or with type 1 diabetes shouldn't be pilots for airlines, for example. However, in Canada, with our high quality of life and preventative care, we can allow people in both of these groups to fly without fear. So we filed differences with the ICAO to bring the regulations into line within the Canadian context. So why won't the Liberal government take this route and prioritize saving the lives of Canadians requiring emergency medical assistance? I hope that this government will stop and consider the devastating medical and socioeconomic impact that this change will have in hundreds of communities across the country and commit to the proper consultation, impact and risk assessments that they have so far failed to do, and maintain the status quo if there is no overwhelming reason not to.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I understand the issue he is raising is important for his constituents, and I will definitely bring it to the attention of the minister. Aviation safety remains of paramount importance for Transport Canada and our government. And there is good news on this front. The number of overall air accidents has been decreasing over the last decade, as well as the number of fatal air accidents. In 2020, there were 420 aviation incidents reported to the Transportation Safety Board. This represents a decrease of 54% from the 915 that were reported in 2019 and is 47% below the average of 790 incidents per year between 2010 and 2019. These statistics are a testament to the good work being done by Transport Canada and by air operators and pilots it regulates to prioritize safety. We need to continually remain vigilant and build on this enviable track record.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in December, I raised my question in the House of Commons about a proposed aerodrome in Georgina in my riding of York Simcoe. In other communities, there have been high-profile incidences where corporations use the false pretense of building or expanding an aerodrome or an airport to cash crop dirt. Because aerodromes fall exclusively under the federal jurisdiction through the Canadian aviation regulations, these corporations are able to dump tons of contaminated fill with no regard for municipal or provincial soil laws. Nearby at Greenbank Airport in Port Perry, operators illegally dump more than 2.5 million cubic meters of contaminated soil. They did this after they initially received permission to supposedly expand their facility's 2 runways. With the airport all but abandoned, there are now extensive and expensive costs required to clean up and restore the site. This practice has dire consequences for the environment and leads to significant financial hardship for municipalities and taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. This has happened in other places too, like Tottenham and Burlington. Now, Georgina residents are faced with a similar situation. The sole director of the companies that owns the proposed site is the president of a Toronto-based waste disposal company. The spokesman and contact for the Airdrome's proponent, Marco Mendicini, is a lawyer who has previously represented companies in the waste management industry. These companies have been fined by the Government of Ontario for illegally dumping contaminated fill. At a special meeting of the Georgina Town Council to discuss this proposal, the proponent reluctantly admitted their plan was to dump more than 1 million cubic meters of fill on the property. That's more than 100 trucks a day, Mr. Speaker. This is unacceptable. The proponents misrepresented the extent of their consultation with officials, the public, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nations, and were combative and aggressive when local officials were asked, they asked reasonable questions, Mr. Speaker, about their proposal. But there are other issues as well. The proposed airdrome would be built on an ecologically sensitive area within the Lake Simcoe watershed. This site is protected wetland and is adjacent to active farmland and waterways that directly feed into Lake Simcoe. The need and the purpose of the airdrome hasn't been made clear. There are numerous local and regional airdromes in the area, and the planned length and direction of the runways will be unsuitable for most types of aircraft. This significantly limits its economic viability. Unfortunately, Transport Canada does not account for these factors when deciding to approve or reject an airdrome proposal. This means that even if all evidence points towards this being an illegal for-profit dumping operation, the current regulations state that these considerations only factor into the minister's decisions as they relate to aviation. Even though regulations provide for municipalities to enforce their own soil laws, the aerodrome proponents simply need to argue that fill is being dumped at these locations for aviation purposes under federal jurisdiction to avoid further scrutiny. Is the Minister of Transport aware of these loopholes, and what are the government's plans to address this?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the honourable member from York Simcoe, for his question. I truly do understand the concerns of his constituents and commend him for his advocacy on their behalf. The Georgina Aerodrome will be a new construction. The Canadian Aviation Regulations 307 aerodrome consultations apply to new aerodrome development and require the operator to undertake a consultation process with the interested parties. Their public consultation phase ended on December 22, 2021. The proponent will then send a summary report detailing their consultation process to Transport Canada for review to determine if they meet the regulatory criteria. Contaminated fill has been an issue at aerodromes in Ontario in the past. Transport Canada's responsibility is to ensure the safety of air operations in our country. It does not regulate the quality of fill used at aerodrome sites. This would fall under the purview of Environment and Climate Change Canada or the province, depending on the land use authority. Aerodromes are also subject to provincial law with some exceptions. For instance, if the developer of an aerodrome deposits fill on the aerodrome lands, such fill would have to meet provincial guidelines. Determining who is responsible of an environmental contamination on airport lands is a case-by-case situation. In the context of the development of the Georgina Aerodrome, the private owner could be held responsible for any environmental contamination resulting from activities where contamination is on the aerodrome lands and/or escapes outside those lands. Mr. Speaker, the member's question also provides me an opportunity to talk about the great work Transport Canada is doing to help protect Canada's environment. For example, Budget 2019 provided $700 million to support increased uptake of zero-emission vehicles, including $300 million for a new purchase incentive program and $265 million to encourage business fleets to switch to these cleaner vehicles. As of September 1st, 2021, More than 114,000 Canadians and Canadian businesses have benefited from this point of sale incentive, which will help reduce emissions by up to 160,000 tons each year. The funding also includes $130 million to increase deployment of zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. This is in addition to more than $180 million invested in expanding the coast-to-coast network of electric vehicle fast chargers on Canada's national highway system. This is just one example of the many significant measures our government is taking to protect our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's response. And, you know, for the Minister's willingness to engage me and my office on this very important issue for my constituents in York Simcoe. And I'm not against building airports or aerodromes, and I'm a private pilot myself, Mr. Speaker, but it's clear that this process needs to be looked at. Dumping of fill now is a lucrative business, and certain individuals have identified the Canadian aviation regulations as a great way to do it with no scrutiny at all. This jeopardizes the future, the actual future of aviation in this great country. It threatens the environment, and it gives Canadians the impression that the collaborative federalism just doesn't work for them. This is not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. I'm here tonight advocating on behalf of my constituents for an acknowledgement and a response from the Minister of Transport that something needs to be done on this issue.
Parliamentary Secretary.
There is no loophole, as the member from York Simcoe suggests, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned previously, generally speaking, aerodromes, airports, and airport authorities are subject to provincial law, except where such laws impair federal aeronautics jurisdiction or conflict with federal law. For instance, if the developer of an aerodrome deposits fill on the aerodrome lands, such fill would have to meet provincial guidelines. Allow me again, though, to take this opportunity to highlight the significant steps Transport Canada and our government have taken to protect our environment. For example, to further support the transition to low-carbon transportation system, this government has established very ambitious targets for the sales of zero-emission vehicles in this country. Time does not allow me to continue, but these are just some of the many, many measures we have taken to ensure a cleaner environment in Canada.
I thank everybody for their interventions this evening. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.